Part 2, Chapter 2, Section 1 of Some Do Not by Madox. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Part 2, Chapter 1, Section 1. Sylvia Tietjens rose from her end of the lunch table and swayed along it, carrying her plate. She still wore her hair in bandeau and her skirts as long as she possibly could. She didn't, she said, with her height, intend to be taken for a girl guide. She hadn't, in complexion, in figure, or in the languor of her gestures, aged by a minute. You couldn't discover in the skin of her face any deadness, in her eyes the shade more of fatigue than she intended to express, but she had purposely increased her air of scornful insolence. That was because she felt that her hold over men increased to the measure of her coldness. Someone she knew had once said of a dangerous woman that when she entered the room every woman kept her husband on the leash. It was Sylvia's pleasure to think that before she went out of that room all the women in it realized with mortification that they needn't. For if coolly and distinctly she had said on entering, "Nothing doing," as barmaids will to the enterprising, she couldn't more plainly have conveyed to the other women that she had no use for their treasured rubbish. Once on the edge of a cliff in Yorkshire, where the moors came above the sea, during one of the tiresome shoots that are there the fashion, a man had bidden her observe the demeanour of the herring gulls below. They were dashing from rock to rock on the cliff face, screaming, with none of the dignity of gulls. Some of them even let fall the herrings that they had caught, and she saw the pieces of silver dropping into the blue motion. The man told her to look up. High, circling and continuing for a long time to circle, illuminated by the sunlight below like a pale flame against the sky, was a bird. The man told her that that was some sort of fish-eagle or hawk. Its normal habit was to chase the gulls, which, in their terror, would drop their booty of herrings, whereupon the eagle would catch the fish before it struck the water. At the moment the eagle was not on duty, but the gulls were just as terrified as if it had been. Sylvia stayed for a long time watching the convolutions of the eagle. It pleased her to see that, though nothing threatened the gulls, yet they screamed and dropped their herrings. The whole affair reminded her of herself in her relationship to the ordinary women of the barnyard. Not that there was a breath of scandal against herself, that she very well knew, and it was her preoccupation, just as turning down nice men, the really nice men of commerce, was her hobby. She practised every kind of turning down on these creatures, the really nice ones with the Kitchener moustaches, the seal's brown eyes, the honest thrilling voices, the clipped words, the straight backs and the admirable records, as long as you didn't inquire too closely. Once in the early days of the great struggle, a young man, she had smiled at him in mistake for someone more trustable, had followed in a taxi, hard on her motor, and flushed with wine, glory, and the firm conviction that all women in that lurid carnival had become common property, had burst into her door from the public stairs. She had overtopped him by the forehead, and before a few minutes were up she seemed to him to have become 10 foot high, with a gift of words that scorched his backbone and the voice of a frozen marble statue, a surefire effect. He had come in like a stallion, red-eyed, and all his legs off the ground. He went down the stairs like a half-drowned rat, with dim eyes and looking really wet for some reason or other. Yet she hadn't really told him more than the way one should behave to the wives of one's brother officers then actually in the line, a point of view that, with her intimates, she daily agreed was pure bosh. But it must have seemed to him like the voice of his mother, when his mother had been much younger, of course, speaking from paradise, and his conscience had contrived the rest of his general wetness. This, however, had been melodrama and war stuff at that. It hadn't therefore interested her. She preferred to inflict deeper and more quiet pains. She could, she flattered herself, tell the amount of empressment which a man would develop about herself at the first glance, the amount and the quality too. And from not vouchsafing a look at all, or a look of the barest and most incurious to some poor devil who even on introduction couldn't conceal his desires, to letting after dinner a measured glance travel from the right foot of a late dinner partner diagonally up the ironed fold of the right trouser to the watch pocket, diagonally still across the shirt front, pausing at the stud, and so rather more quickly away over the left shoulder, while the poor fellow stood appalled with his dinner going wrong. From the milder note to the more pronounced, she ran the whole gamut of turnings down. The poor fellows next day would change their bootmakers, their sock merchants, their tailors, the designers of their dress studs and shirts. They would sigh even to change the cut of their faces, communing seriously with their after-breakfast mirrors. But they knew in their hearts that calamity came from the fact that she hadn't deigned to look into their eyes. Perhaps hadn't dared was the right word. Sylvia herself would have cordially acknowledged that it might have been. She knew that, like her intimates, all the Elizabeths, Alexes and Lady Moiras of the smooth-papered, bephotographed weekly journals, she was man-mad. It was the condition, indeed, of their intimacy as of their eligibilities for reproduction on hot-pressed paper. They went about in bands with, as it were, a cornfield of feather boas floating above them, though to be sure no one wore feather boas. They shortened their hairs and their skirts and flattened, as far as possible, their chest developments, which does give, a certain... They adopted demeanours as like as possible, and yet how unlike, to those of waitresses in tea-shops frequented by city men. And one reads in police court reports of raids what those are. Probably they were, in action, as respectable as any body of women, more respectable probably than the great middle class of before the war, and certainly spotless by comparison with their own upper servants, whose morals, merely as recorded in the divorce court statistics, that she had from Tietjens, would put to shame even those of Welsh or lowland Scotch villages. Her mother was accustomed to say that she was sure her butler would get to heaven simply because the recording angel, being an angel, and as such delicately minded, wouldn't have the face to put down, much less read out, the least venial of Morgan's offences. And, sceptical as she was by nature, Sylvia Tietjens didn't really even believe in the capacity for immoralities of her friends. She didn't believe that any one of them was seriously what the French would call maîtresse en titre of any particular man. Passion wasn't at least their strong suit. They left that to more or to less august circles. The Duke of A and all the little A's might be the children of the morose and passion-stricken Duke of B, instead of the still more morose but less passionate late Duke of A. Mr. C, the Tory statesman and late Foreign Minister, might equally be the father of all the children of the Tory Lord Chancellor E. The Whig front benchers, the gloomy and disagreeable Russells and Cavendishes trading off these, again French collage sérieux against the matrimonial divagations of their own Lord F and Mr. G. But those amorous of heavily titled and born front benchers were rather of august politics. The hot-pressed weekly journals never got hold of them. The parties to them didn't, for one thing, photograph well, being old, uglyish, and terribly badly dressed. They were matter rather for the memoirs of the indiscreet, already written, but not to see the light for 50 years. The affairs of her own set, female front benchers of one side or other, as they were more tenuous. If they ever came to heads, their affairs, they had rather the nature of promiscuity, and took place at the country houses where bells rang at 5 in the morning. Sylvia had heard of such country houses, but she didn't know of any. She imagined that they might be the baronial halls of such barons of the crown as had patronymics ending in Shen, Stein, and Baum. There were getting to be a good many of these, but Sylvia did not visit them. She had in her that much of the papist. Certain of her more brilliant girlfriends certainly made very sudden marriages, but the averages of those were not markedly higher than in the case of the daughters of doctors, solicitors, the clergy, the lord mayors, and common councilmen. They were the product usually of the more informal type of dance, of inexperience and champagne, of champagne of unaccustomed strength, or of champagne taken in unusual circumstances, fasting as often as not. They were, these hasty marriages, hardly ever the result of either passion or temperamental lewdness. In her own case, years ago now, she had certainly been taken advantage of after champagne by a married man called Drake. A bit of a brute she acknowledged him now to be. But after the event, passion had developed, intense on her side and quite intense enough on his. When, in a scare that had been as much her mother's as her own, she had led Tietjens on and married him in Paris to be out of the way, though it was fortunate that the English Catholic Church of the Avenue Hoche had been the scene of her mother's marriage also, thus establishing a precedent and an ostensible reason. There had been dreadful scenes right up to the very night of the marriage. She had hardly to close her eyes in order to see the Paris hotel bedroom, the distorted face of Drake, who was mad with grief and jealousy, against a background of white things, flowers and the like, sent in overnight for the wedding. She knew that she had been very near death. She had wanted death. And even now she had only to see the name of Drake in the paper. Her mother's influence with the pompous front bencher of the upper house, her cousin, had put Drake in the way of colonial promotions that were recorded in gazettes. Nay, she had only involuntarily to think of that night, and she would stop dead, speaking or walking, drive her nails into her palms and groan slightly. She had to invent a chronic stitch in her heart to account for this groan, which ended in a mumble and seemed to herself to degrade her. The miserable memory would come, ghost-like, at any time, anywhere. She would see Drake's face dark against the white things. She would feel the thin nightgown lipping off her shoulder, but most of all she would seem, in darkness that excluded the light of any room in which she might be, to be transfused by the mental agony that there she had felt, the longing for the brute who had mangled her, the dreadful pain of the mind. The odd thing was that the sight of Drake himself, whom she had seen several times since the outbreak of the war, left her completely without emotion. She had no aversion, but no longing for him. She had nevertheless longing, but she knew it was longing merely to experience again that dreadful feeling, and not with Drake. Her turnings down, then, of the really nice men, if it were a sport, was a sport not without a spice of danger. She imagined that after a success she must feel much of the exhilaration that men told her they felt after bringing off a clean right and left, and no doubt she felt some of the emotions that the same young men felt when they were out shooting with beginners. Her personal chastity she now cherished much as she cherished her personal cleanliness, and persevered in her Swedish exercises after her baths before an open window, her rides afterwards, and her long nights of dancing, which she would pursue in any room that was decently ventilated. Indeed, the two sides of life were, in her mind, intimately connected. She kept herself attractive by her skilfully selected exercises and cleanlinesses, and the same fatigues, healthful as they were, kept her in the mood for chastity of life. She had done so ever since her return to her husband, and this not because of any attachment to her husband or to virtue as such, as because she had made the pact with herself out of caprice, and meant to keep it. She had to have men at her feet. That was, as it were, the price of her purely social daily bread, as it was the price of the daily bread of her intimates. She was, and had been for many years, absolutely continent. And so very likely were, and had been, all her Moiras and Megs and Lady Marjories, but she was perfectly aware that they had to have, above their assemblies as it were, a light vapour of the airs and habits of the brothel. The public demanded that, a light vapour like the slight traces of steam that she had seen glutinously adhering to the top of the water in the crocodile houses of the zoo. It was indeed the price, and she was aware that she had been lucky. Not many of the hastily married young women of her set really kept their heads above water in her set. For a season you would read that Lady Marjorie and Captain Hunt, after a presentation at court on the occasion of her marriage, were to be seen at Roehampton, at Goodwood and the like, Photographs of the young couple striding along with the palings of the Row behind them would appear for a month or so. Then the records of their fashionable doings would transfer themselves to the lists of the attendants and attachés of distant viceregal courts in tropics bad for the complexion. And then no more of he and she, as Sylvia put it. In her case it hadn't been so bad, but it had been nearish. She had had the advantage of being an only daughter of a very rich woman. Her husband wasn't just any Captain Hunt to stick on a viceregal staff. He was in a first-class office, and when Angelique wrote notes on the young ménage, she could, Angelique's ideas of these things being hazy, always refer to the husband as the future Lord Chancellor or ambassador to Vienna. And their little, frightfully expensive establishment, to which her mother, who had lived with them, had very handsomely contributed, had floated them over the first dangerous 2 years. They had entertained like mad, and 2 much-canvassed scandals had had their beginnings in Sylvia's small drawing-room. She had been quite established when she had gone off with Perrone. And coming back had not been so difficult. She had expected it would be, but it hadn't. Tietjens had stipulated for large rooms in Gray's Inn. That hadn't seemed to her to be reasonable, but she imagined that he wanted to be near his friend, and though she had no gratitude to Tietjens for taking her back, and nothing but repulsion from the idea of living in his house as they were making a bargain, she owed it to herself to be fair. She had never swindled a railway company, bought dutiable scent past a customs house, or represented to a second-hand dealer that her clothes were less worn than they were, though with her prestige she could actually have done this. It was fair that Tietjens should live where he wished, and lived where they did, their very tall windows looking straight into those of McMaster across the Georgian quadrangle. They had 2 floors of a great building, and that gave them a great deal of space. The breakfast room, in which during the war they also lunched, was an immense room, completely lined with books that were nearly all calf-backed, with an immense mirror over an immense carved yellow and white marble mantelpiece, and 3 windows that, in their great height, with the spideriness of their divisions and their old bulging glass, some of the panes were faintly violet in age, gave to the room an 18th century distinction. It suited, she admitted, Tietjens, who was an 18th century figure of the Dr. Johnson type, the only 18th century type of which she knew, except for that of the beau something who wore white satin and ruffles, went to Bath, and must have been indescribably tiresome. Above, she had a great white drawing-room with fixings that she knew were 18th century and to be respected. For Tietjens, again she admitted, had a marvellous gift for old furniture. He despised it as such, but he knew it down to the ground. Once, when her friend Lady Moira had been deploring the expense of having her new little house furnished from top to toe under the advice of Sir John Robertson, the specialist, the Moiras had sold Arlington Street stock, lock and barrel to some American, Tietjens, who had come in to tea and had been listening without speaking, had said, with the soft good nature, rather sentimental in tone, that once in a blue moon he would bestow on her prettiest friends. "You had better let me do it for you." Taking a look round Sylvia's great drawing-room, with the white panels, the Chinese lacquer screens, the red lacquer and ormolu cabinets, and the immense blue and pink carpet, and Sylvia knew that if only for the 3 panels by a fellow called Fragonard, bought just before Fragonards had been boomed by the late king, her drawing-room was something remarkable, Lady Moira had said to Tietjens, rather flutteringly, and almost with the voice with which she began one of her affairs, "Oh, if only you would." He had done it, and he had done it for a quarter of the estimate of Sir John Robertson. He had done it without effort, as if with a roll or 2 of his elephantine shoulders, for he seemed to know what was in every dealer's and auctioneer's catalogue by looking at the green halfpenny stamp on the wrapper. And still more astonishingly, he had made love to Lady Moira. They had stopped twice with the Moiras in Gloucestershire, and the Moiras had 3 times week-ended with Mrs. Satterthwaite as the Tietjens' invitée. Tietjens had made love to Lady Moira quite prettily, and sufficiently to tide Moira over until she was ready to begin her affair with Sir William Heathley. For the matter of that, Sir John Robertson, the specialist in old furniture, challenged by Lady Moira to pick holes in her beautiful house, had gone there, poked his large spectacles against cabinets, smelt the varnish of table-tops, and bitten the backs of chairs in his ancient and short-sighted way, and had then told Lady Moira that Tietjens had bought her nothing that wasn't worth a bit more than he had given for it. This increased their respect for the old fellow. It explained his several millions. For if the old fellow proposed to make out of a friend like Moira a profit of 300%, limiting it to that out of sheer affection for a pretty woman, what wouldn't he make out of a national enemy like a United States senator? And the old man took a great fancy to Tietjens himself, which Tietjens, to Sylvia's bewilderment, did not resent. The old man would come in to tea, and if Tietjens were present, would stay for hours talking about old furniture. Tietjens would listen without talking. Sir John would expatiate over and over again about this to Mrs. Tietjens. It was extraordinary. Tietjens went purely by instinct, by taking a glance at a thing and chancing its price. According to Sir John, one of the most remarkable feats of the furniture trade had been Tietjens' purchase of the Hemingway bureau for Lady Moira. Tietjens, in his dislikeful way, had bought this at a cottage sale for £3 10s, and had told Lady Moira it was the best piece she would ever possess. Lady Moira had gone to the sale with him. Other dealers present had hardly looked at it. Tietjens certainly hadn't opened it. But at Lady Moira's, poking his spectacles into the upper part of the glazed piece, Sir John had put his nose straight on the little bit of inserted yellow wood by a hinge, bearing signature, name and date, John Hemingway, Bath, 1784. Sylvia remembered them because Sir John told her so often. It was a lost piece that the furnishing world had been after for many years. For that exploit the old man seemed to love Tietjens. That he loved Sylvia herself she was quite aware. He fluttered round her tremulously, gave fantastic entertainments in her honour, and was the only man she had never turned down. He had a harem, so it was said, in an enormous house at Brighton or somewhere. But it was another sort of love he bestowed on Tietjens, the rather pathetic love that the aged bestow on their possible successors in office. Once Sir John came in to tea and quite formally and with a sort of portentousness announced that that was his 71st birthday and that he was a broken man. He seriously proposed that Tietjens should come into partnership with him with the reversion of the business, not of course of his private fortune. Tietjens had listened amiably, asking a detail or two of St. John's proposed arrangement. Then he had said with a rather caressing voice that he now and then bestowed on a pretty woman that he didn't think it would do. There would be too much beastly money about it. As a career it would be more congenial to him than his office, but there was too much beastly money about it. Once more, a little to Sylvia's surprise, but men are queer creatures, Sir John seemed to see this objection as quite reasonable, though he heard it with regret and combated it feebly. He went away with a relieved jauntiness, for if he couldn't have Tietjens, he couldn't, and he invited Sylvia to dine with him somewhere where they were going to have something fabulous and very nasty at about 2 guineas the ounce on the menu. Something like that. And during dinner Sir John had entertained her by singing the praises of her husband. He said that Tietjens was much too great a gentleman to be wasted on the old furniture trade. That was why he hadn't persisted. But he sent by Sylvia a message to the effect that if ever Tietjens did come to be in want of money. Occasionally Sylvia was worried to know why people, as they sometimes did, told her that her husband had great gifts. To her he was merely unaccountable. His actions and opinions seemed simply the products of caprice, like her own, and since she knew that most of her own manifestations were a matter of contrariety, she abandoned the habit of thinking much about him. But gradually and dimly she began to see that Tietjens had, at least, a consistency of character and a rather unusual knowledge of life. This came to her when she had to acknowledge that their move to the Inn of Court had been a social success and had suited herself. When they had discussed the change at Lobshed, or rather when Sylvia had unconditionally given in to every stipulation of Tietjens, he had predicted almost exactly what would happen, though it had been the affair of her mother's cousin's opera box that had most impressed her. He had told her at Lobshed that he had no intention of interfering with her social level, and he was convinced that he was not going to. He had thought about it a good deal. She hadn't much listened to him. She had thought, firstly, that he was a fool, and secondly, that he did mean to hurt her. And she acknowledged that he had a certain right. If, after she had been off with another man, she asked this one still to extend to her the honour of his name and the shelter of his roof, she had no right to object to his terms. Her only decent revenge on him was to live afterwards with such equanimity as to let him know the mortification of failure. But at Lobshed he had talked a lot of nonsense, as it had seemed to her, a mixture of prophecy and politics. The Chancellor of the Exchequer of that date had been putting pressure on the great landlords. The great landlords had been replying by cutting down their establishments and closing their townhouses, not to any great extent, but enough to make a very effective gesture of it, and so as to raise a considerable clamour from footmen and milliners. The Tietjens, both of them, were of the great landowning class. They could adopt that gesture of shutting up their Mayfair house and going to live in a wilderness, all the more if they made their wilderness a thoroughly comfortable affair. He had counselled her to present this aspect of the matter to her mother's cousin, the morosely portentous Rugli. Rugli was a great landowner, almost the greatest of all, and he was a landowner obsessed with a sense of his duties both to his dependents and his even remote relatives. Sylvia had only, Tietjens said, to go to the Duke and tell him that the Chancellor's exactions had forced them to this move, and that they had done it partly as a protest, and the Duke would accept it almost as a personal tribute to himself. He couldn't, even as a protest, be expected to shut up Mexborough, or reduce his expenses, but if his humbler relatives spiritedly did, he would almost certainly make it up to them. And Rugli's favours were on the portentous scale of everything about him. I shouldn't wonder, Tietjens had said, if he didn't lend you the Rugli box to entertain in. And that is exactly what had happened. The Duke, who must have kept a register of his remotest cousins, had shortly before their return to London heard that this young couple had parted with every prospect of a large and disagreeable scandal. He had approached Mrs. Satterthwaite, for whom he had a gloomy affection, and he had been pleased to hear that the rumour was a gross libel. So that when the young couple actually turned up again from Russia, Rugli, who perceived that they were not only together, but to all appearances quite united, was determined not only to make it up to them, but to show, in order to abash their libellers, as signal a mark of his favour as he could without inconvenience to himself. He therefore twice, being a widower, invited Mrs. Satterthwaite to entertain for him, Sylvia to invite the guests, and then had Mrs. Tietjens' name placed on the roll of those who could have the Rugli box at the opera on application at the Rugli estate office when it wasn't wanted. This was a very great privilege, and Sylvia had known how to make the most of it. On the other hand, on the occasion of their conversation at Lobshed, Tietjens had prophesied what at the time seemed to her a lot of tosh. It had been 2 or 3 years before, but Tietjens had said that about the time grouse shooting began in 1914, a European conflagration would take place which would shut up half the houses in Mayfair and beggar their inhabitants. He had patiently supported his prophecy with financial statistics as to the approaching bankruptcy of various European powers and the growingly acquisitive skill and rapacity of the inhabitants of Great Britain. She had listened to that with some attention. It had seemed to her rather like the usual nonsense talked in country houses, where, irritatingly, he never talked. But she liked to be able to have a picturesque fact or two with which to support herself when she, too, to hold attention, wanted to issue moving statements as to revolutions, anarchies, and strife in the offing. And she had noticed that when she magpied Tietjens' conversations, more serious men in responsible positions were apt to argue with her and to pay her more attention than before. And now, walking along the table with her plate in her hand, she could not but acknowledge that, triumphantly and very comfortably for her, Tietjens had been right. In the third year of the war it was very convenient to have a dwelling, cheap, comfortable, almost august, and so easy to work that you could have at a pinch run it with one maid, though the faithful Hullo Central had not let it come to that yet. Being near Tietjens, she lifted her plate, which contained 2 cold cutlets in aspic and several leaves of salad. She wavered a little to one side, and with a circular motion of her hand let the whole contents fly at Tietjens' head. She placed the plate on the table and drifted slowly towards the enormous mirror over the fireplace. "I'm bored," she said. "Bored! Bored!" End of Part 2, Chapter 1, Section 1. Part 2, Chapter 1, Section 2 of Some Do Not by Madox. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Part 2, Chapter 1, Section 2. Tietjens had moved slightly as she had thrown the cutlets, and most of the salad leaves had gone over his shoulder. But one, couched, very green leaf was on his shoulder strap, and the oil and vinegar from the plate — Sylvia knew that she took too much of all condiments — had splashed from the revers of his tunic to his green staff badges. She was glad that she had hit him as much as that. It meant that her marksmanship had not been quite rotten. She was glad, too, that she had missed him. She was also supremely indifferent. It had occurred to her to do it, and she had done it. Of that she was glad. She looked at herself for some time in the mirror of bluish depths. She pressed her immense bandeau with both hands onto her ears. She was all right. High-featured, alabaster complexion, but that was mostly the mirror's doing. Beautiful, long, cool hands. What man's forehead wouldn't long for them? And that hair! What man wouldn't think of it unloosed on white shoulders? Well, Tietjens wouldn't. Or perhaps he did. She hoped he did. Curse him, for he never saw that sight. Obviously sometimes at night, with a little whisky taken, he must want to. She rang the bell and bade Hullo Central sweep the plateful from the carpet. Hullo Central, tall and dark, looking with wide-open eyes motionlessly at nothing. Sylvia went along the bookshelves, pausing over a book-back. Vitae hominum notis, in gilt irregular capitals, pressed deep into the old leather. At the first long window she supported herself by the blind cord. She looked out and back into the room. "There's that veiled woman," she said, "going into 11. It's 2 o'clock, of course." She looked at her husband's back hard, the clumsy khaki back that was getting round-shouldered now. Hard. She wasn't going to miss a motion or a stiffening. "I found out who it is," she said, "and who she goes to. I got it out of the porter." She waited. Then she added, "It's the woman you travelled down from Bishop's Auckland with, on the day war was declared." Tietjens turned solidly round in his chair. She knew he would do that out of stiff politeness, so it meant nothing. His face was whitish in the pale light, but it was always whitish since he had come back from France and passed his day in a tin hut among dust heaps. He said, "So you saw me." But that too was mere politeness. She said, "Of course, the whole crowd of us from Claudine saw you. It was old Campion who said she was a Mrs. I've forgotten the name." Tietjens said, "I imagine he would know her. I saw him looking closely in from the corridor." She said, "Is she your mistress or only McMaster's, or the mistress of both of you? It would be like you to have a mistress in common. She's got a mad husband, hasn't she, a clergyman?" Tietjens said, "She hasn't." Sylvia checked suddenly in her next question, and Tietjens, who in these discussions never manoeuvred for position, said, "She has been Mrs. McMaster over 6 months." Sylvia said, "She married him then the day after her husband's death." She drew a long breath and added, "I don't care. She's been coming here every Friday for 3 years. I tell you I shall expose her unless that little beast pays you tomorrow the money he owes you. God knows you need it." She said then, hurriedly, for she didn't know how Tietjens might take that proposition, "Mrs. Wannop rang up this morning to know who was, the evil genius of the Congress of Vienna. Who, by the by, is Mrs. Wannop's secretary? She wants to see you this afternoon, about war babies." Tietjens said Mrs. Wannop hasn't got a secretary. It's her daughter who does her ringing up. "The girl," Sylvia said, "you were so potty about at that horrible afternoon McMaster gave. Has she had a war baby by you? They all say she's your mistress." Tietjens said, "No, Miss Wannop isn't my mistress. Her mother has had a commission to write an article about war babies. I told her yesterday there weren't any war babies to speak of, and she's upset because she won't be able to make a sensational article. She wants to try and make me change my mind." Sylvia said, "It was Miss Wannop at that beastly affair of your friend's?" Sylvia asked, "And I suppose the woman who received you was Mrs. What's-her-name, your other mistress? An unpleasant show. I don't think much of your taste. The one where all the horrible geniuses in London were. There was a man like a rabbit talked to me about how to write poetry." "That's no good as an identification of the party," Tietjens said. "McMaster gives a party every Friday, not Saturday. He has for years. Mrs. McMaster goes there every Friday to act as hostess. She has for years. Miss Wannop goes there every Friday after she has done work for her mother to support Mrs. McMaster." "She has for years," Sylvia mocked him. "And you go there every Friday to croodle over Miss Wannop." "Oh, Christopher," she adopted a mock pathetic voice, "I never did have much opinion of your taste, but not that. Don't let it be that. Put her back. She's too young for you." "All the geniuses in London," Tietjens continued equably, "go to McMaster's every Friday. He has been trusted with the job of giving away royal literary bounty money. That's why they go. They go. That's why he was given his C.B." "I should not have thought they counted," Sylvia said. "Of course they count," Tietjens said. "They write for the press. They can get anybody anything, except themselves." "Like you," Sylvia said. "Exactly like you. They're a lot of bribed squits." "Oh no," Tietjens said. "It isn't done obviously or discreditably. Don't believe that McMaster distributes £40 yearly of bounty on condition that he gets advancement. He hasn't himself the least idea of how it works, except by his atmosphere." "I never knew a beastlier atmosphere," Sylvia said. "It reeked of rabbit's food." "You're quite mistaken," Tietjens said. "That is the Russian leather of the backs of the specially bound presentation copies in the large bookcase." "I don't know what you're talking about," Sylvia said. "What are presentation copies? I should have thought you'd had enough of the beastly Russian smells Kiev stunk of." Tietjens considered for a moment. "No, I don't remember it," he said. "Kiev? Oh, it's where we were. You put half your mother's money," Sylvia said, "into the government of Kiev, 12.5%, city tramways." At that Tietjens certainly winced, a type of wincing that Sylvia hadn't wanted. "You're not fit to go out tomorrow," she said. "I shall write to old Campion." "Mrs. Duchemin," Tietjens said woodenly. "Mrs. McMaster, that is, also used to burn a little incense in the room before the parties. Those Chinese stinks, what do they call them? Well, it doesn't matter," he added that resignedly. Then he went on, "Don't you make any mistake. Mrs. McMaster is a very superior woman, enormously efficient, tremendously respected. I shouldn't advise even you to come up against her now she's in the saddle." Mrs. Tietjens said, "That sort of woman." Tietjens said, "I don't say you will ever come up against her. Your spheres differ. But if you do, don't. I say it because you seem to have got your knife into her." "I don't like that sort of thing going on under my windows," Sylvia said. Tietjens said, "What sort of thing?" "I was trying to tell you a little about Mrs. McMaster. She's like the woman who was the mistress of the man who burned the other fellow's horrid book. I can't remember the names." Sylvia said quickly, "Don't try." In a slower tone she added, "I don't in the least want to know." "Well, she was an Egeria," Tietjens said. "An inspiration to the distinguished Mrs. McMaster is all that. The geniuses swarm round her, and with the really select ones she corresponds. She writes superior letters about the higher morality usually, very delicate in feeling. Scotch, naturally. When they go abroad she sends them snatches of London literary happenings. Well done, mind you. And then every now and then she slips in something she wants McMaster to have, but with great delicacy. Say it's this C.B. She transfuses into the minds of Genius 1, 2 and 3 the idea of CB for McMaster. Genius number 1 lunches with the Deputy Sub-Patronage Secretary, who looks after literary honours and lunches with geniuses to get the gossip. "Why," Sylvia said, "did you lend McMaster all that money?" Sylvia asked. "Mind you," Tietjens continued his own speech, "it's perfectly proper. That's the way patronage is distributed in this country. It's the way it should be. The only clean way. Mrs. Duchemin backs McMaster because he's a first-class fellow for his job. And she is an influence over the geniuses because she's a first-class person for hers. She represents the higher, nicer morality for really nice Scots. Before long she will be getting tickets stopped from being sent to people for the Academy soirees. She already does it for the Royal Bounty dinners. A little later, when McMaster is knighted for bashing the French in the eye, she'll have a tiny share in Augusta assemblies. Those people have to ask somebody for advice. Well, one day you'll want to present some debutante and you won't get a ticket." "Then I'm glad," Sylvia exclaimed, "that I wrote to Brownie's uncle about the woman. I was a little sorry this morning because, from what Glorvina told me, you're in such a devil of a hole." "Who's Brownie's uncle?" Tietjens asked. Lord, the banker? I know Brownie's uncle in his uncle's bank." "Port Scatho," Sylvia said. "I wish you wouldn't act forgetting people's names. You overdo it." Tietjens' face went a shade whiter. "Port Scatho," he said, "is the chairman of the in-billeting committee, of course. And you wrote to him?" "I'm sorry," Sylvia said. I'm sorry I said that about your forgetting." "I wrote to him and said that, as a resident of the inn, I objected to your mistress," he knows the relationship, of course, "creeping in every Friday under a heavy veil and creeping out every Saturday at 4 in the morning." "Lord Port Scatho knows about my relationship," Tietjens began. "He saw her in your arms in the train," Sylvia said. "It upset Brownie so much he offered to shut down your overdraft and return any cheques you had out marked RD. "To please you?" Tietjens asked. "Do bankers do that sort of thing? It's a new light on British society." "I suppose bankers try to please their women friends like other men," Sylvia said. "I told him very emphatically it wouldn't please me, but—" She hesitated. "I wouldn't give him a chance to get back on you. I don't want to interfere in your affairs, but Brownie doesn't like you." "He wants you to divorce me and marry him?" Tietjens asked. "How did you know?" Sylvia asked indifferently. "I let him give me lunch now and then because it's convenient to have him manage my affairs, you being away. But of course he hates you for being in the army. All the men who aren't hate all the men that are. And of course when there's a woman between them, the men who aren't do all they can to do the others in. When they're bankers, they have a pretty good pull." "I suppose they have," Tietjens said vaguely. "Of course they would have." Sylvia abandoned the blind cord on which she had been dragging with one hand. In order that light might fall on her face and give more impressiveness to her words, for in a minute or two, when she felt brave enough, she meant really to let him have her bad news, she drifted to the fireplace. He followed her round, turning on his chair to give her his face. She said, "Look here, it's all the fault of this beastly war, isn't it? Can you deny it? I mean that decent gentlemanly fellows like Brownie have turned into beastly squits." "I suppose it is," Tietjens said dully. "Yes, certainly it is. You're quite right. It's the incidental degeneration of the heroic impulse. If the heroic impulse has too even a strain put on it, the incidental degeneration gets the upper hand. That accounts for the Brownies, all the Brownies, turning squits." "Then why do you go on with it?" Sylvia said. "God knows I would wangle you out if you'd back me in the least little way." Tietjens said, "Thanks. I prefer to remain in it. How else am I to get a living?" "You know then," Sylvia exclaimed almost shrilly, "you know that they won't have you back in the office if they can find a way of getting you out?" "Oh, they'll find that," Tietjens said. He continued his other speech. "When we go to war with France," he said dully. And Sylvia knew he was only now formulating his settled opinion so as not to have his active brain to give to the discussion. He must be thinking hard of the Wannop girl, with her littleness, her tweed skirtishness, a provincial miniature of herself, Sylvia Tietjens. If she then had been miniature, provincial. But Tietjens' words cut her as if she had been lashed with a dog whip. We shall behave more creditably, he had said, because there will be less heroic impulses about it. We shall, half of us, be ashamed of ourselves, so there will be much less incidental degeneration. Sylvia, who by that was listening to him, abandoned the consideration of Miss Wannop and the pretence that obsessed her of Tietjens talking to the girl against a background of books at McMaster's party. She exclaimed, "Good God, what are you talking about?" Tietjens went on, "About our next war with France. We're the natural enemies of the French. We have to make our bread either by robbing them or making cat's paws of them." Sylvia said, "We can't, we couldn't." "We've got to," Tietjens said. "It's the condition of our existence. We're a practically bankrupt, overpopulated northern country. They're rich southerners with a falling population. Towards 1930 we shall have to do what Prussia did in 1914. Our conditions will be exactly those of Prussia then. It's the... what's it called?" "But," Sylvia cried out, "you're a Franco-maniac. You're thought to be a French agent. That's what's bitching your career." "I am?" Tietjens asked, uninterestedly. He added, "Yes, that probably would bitch my career." He went on with a little more animation and a little more of his mind. "And that will be a war worth seeing. None of their drunken rat-fighting for imbecile boodlers." "It would drive mother mad," Sylvia said. "Oh no, it wouldn't," Tietjens said. "It will stimulate her if she is still alive. Our heroes won't be drunk with wine and lechery. Our squits won't stay at home and stab the heroes in the back. Our Minister for Water Closets won't keep 2.5 million men in any base in order to get the votes of their women at a general election. That's been the first evil effect of giving women the vote. With the French holding Ireland and stretching in a solid line from Bristol to Whitehall, we should hang the minister before he had time to sign the papers. And we should be decently loyal to our Prussian allies and brothers. Our cabinet won't hate them as they hate the French for being frugal and strong in logic and well-educated and remorselessly practical. Prussians are the sort of fellows you can be hoggish with when you want to." Sylvia interjected violently. "For God's sake, stop it. You almost make me believe what you say is true. I tell you, mother would go mad. Her greatest friend is the Duchess Tonnerre-Châteauroux." "Well," Tietjens said, "your greatest friends are the Austrian officers you take chocolates and flowers to, that there was all the row about. We're at war with them, and you haven't gone mad." "I don't know," Sylvia said. "Sometimes I think I am going mad." She drooped. Tietjens, his face very strained, was looking at the tablecloth. He muttered, "Metkos." Sylvia said, "Do you know a poem called Somewhere? It begins, 'Somewhere or other there must surely be.'" Tietjens said, "I'm sorry. No, I haven't been able to get up my poetry again." Sylvia said, "Don't." She added, "You've got to be at the War Office at 4:15, haven't you? What's the time now?" She extremely wanted to give him her bad news before he went. She extremely wanted to put off giving it as long as she could. She wanted to reflect on the matter first. She wanted also to keep up a desultory conversation, or he might leave the room. She didn't want to have to say to him, "Wait a minute, I've got something to say to you," for she might not at that moment be in the mood. He said it was not yet 2. He could give her an hour and a half more. To keep the conversation going, she said, "I suppose the Wannop girl is making bandages or being a whack, something forceful." Tietjens said, "No, she's a pacifist as you. Not so impulsive, but on the other hand she has more arguments. I should say she'll be in prison before the war's over." "A nice time you must have between the two of us," Sylvia said. The memory of her interview with the great lady nicknamed Glorvina, though it was not at all a good nickname, was coming over her forcibly. She said, "I suppose you're always talking it over with her. You see her every day." She imagined that might keep him occupied for a minute or two. He said, she caught the sense of it only, and quite indifferently, that he had tea with Mrs. Wannop every day. She had moved to a place called Bedford Park, which was near his office, not 3 minutes' walk. The War Office had put a lot of huts on some public green in that neighbourhood. He only saw the daughter once a week at most. They never talked about the war. It was too disagreeable a subject for the young woman, or rather too painful. His talk gradually drifted into unfinished sentences. They played that comedy occasionally, for it is impossible for two people to live in the same house and not have some common meeting ground. So they would each talk, sometimes talking at great length and with politeness, each thinking his or her thoughts until they drifted into silence. End of Part 2, Chapter 1, Section 2. Part 2, Chapter 1, Section 3 of Some Do Not by Ford Madox Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Part 2, Chapter 1, Section 3. And since she had acquired the habit of going into retreat with an Anglican sisterhood in order to annoy Tietjens, who hated converts and considered that the communions should not mix, Sylvia had acquired also the habit of losing herself almost completely in reveries. Thus she was now vaguely conscious that a greyish lump, Tietjens, sat at the head of a whitish expanse, the lunch table. There were also books. Actually, she was seeing a quite different figure, and other books, the books of Glorvina's husband, for the great lady had received Sylvia in that statesman's library. Glorvina, who was the mother of two of Sylvia's absolutely most intimate friends, had sent for Sylvia. She wished, kindly and even wittily, to remonstrate with Sylvia because of her complete abstention from any patriotic activity. She offered Sylvia the address of a place in the city where she could buy wholesale and ready-made diapers for babies, which Sylvia could present to some charity or other as being her own work. Sylvia said she would do nothing of the sort, and Glorvina said she would present the idea to poor Mrs. Pilsenhauser. She, Glorvina, said she spent some time every day thinking out acts of patriotism for the distressed rich with foreign names, accents, or antecedents. Glorvina was a 50-ish lady with a pointed grey face and a hard aspect, but when she was inclined to be witty or to plead earnestly, she had a kind manner. The room in which they were was over a Belgravia back garden. It was lit by a skylight, and the shadows from above deepened the lines of her face, accentuating the rather dusty grey of the hair, as well as both the hardness and the kind manner. This very much impressed Sylvia, who was used to seeing the lady by artificial light. She said, however, "You don't suggest, Glorvina, that I'm the distressed rich with a foreign name?" The great lady had said, "My dear Sylvia, it isn't so much you as your husband. Your last exploit with the Esterhazys and the Metternichs has pretty well done for him. You forget that the present powers-to-be are not logical." Sylvia remembered that she had sprung up from her leather saddle-back chair, exclaiming, "You mean to say that those unspeakable swine think that I'm—" Glorvina said patiently, "My dear Sylvia, I've already said it's not you. It's your husband that suffers. He appears to be too good a fellow to suffer. Mr. Waterhouse says so. I don't know him myself well." Sylvia remembered that she had said, "And who in the world is Mr. Waterhouse?" and hearing that Mr. Waterhouse was a late Liberal minister, had lost interest. She couldn't indeed remember any of the further words of her hostess as words. The sense of them had too much overwhelmed her. She stood now looking at Tietjens and only occasionally seeing him, her mind completely occupied with the effort to recapture Glorvina's own words in the desire for exactness. Usually she remembered conversations pretty well, but on this occasion her mad fury, her feeling of nausea, the pain of her own nails in her palms, an unrecoverable sequence of emotions had overwhelmed her. She looked at Tietjens now with a sort of gloating curiosity. How was it possible that the most honourable man she knew should be so overwhelmed by foul and baseless rumours? It made you suspect that honour had in itself a quality of the evil eye. Tietjens, his face pallid, was fingering a piece of toast. He muttered, it's met. He wiped his brow with a table napkin, looked at it with a start, threw it on the floor, and pulled out a handkerchief. He muttered, Meta. His face illuminated itself like the face of a child listening at a shell. Sylvia screamed with a passion of hatred. "For God's sake, say Metternich! You're driving me mad!" When she looked at him again, his face had cleared, and he was walking quickly to the telephone in the corner of the room. He asked her to excuse him, and gave a number at Ealing. He said, after a moment, "Mrs. Wannop? Oh, my wife has just reminded me that Metternich was the evil genius of the Congress of Vienna." He said, "Yes, yes," and listened. After a time he said, "Oh, you could put it stronger than that. You could put it that the Tory determination to ruin Napoleon at all costs was one of those pieces of party imbecility that, etc. Yes, Castlereagh. And of course Wellington. I'm very sorry, I must ring off. Yes, tomorrow at 8:30 from Waterloo. No, I shan't be seeing her again. No, she's made a mistake. Yes, give her my love. Goodbye." He was reversing the earpiece to hang it up, but a high-pitched series of yelps from the instrument forced it back to his ear. "Oh, war babies!" he exclaimed. "I've already sent the statistics off to you. No, there isn't a marked increase of the illegitimacy rate, except in patches. The rate's appallingly high in the lowlands of Scotland, but it always is appallingly high there." He laughed and said good-naturedly, "Oh, you're an old journalist. You won't let 50 quid go for that." He was breaking off, but, "Oh," he suddenly exclaimed, "here's another idea for you. The rate's about the same, probably because of this. Half the fellows who go out to France are reckless because it's the last chance, as they see it. But the other half are made twice as conscientious. A decent Tommy thinks twice about leaving his girl in trouble just before he's killed. The divorce statistics are up, of course, because people will chance making new starts within the law." "Thanks, thanks." He hung up the earpiece. Listening to that conversation had extraordinarily cleared Sylvia's mind. She said, almost sorrowfully, "I suppose that's why you don't seduce that girl." And she knew, she had known at once from the suddenly changed inflection of Tietjens' voice when he had said, "A decent Tommy thinks twice before leaving his girl in trouble," that Tietjens himself had thought twice. She looked at him now, almost incredulously, but with great coolness. Why shouldn't he, she asked herself, give himself a little pleasure with his girl before going to almost certain death? She felt a real sharp pain at her heart. A poor wretch in such a devil of a hole. She had moved to a chair close beside the fireplace and now sat looking at him, leaning interestedly forward as if at a garden party she had been finding par impossible, a pastoral play not so badly produced. Tietjens was a fabulous monster. He was a fabulous monster not because he was honourable and virtuous. She had known several very honourable and very virtuous men. If she had never known an honourable or virtuous woman except among her French or Austrian friends, that was no doubt because virtuous and honourable women did not amuse her, or because, except just for the French and Austrians, they were not Roman Catholics. But the honourable and virtuous men she had known had usually prospered and been respected. They weren't the great fortunes, but they were well-offish, well spoken of the country gentleman type. Tietjens. She arranged her thoughts. To get one point settled in her mind, she asked, "What really happened to you in France? What is really the matter with your memory, or your brain, is it?" He said carefully, "It's half of it, an irregular piece of it, dead, or rather pale, without a proper blood supply. So a great portion of it, in the shape of memory, has gone." She said, "But you, without a brain?" As this was not a question, he did not answer. His going at once to the telephone, as soon as he was in possession of the name Metternich, had at last convinced her that he had not been for the last 4 months acting hypochondriacal or merely lying to obtain sympathy or extended sick leave. Amongst Sylvia's friends, a wangle known as shell-shock was cynically laughed at and quite approved of. Quite decent, and as far as she knew, quite brave menfolk of her women would openly boast that when they had had enough of it over there, they would wangle a little leave or get a little leave extended by simulating this purely nominal disease, and in the general carnival of lying, lechery, drink and howling that this affair was, to pretend to a little shell-shock had seemed to her to be almost virtuous. At any rate, if a man passed his time at garden parties, or, as for the last month Tietjens had done, passed his time in a tin hut amongst dust heaps, going to tea every afternoon in order to help Mrs. Wannop with her newspaper articles. When men were so engaged, they were at least not trying to kill each other. She said now, "Do you mind telling me what actually happened to you?" He said, "I don't know that I can very well. Something burst, or exploded is probably the right word, near me in the dark. I expect you'd rather not hear about it." "I want to," Sylvia said. He said, "The point about it is that I don't know what happened and I don't remember what I did. There are 3 weeks of my life dead. What I remember is being in a CCS and not being able to remember my own name." "You mean that," Sylvia said. "It's not just a way of talking." "No, it's not just a way of talking," Tietjens answered. "I lay in bed in the CCS. Your friends were dropping bombs on it." "You might not call them my friends," Sylvia said. Tietjens said, "I beg your pardon. One gets into a loose way of speaking. The poor bloody Huns, then, were dropping bombs from aeroplanes on the hospital huts. I'm not suggesting they knew it was a CCS. It was no doubt just carelessness." "You needn't spare the Germans for me," Sylvia said. "You needn't spare any man who has killed another man." "I was then dreadfully worried," Tietjens went on. "I was composing a preface for a book on Arminianism." "You haven't written a book," Sylvia exclaimed eagerly, because she thought that if Tietjens took to writing a book, there might be a way of his earning a living. Many people had told her that he ought to write a book. "No, I hadn't written a book," Tietjens said, "and I didn't know what Arminianism was." "You know perfectly well what the Arminian heresy is," Sylvia said sharply. "You explained it all to me years ago." "Yes," Tietjens exclaimed, "years ago I could have, but I couldn't then. I could now, but I was a little worried about it then. It's a little awkward to write a preface about a subject of which you know nothing. But it didn't seem to me to be discreditable in an army sense. Still, it worried me dreadfully not to know my own name. I lay and worried and thought how discreditable it would appear if a nurse came along and asked me, and I didn't know. Of course, my name was on a luggage label tied to my collar, but I'd forgotten they did that to casualties. Then a lot of people carried pieces of a nurse down the hut. The German bombs had done that, of course. They were still dropping about the place." "But good heavens," Sylvia cried out, "do you mean they carried a dead nurse past you?" "The poor dear wasn't dead," Tietjens said. "I wish she had been. Her name was Beatrice Carmichael, the first name I learned after my collapse. She's dead now, of course." That seemed to wake up a fellow on the other side of the room with a lot of blood coming through the bandages on his head. He rolled out of his bed and without a word walked across the hut and began to strangle me. "But this isn't believable," Sylvia said. "I'm sorry, but I can't believe it. You were an officer. They couldn't have carried a wounded nurse under your nose. They must have known your sister Caroline was a nurse and was killed." "Carrie," Tietjens said, "was drowned on a hospital ship. I thank God I didn't have to connect the other girl with her. But you don't suppose that in addition to one's name, rank, unit and date of admission, they'd put that I'd lost a sister and 2 brothers in action and a father of a broken heart, I dare say." "But you only lost 1 brother," Sylvia said. "I went into mourning for him and your sister." "No, 2, Tietjens said. But the fellow who was strangling me was what I wanted to tell you about. He let out a number of ear-piercing shrieks and lots of orderlies came and pulled him off me and sat all over him. Then he began to shout, 'Faith!' He shouted, 'Faith! Faith! Faith!' at intervals of 2 seconds, and as far as I could tell by my pulse until 4 in the morning, when he died. I don't know whether it was a religious exhortation or a woman's name, but I disliked him a good deal because he started my tortures, such as they were. There had been a girl I knew called Faith. Oh, not a love affair, the daughter of my father's head gardener, a Scotsman. The point is that every time he said Faith, I asked myself, Faith? Faith what? I couldn't remember the name of my father's head gardener." Sylvia, who was thinking of other things, asked, "What was the name?" Tietjens answered, I don't know to this day. The point is that when I knew that I didn't know that name, I was as ignorant, as uninstructed as a newborn babe, and much more worried about it. The Koran says, I've got as far as K in my reading of the Encyclopaedia Britannica every afternoon at Mrs. Wannop's. The strong man when smitten is smitten in his pride. Of course, I got King's Regs and the MML and infantry field training and all the ACIs to date by heart very quickly, and that's all a British officer is really encouraged to know. "Oh, Christopher," Sylvia said, "you read that encyclopedia? It's pitiful. You used to despise it so." "That's what's meant by smitten in his pride," Tietjens said. "Of course, what I read or hear now I remember, but I haven't got to M, much less V. That was why I was worried about Metternich and the Congress of Vienna. I try to remember things on my own, but I haven't yet done so. You see, it's as if a certain area of my brain has been wiped white. Occasionally one name suggests another. You noticed when I got to Metternich it suggested Castlereagh and Wellington and even other names. But that's what the Department of Statistics will get me on when they fire me out. The real reason will be that I've served, but they'll pretend it's because I've no more general knowledge than is to be found in the encyclopedia, or 2/3 or more or less, according to the duration of the war. Or, of course, the real reason will be that I won't fake statistics to dish the French with. They asked me to the other day as a holiday task, and when I refused you should have seen their faces. "Have you really," Sylvia asked, "lost 2 brothers in action?" "Yes," Tietjens answered, "Curly and Longshanks. You never saw them because they were always in India. They weren't noticeable." "2," Sylvia said. "I only wrote to your father about 1, called Edward, and your sister Caroline, in the same letter." "Carrie wasn't noticeable either," Tietjens said. "She did charity organisation, society work. But I remember you didn't like her. She was the born old maid." "Christopher," Sylvia asked, "do you still think your mother died of a broken heart because I left you?" Tietjens said, "Good God, no. I never thought so, and I don't think so. I know she didn't." "Then," Sylvia exclaimed, "she died of a broken heart because I came back. It's no good protesting that you don't think so. I remember your face when you opened the telegram at Lobsheed. Miss Wannop forwarded it from Rye. I remember the postmark. She was born to do me ill. The moment you got it, I could see you thinking that you must conceal from me that you thought it was because of me she died. I could see you wondering if it wouldn't be practicable to conceal from me that she was dead. You couldn't, of course, do that, because you remember we were to have gone to Wiesbaden and show ourselves, and we couldn't do that because we should have to be in mourning. So you took me to Russia to get out of taking me to the funeral." "I took you to Russia," Tietjens said, "I remember it all now, because I had an order from Sir Robert Ingleby to attend the British Consul General in preparing a Blue Book statistical table of the government of Kiev. It appeared to be the most industrially promising region in the world in those days. It isn't now, naturally. I shall never see back a penny of the money I put into it. I thought I was clever in those days. And of course, yes, the money was my mother's settlement. It comes back. Yes, of course." "Did you," Sylvia asked, "get out of taking me to your mother's funeral because you thought I should defile your mother's corpse by my presence? Or because you were afraid that in the presence of your mother's body you wouldn't be able to conceal from me that you thought I killed her? Don't deny it. And don't get out of it by saying that you can't remember those days. You're remembering now that I killed your mother, that Miss Wannop sent the telegram. Why don't you score it against her that she sent the news? Or, good God, why don't you score it against yourself as the wrath of the Almighty that your mother was dying while you and that girl were croodling over each other at Rye, whilst I was at Lobsheed?" Tietjens wiped his brow with his handkerchief. "Well, let's drop that," Sylvia said. "God knows I've no right to put a spoke in that girl's wheel or in yours. If you love each other, you've a right to happiness, and I dare say she'll make you happy. I can't divorce you, being Catholic, but I won't make it difficult for you other ways, and self-contained people like you and her will manage somehow. You'll have learned the way from McMaster and his mistress. But, oh, Christopher Tietjens, have you ever considered how foully you've used me?" Tietjens looked at her attentively, as if with magpie anguish. "If," Sylvia went on, with her denunciation, "you had once in our lives said to me, 'You whore, you bitch, you killed my mother, may you rot in hell for it,' if you'd only once said something like it about the child, about Perrone, you might have done something to bring us together." Tietjens said, "That's, of course, true." I know Sylvia said you can't help it, but when in your famous county family pride, though a youngest son, you say to yourself, and I dare say if, oh Christ, you're shot in the trenches, you'll say it, oh, between the saddle and the ground, that you never did a dishonourable action, and mind you, I believe that no other man save one has ever had more right to say it than you, Tietjens said. You believe that? As I hope to stand before my Redeemer, Sylvia said, I believe it. But in the name of the Almighty, how could any woman live beside you and be forever forgiven? Or no, not forgiven, ignored. Well, be proud when you die because of your honour. But God, you be humble about your errors in judgment. You know what it is to ride a horse for miles with too tight a curb chain and its tongue cut almost in half. You remember the groom your father had who had the trick of turning the hunters out like that. And you horsewhipped him, and you've told me you've almost cried ever so often afterwards for thinking of that mare's mouth. Well, think of this mare's mouth sometimes. You've ridden me like that for 7 years. She stopped and then went on again. Don't you know, Christopher Tietjens, that there is only one man from whom a woman could take, neither I condemn thee, and not hate him more than she hates the fiend? Tietjens so looked at her that he contrived to hold her attention. I'd like you to let me ask you, he said, how I could throw stones at you. I have never disapproved of your actions. Her hands dropped dispiritedly to her sides. Oh, Christopher, she said, don't carry on that old play-acting. I shall never see you again, very likely to speak to. You'll sleep with the Wannop girl tonight. You're going out to be killed tomorrow. Let's be straight for the next 10 minutes or so, and give me your attention. The Wannop girl can spare that much if she's to have all the rest. She could see that he was giving her his whole mind. As you said just now, he exclaimed slowly, as I hope to meet my Redeemer, I believe you to be a good woman, one that never did a dishonourable thing. She recoiled a little in her chair. Then, she said, you're the wicked man I've always made believe to think you, though I didn't. Tietjens said, no. Let me try to put it to you as I see it. She exclaimed, no! I've been a wicked woman. I have ruined you. I am not going to listen to you. He said, I dare say you have ruined me. That's nothing to me. I am completely indifferent. She cried out, oh, ho, ho, on a note of agony. Tietjens said doggedly, I don't care. I can't help it. Those should be the conditions of life amongst decent people. When our next war comes, I hope it will be fought out under those conditions. Let us, for God's sake, talk of the gallant enemy, always. We have got to plunder the French, or millions of our people must starve. They have got to resist us successfully, or be wiped out. It's the same with you and me. She exclaimed, you mean to say that you don't think I was wicked when I trepanned, is what Mother calls it? He said loudly, no. You had been let in for it by some brute. I have always held that a woman who has been let down by one man has the right, has the duty for the sake of her child, to let down a man. It becomes woman against man, against one man. I happen to be that one man. It was the will of God. But you were within your rights. I will never go back on that. Nothing will make me, ever. She said, and the others? And Perron? I know you'll say that anyone is justified in doing anything as long as they are open enough about it, but it killed your mother. Do you disapprove of my having killed your mother, or you consider that I have corrupted the child? Tietjens said, I don't. I want to speak to you about that. She exclaimed, you don't? He said calmly, you know I don't. While I was certain that I was going to be here to keep him straight and an Anglican, I fought your influence over him. I am obliged to you for having brought up of yourself the consideration that I may be killed and that I am ruined. I am. I could not raise £100 between now and tomorrow. I am, therefore, obviously not the man to have sole charge of the heir of Groby. Sylvia was saying, every penny I have is at your disposal, when the maid, Hullo Central, marched up to her master and placed a card in his hand. He said, tell him to wait 5 minutes in the drawing-room. Sylvia said, who is it? Tietjens answered, a man. Let's get this settled. I've never thought you corrupted the boy. You tried to teach him to tell white lies, on perfectly straight papist lines. I have no objection to papists and no objection to white lies for papists. You told him once to put a frog in Marchant's bath. I've no objection to a boy's putting a frog in his nurse's bath as such, but Marchant is an old woman, and the heir to Groby should respect old women always, and old family servants in particular. It hasn't perhaps struck you that the boy is heir to Groby? Sylvia said, If your second brother is killed, but your eldest brother... He, Tietjens said, has got a French woman near Euston Station. He's lived with her for over 15 years, of afternoons when there were no race meetings. She'll never let him marry, and she's past the childbearing stage, so there's no one else. Sylvia said, You mean that I may bring the child up as a Catholic? Tietjens said, A Roman Catholic. You'll teach him, please, to use that term before myself if I ever see him again. Sylvia said, Oh, thank God that he has softened your heart. This will take the curse off this house. Tietjens shook his head. I think not, he said. Off you, perhaps. Off Groby, very likely. It was perhaps time that there should be a papist owner of Groby again. You've read Spelden on sacrilege about Groby? She said, Yes. The first Tietjen who came over with Dutch William the swine was pretty bad to the papist owners. He was a tough Dutchman, Tietjens said, but let us get on. There's enough time, but not too much. I've got this man to see. Who is he? Sylvia asked. Tietjens was collecting his thoughts. My dear, he said. You'll permit me to call you my dear? We're old enemies enough, and we're talking about the future of our child. Sylvia said, You said our child, not the child. Tietjens said, with a great deal of concern, You will forgive me for bringing it up. You might prefer to think he was Drake's child. He can't be. It would be outside the course of nature. I'm as poor as I am because, forgive me, I've spent a great deal of money on tracing the movements of you and Drake before our marriage. And if it's a relief to you to know... It is, Sylvia said. I've always been too beastly shy to put the matter before a specialist or even before Mother, and we women are so ignorant. Tietjens said, I know. You were too shy even to think about it yourself. Hard. He went into months and days. Then he continued, But it would have made no difference. A child born in wedlock is by law the father's, and if a man who's a gentleman suffers the begetting of his child, he must in decency take the consequences. The woman and the child must come before the man, be he who he may. And worse begotten children than ours have inherited statelier names. And I love the little beggar with all my heart and with all my soul from the first minute I saw him. That may be the secret clue, or it may be sheer sentimentality. So I fought your influence because it was papist while I was a whole man. But I'm not a whole man any more, and the evil eye that is on me might transfer itself to him. He stopped and said, For I must to the greenwood go, alone a banished man, but have him well protected against the evil eye. Oh, Christopher, she said, it's true I've not been a bad woman to the child, and I never will be, and I will keep Marchant with him till she dies. You'll tell her not to interfere with his religious instruction, and she won't. Tietjens said with a friendly weariness, That's right. And you'll have Father... the priest that was with us for a fortnight before he was born to give him his teachings. He was the best man I ever met, and one of the most intelligent. It's been a great comfort to me to think of the boy as in his hands. Sylvia stood up, her eyes blazing out of a pallid face of stone. Father Concert, she said, was hung on the day they shot Casement. They dare not put it into the papers because he was a priest and all the witnesses Ulster witnesses. And yet I may not say that this is an accursed war. Tietjens shook his head with the slow heaviness of an aged man. You may for me, he said. You might ring the bell, will you? Don't go away. He sat with the blue gloom of that enclosed space all over him, lumped heavily in his chair. Spelden on sacrilege, he said, may be right after all. You'd say so from the Tietjenses. There's not been a Tietjen since the first Lord Justice cheated the papist Lowndes out of Groby, but died of a broken neck or of a broken heart. For all the 15,000 acres of good farming land and iron land, and for all the heather on the top of it. What's the quotation? Be ye something as something, and ye shall not escape. What is it? Calumny, Sylvia said. She spoke with intense bitterness. Chaste as ice and cold as you are. Tietjens said, Yes. And mind you, none of the Tietjens were ever soft, not one. They had reason for their broken hearts. Take my poor father. Sylvia said, "Don't." Both my brothers were killed in Indian regiments on the same day and not a mile apart, and my sister in the same week, out at sea and not so far from them. Unnoticeable people, but one can be fond of unnoticeable people. Hollow Central was at the door. Tietjens told her to ask Lord Portscatho to step down. "You must of course know these details," Tietjens said, as the mother to my father's heir. "My father got the 3 notifications on the same day. It was enough to break his heart. He only lived a month. I saw him." Sylvia screamed piercingly, "Stop! Stop! Stop!" She clutched at the mantelpiece to hold herself up. "Your father died of a broken heart," she said, "because your brother's best friend, Ruggles, told him you were a squit who lived on women's money and had got the daughter of his oldest friend with child." Tietjens said, Yes. I suspected that. I knew it, really. I suppose the poor dear knows better now. Or perhaps he doesn't. It doesn't matter." End of Part 2, Chapter 1, Section 3. Part 2, Chapter 2, Section 1 of Some Do Not by Ford Madox Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Part 2, Chapter 2, Section 1. It has been remarked that the peculiarly English habit of self-suppression in matters of the emotions puts the Englishman at a great disadvantage in moments of unusual stresses. In the smaller matters of the general run of life he will be impeccable and not to be moved. But in sudden confrontations of anything but physical dangers he is apt, he is indeed almost certain, to go to pieces very badly. This, at least, was the view of Christopher Tietjens, and he very much dreaded his interview with Lord Portscatho, because he feared that he must be near breaking point. In electing to be peculiarly English in habits and in as much of his temperament as he could control, for though no man can choose the land of his birth or his ancestry, he can, if he have industry and determination, so watch over himself as materially to modify his automatic habits, Tietjens had quite advisedly and of set purpose adopted a habit of behaviour that he considered to be the best in the world for the normal life. If every day and all day long you chatter at high pitch and with the logic and lucidity of the Frenchman, if you shout in self-assertion, with your hat on your stomach, bowing from a stiff spine, and by implication threaten all day long to shoot your interlocutor, like the Prussian, if you are as lachrymally emotional as the Italian, or as dryly and epigrammatically imbecile over unessentials as the American, you will have a noisy, troublesome and thoughtless society without any of the surface calm that should distinguish the atmosphere of men when they are together. You will never have deep armchairs in which to sit for hours in clubs thinking of nothing at all, or of the off theory in bowling. On the other hand, in the face of death, except at sea by fire, railway accident or accidental drowning in rivers, in the face of madness, passion, dishonour, and particularly prolonged mental strain, you will have all the disadvantage of the beginner at any game and may come off very badly indeed. Fortunately, death, love, public dishonour and the like are rare occurrences in the life of the average man, so that the great advantage would seem to have lain with English society, at any rate before the later months of the year 1914. Death for man came but once, the danger of death so seldom as to be practically negligible. Love of a distracting kind was a disease merely of the weak. Public dishonour for persons of position, so great was the hushing-up power of the ruling class and the power of absorption of the remoter colonies, was practically unknown. Tietjens found himself now faced by all these things, coming upon him cumulatively and rather suddenly, and he had before him an interview that might cover them all, and with a man whom he much respected and very much desired not to hurt. He had to face these, moreover, with a brain 2/3 of which felt numb. It was exactly like that. It was not so much that he couldn't use what brain he had as trenchantly as ever, it was that there were whole regions of fact upon which he could no longer call in support of his argument. His knowledge of history was still practically negligible. He knew nothing whatever of the humaner letters, and, what was far worse, nothing at all of the higher and more sensuous phases of mathematics. And the comings back of these things was much slower than he had confessed to Sylvia. It was with these disadvantages that he had had to face Lord Portskatho. Lord Portskatho was the first man of whom Sylvia Tietjens had thought when she had been considering of men who were absolutely honourable, entirely benevolent, and rather lacking in constructive intelligence. He had inherited the management of one of the most respected of the great London banks, so that his commercial and social influences were very extended. He was extremely interested in promoting low church interests, the reform of the divorce laws, and sports for the people, and he had a great affection for Sylvia Tietjens. He was 45, beginning to put on weight, but by no means obese. He had a large, quite round head, very high-coloured cheeks that shone as if with frequent ablutions, an uncropped dark moustache, dark, very cropped smooth hair, brown eyes, a very new greyed tweed suit, a very new grey trilby hat, a black tie and a gold ring, and very new patent leather boots that had white calf tops. He had a wife almost the spit of himself in face, figure, probity, kindliness, and interests, except that for his interest in sports for the people she substituted that for maternity hospitals. His heir was his nephew, Mr. Brownlee, known as Brownie, who would also be physically the exact spit of his uncle, except that, not having put on flesh, he appeared to be taller, and that his moustache and hair were both a little longer and more fair. This gentleman entertained for Sylvia Tietjens a gloomy and deep passion that he considered to be perfectly honourable, because he desired to marry her after she had divorced her husband. Tietjens he desired to ruin because he wished to marry Mrs. Tietjens, and partly because he considered Tietjens to be an undesirable person of no great means. Of this passion Lord Portskatho was ignorant. He now came into the Tietjens' dining-room behind the servant, holding an open letter. He walked rather stiffly because he was very much worried. He observed that Sylvia had been crying and was still wiping her eyes. He looked round the room to see if he could see in it anything to account for Sylvia's crying. Tietjens was still sitting at the head of the lunch-table. Sylvia was rising from a chair beside the fireplace. Lord Portskatho said, "I want to see you, Tietjens, for a minute on business." Tietjens said, "I can give you 10 minutes." Lord Portskatho said, "Mrs. Tietjens, perhaps?" He waved the open letter towards Mrs. Tietjens. Tietjens said, "No, Mrs. Tietjens will remain." He desired to say something more friendly. He said, "Sit down." Lord Portskatho said, "I shan't be stopping a minute, but really," and he moved the letter, but not with so wide a gesture, towards Sylvia. "I have no secrets from Mrs. Tietjens," Tietjens said, "absolutely none." Lord Portskatho said, No, of course not," but Tietjens said, "Similarly, Mrs. Tietjens has no secrets from me. Again, absolutely none." Sylvia said, "I don't, of course, tell Tietjens about my maid's love affairs, or what the fish costs every day." Tietjens said, "You'd better sit down." He added on an impulse of kindness, "As a matter of fact, I was just clearing up things for Sylvia to take over this command." It was part of the disagreeableness of his mental disadvantages that upon occasion he could not think of other than military phrases. He felt intense annoyance. Lord Portskatho affected him with some of the slight nausea that in those days you felt at contact with a civilian who knew none of your thoughts, phrases, or preoccupations. He added, nevertheless, equably, "One has to clear up. I'm going out." Lord Portskatho said hastily, Yes, I won't keep you. One has so many engagements in spite of the war." His eyes wandered in bewilderment. Tietjens could see them at last fixing themselves on the oil stains that Sylvia's salad dressing had left on his collar and green tabs. He said to himself that he must remember to change his tunic before he went to the War Office. He must not forget. Lord Portskatho's bewilderment at these oil stains was such that he had lost himself in the desire to account for them. You could see the slow thoughts moving inside his square, polished brown forehead. Tietjens wanted very much to help him. He wanted to say, "It's about Sylvia's letter that you've got in your hand, isn't it?" But Lord Portskatho had entered the room with the stiffness, with the odd, high-collared sort of gait that on formal and unpleasant occasions Englishmen use when they approach each other, braced up, a little like strange dogs meeting in the street. In view of that, Tietjens couldn't say, "Sylvia," but it would add to the formality and unpleasantness if he said again, "Mrs. Tietjens." That wouldn't help Portskatho. Sylvia said suddenly, "You don't understand, apparently. My husband is going out to the front line tomorrow morning. It's for the second time." Lord Portskatho sat down suddenly on a chair beside the table. With his fresh face and brown eyes suddenly anguished, he exclaimed, "But my dear fellow, you... Good God!" And then to Sylvia, "I beg your pardon." To clear his mind, he said again to Tietjens, "You going out tomorrow?" And when the idea was really there, his face suddenly cleared. He looked with a swift, averted glance at Sylvia's face, and then for a fixed moment at Tietjens' oil-stained tunic. Tietjens could see him explaining to himself with immense enlightenment that explained both Sylvia's tears and the oil on the tunic. For Portskatho might well imagine that officers went to the conflict in their oldest clothes. But if his puzzled brain cleared, his distressed mind became suddenly distressed doubly. He had to add to the distress he had felt on entering the room and finding himself in the midst of what he took to be a highly emotional family parting, and Tietjens knew that during the whole war Portskatho had never witnessed a family parting at all. Those that were not inevitable he would avoid like the plague, and his own nephew and all his wife's nephews were in the bank. That was quite proper, for if the ennobled family of Brownlee were not of the ruling class, who had to go, they were of the administrative class, who were privileged to stay. So he had seen no partings. Of his embarrassed hatred of them he gave immediate evidence, for he first began several sentences of praise of Tietjens' heroism which he was unable to finish, and then, getting quickly out of his chair, exclaimed, "In the circumstances, then, the little matter I came about, I couldn't, of course, think." Tietjens said, "No, don't go. The matter you came about, I know all about it, of course. Had better be settled." Portskatho sat down again. His jaw fell slowly. Under his bronzed complexion his skin became a shade paler. He said at last, "You know what I came about, but then—" His ingenuous and kindly mind could be seen to be working with reluctance. His athletic figure drooped. He pushed the letter that he still held along the tablecloth towards Tietjens. He said in the voice of one awaiting a reprieve, "But you can't be aware, not of this letter?" Tietjens left the letter on the cloth. From there he could read the large handwriting on the blue-grey paper. "Mrs. Christopher Tietjens presents her compliments to Lord Portskatho and the Honourable Court of Benches of the Inn." He wondered where Sylvia had got hold of that phraseology. He imagined it to be fantastically wrong. He said, "I've already told you that I know about this letter, as I've already told you that I know, and I will add that I approve of all Mrs. Tietjens' actions." With his hard blue eyes he looked brow-beatingly into Portskatho's soft brown orbs, knowing that he was sending the message, "Think what you please and be damned to you." The gentle brown things remained on his face. Then they filled with an expression of deep pain. Portskatho cried, "But good God, then—" He looked at Tietjens again. His mind, which took refuge from life in the affairs of the Low Church, of divorce law reform, and of sports for the people, became a sea of pain at the contemplation of strong situations. His eye said, "For heaven's sake, do not tell me that Mrs. Dusherman, the mistress of your dearest friend, is the mistress of yourself, and that you take this means of wreaking a vulgar spite on them." Tietjens, leaning heavily forward, made his eyes as enigmatic as he could. He said very slowly and very clearly, "Mrs. Tietjens is, of course, not aware of all the circumstances." Portskatho threw himself back in his chair. "I don't understand," he said. "I do not understand. How am I to act? You do not wish me to act on this letter? You can't." Tietjens, who found himself, said, "You had better talk to Mrs. Tietjens about that. I will say something myself later. In the meantime, let me say that Mrs. Tietjens would seem to me to be quite within her rights. A lady, heavily veiled, comes here every Friday and remains until 4 of the Saturday morning. If you are prepared to palliate the proceedings, you had better do so to Mrs. Tietjens." Port Scatho turned agitatedly on Sylvia. "I can't, of course, palliate," he said. "God forbid. But my dear Sylvia, my dear Mrs. Tietjens, in the case of two people so much esteemed, we have, of course, argued the matter of principle. It is a part of a subject I have very much at heart, the granting of divorce, civil divorce at least, in cases in which one of the parties to the marriage is in a lunatic asylum. I have sent you the pamphlets of E.S.P. Haynes that we publish. I know that as a Roman Catholic you hold strong views. I do not assure you stand for latitude." He became then simply eloquent. He really had the matter at heart, one of his sisters having been for many years married to a lunatic. He expatiated on the agonies of this situation all the more eloquently in that it was the only form of human distress which he had personally witnessed. Sylvia took a long look at Tietjens, he imagined, for counsel. He looked at her steadily for a moment, then at Port Scatho, who was earnestly turned to her, then back at her. He was trying to say, "Listen to Port Scatho for a minute. I need time to think of my course of action." He needed, for the first time in his life, time to think of his course of action. He had been thinking with his undermind ever since Sylvia had told him that she had written her letter to the benchers denouncing McMaster and his woman. Ever since Sylvia had reminded him that Mrs. Duchemin in the Edinburgh to London express of the day before the war had been in his arms. He had seen with extraordinary clearness a great many North Country scenes, though he could not have fixed names to all the places. The forgetfulness of the names was abnormal. He ought to know the names of places from Berwick down the Vale of York. But that he should have forgotten the incidents was normal enough. They had been of little importance. He preferred not to remember the phases of his friend's love affair. Moreover, the events that happened immediately afterwards had been of a nature to make one forget quite normally what had just preceded them. That Mrs. Duchemin should be sobbing on his shoulder in a locked corridor carriage hadn't struck him as in the least important. She was the mistress of his dearest friend. She had had a very trying time for a week or so, ending in a violent nervous quarrel with her agitated lover. She was, of course, crying off the effects of the quarrel, which had been all the more shaking in that Mrs. Duchemin, like himself, had always been almost too self-contained. As a matter of fact, he did not himself like Mrs. Duchemin, and he was pretty certain that she herself more than a little disliked him, so that nothing but their common feeling for McMaster had brought them together. General Campion, however, was not to know that. He had looked into the carriage in the way one does in a corridor just after the train had left. He couldn't remember the name. Doncaster. No, Darlington. It wasn't that. At Darlington there was a model of the rocket. Or perhaps it isn't the rocket. An immense clumsy leviathan of a locomotive by the great gloomy stations of the north-going trains. Durham. No. Alnwick. No. Wooler. By God. Wooler. The junction for Bambra. It had been in one of the castles at Bambra that he and Sylvia had been staying with the Sandbarks. Then a name had come into his mind spontaneously. 2 names. It was perhaps the turn of the tide, for the first time, to be marked with a red stone. After this some names, sometimes on the tip of the tongue, might come over. He had, however, to get on. The Sandbarks then, and he and Sylvia, others too, had been in Bambra since mid-July, Eton and Harrow at Lord's, waiting for the real house parties that would come with the 12th. He repeated these names and dates to himself for the personal satisfaction of knowing that amongst the repairs effected in his mind these 2 remained, Eton and Harrow. The end of the London season, 12th of August, grouse-shooting begins. It was pitiful. When General Campion had come up to rejoin his sister, he, Tietjens, had stopped only 2 days. The coolness between the 2 of them remained. It was the first time they had met, except in court after the accident. for Mrs. Wannop, with grim determination, had sued the General for the loss of her horse. It had lived all right, but it was only fit to draw a lawn-mower for cricket pitches. Mrs. Wannop then had gone bald-headed for the General, partly because she wanted the money, partly because she wanted a public reason for breaking with the sandbarks. The General had been equally obstinate, and had undoubtedly perjured himself in court. Not the best, not the most honourable, the most benevolent man in the world would not turn oppressor of the widow and orphan when his efficiency as a chauffeur was impugned, or the fact brought to light that at a very dangerous turning he hadn't sounded his horn. Tietjens had sworn that he hadn't, the General that he had. There could not be any question of doubt, for the horn was a beastly thing that made a prolonged noise like that of a terrified peacock. So Tietjens had not, till the end of that July, met the General again. It had been quite a proper thing for gentlemen to quarrel over, and was quite convenient, though it had cost the General £50 for the horse, and of course a good bit over for costs. Lady Claudine had refused to interfere in the matter. She was privately of opinion that the General hadn't sounded his horn, but the General was both a passionately devoted and explosive brother. She had remained closely intimate with Sylvia, mildly cordial with Tietjens, and had continued to ask the Wannops to such of her garden parties as the General did not attend. She was also very friendly with Mrs. Duchemin. Tietjens and the General had met with the restrained cordiality of English gentlemen who had some years before accused each other of perjury in a motor accident. On the second morning a violent quarrel had broken out between them on the subject of whether the General had or hadn't sounded his horn. The General had ended up by shouting, really shouting, "By God, if I ever get you under my command!" Tietjens remembered that he had quoted and given the number of a succinct paragraph in King's Regs dealing with the fate of general or higher field officers who gave their subordinates bad confidential reports because of private quarrels. The General had exploded into noises that ended in laughter. "What a rag-bag of a mind you have, Chrissy," he said. "What's King's Regs to you, and how do you know it's paragraph 66 or whatever you say it is? I don't." He added more seriously, "What a fellow you are for getting into obscure rows. What in the world do you do it for?" That afternoon Tietjens had gone to stop a long way up in the moors with his son, the nurse, his sister Effie, and her children. They were the last days of happiness he was to know, and he hadn't known so many. He was then content. He played with his boy, who, thank God, was beginning to grow healthy at last. He walked about the moors with his sister Effie, a large, plain parson's wife, who had no conversation at all, though at times they talked of their mother. The moors were like enough to those above Groby to make them happy. They lived in a bare, grim farmhouse, drank great quantities of buttermilk, and ate great quantities of Wensleydale. It was the hard, frugal life of his desire, and his mind was at rest. His mind was at rest because there was going to be a war. From the first moment of his reading the paragraph about the assassination of the Archduke Franz Ferdinand, he had known that calmly and with assurance. Had he imagined that this country would come in, he would not have known a mind at rest. He loved this country for the run of its hills, the shape of its elm trees, and the way the heather running uphill to the skyline meets the blue of the heavens. War for this country could only mean humiliation, spreading under the sunlight, an almost invisible pall over the elms, the hills, the heather, like the vapour that spread from Middlesbrough. We were fitted neither for defeat nor for victory. We could be true to neither friend nor foe, not even to ourselves. But of war for us he had no fear. He saw our ministry sitting tight till the opportune moment, and then grabbing a French Channel port or a few German colonies as the price of neutrality. And he was thankful to be out of it, for his back doorway out, his second, was the French Foreign Legion. First Sylvia, then that, two tremendous disciplines, for the soul and for the body. The French he admired, for their tremendous efficiency, for their frugality of life, for the logic of their minds, for their admirable achievements in the arts, for their neglect of the industrial system, for their devotion above all to the 18th century. It would be restful to serve, if only as a slave, people who saw clearly, coldly, straight, not obliquely and with hypocrisy, only such things as should deviously conduce to the standard of comfort of hogs and to lecheries winked at. He would rather sit for hours on a bench in a barrack room, polishing a badge in preparation for the cruellest of route marches of immense lengths under the Algerian sun. For as to the Foreign Legion, he had had no illusion. You were treated not as a hero, but as a whipped dog. He was aware of all the asticoteries, the cruelties, the weight of the rifle, the cells. You would have 6 months of training in the desert and then be hurtled into the line to be massacred without remorse, as foreign dirt. But the prospect seemed to him one of deep peace. He had never asked for soft living, and now was done with it. The boy was healthy, Sylvia, with the economies they had made, very rich, and even at that date he was sure that if the friction of himself Tietjens were removed, she would make a good mother. Obviously he might survive, but after that tremendous physical drilling, what survived would not be himself, but a man with cleaned, sand-dried bones, a clear mind. His private ambition had always been for saintliness. He must be able to touch pitch and not be defiled. That, he knew, marked him off as belonging to the sentimental branch of humanity. He couldn't help it. Stoic or Epicurean, caliph in the harem or dervish desiccating in the sand, one or the other you must be. And his desire was to be a saint of the Anglican variety, as his mother had been, without convent, ritual vows, or miracles to be performed by your relics. That sainthood, truly, the Foreign Legion might give you, the desire of every English gentleman from Colonel Hutchinson upwards, a mysticism. End of Part 2, Chapter 2, Section 1. Part 2, Chapter 2, Section 2 of Some Do Not by Ford Madox Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Part 2, Chapter 2, Section 2. Remembering the clear sunlight of those naïvetés, though in his blue gloom he had abated no jot of the ambition, Tietjens sighed deeply as he came back for a moment to regard his dining room. Really it was to see how much time he had left in which to think out what to say to Portscatho. Portscatho had moved his chair over to beside Sylvia, and, almost touching her, was leaning over and recounting the griefs of his sister, who was married to a lunatic. Tietjens gave himself again for a moment to the luxury of self-pity. He considered that he was dull-minded, heavy, ruined, and so calumniated that at times he believed in his own infamy, for it is impossible to stand up for ever against the obloquy of your land and remain unhurt in the mind. If you hunch your shoulders too long against a storm, your shoulders will grow bowed. His mind stopped for a moment, and his eyes gazed dully at Sylvia's letter, which lay open on the tablecloth. His thoughts came together, converging on the loosely written words, "For the last 9 months a woman—" He wondered swiftly what he had already said to Portscatho, only that he had known of his wife's letter, not when, and that he approved. Well, on principle. He sat up. To think that one could be brought down to thinking so slowly. He ran swiftly over what had happened in the train from Scotland and before. McMaster had turned up one morning beside their breakfast table in the farmhouse, much agitated, looking altogether too small in a cloth cap and a new grey tweed suit. He had wanted £50 to pay his bill with at some place up the line above... Berwick suddenly flashed into Tietjens' mind. That was the geographic position. Sylvia was at Bambra on the coast, Junction, Wooler. He himself to the northwest on the moors. McMaster to the northeast of him, just over the border, in some circumspect beauty spot where you did not meet people. Both McMaster and Mrs. Duchemin would know that country and gurgle over its beastly literary associations. The Shirra Maida, Pet Marjorie. Oh, McMaster would no doubt turn an honest penny by writing articles about it, and Mrs. Duchemin would hold his hand. She had become McMaster's mistress, as far as Tietjens knew, after a dreadful scene in the rectory, Dusherman having mauled his wife like a savage dog, and McMaster in the house. It was natural, a sadic reaction, as it were. But Tietjens rather wished they hadn't. Now it appeared they had been spending a week together, or more. Dusherman by that time was in an asylum. From what Tietjens had made out, they had got out of bed early one morning to take a boat and see the sunrise on some lake, and had passed an agreeable day together, quoting "Since when we stand side by side only hands may meet," and other poems of Gabriel Charles Dante Rossetti, no doubt to justify their sin. On coming home they had run their boat's nose into the tea-table of the Port Scathos, with Mr. Brownlee, the nephew, just getting out of a motor to join them. The Port Scatho group was spending the night at the McMaster's Hotel, which backed onto the lake. It was the ordinary damn sort of thing that must happen in these islands that are only a few yards across. The McMasters appear to have lost their heads frightfully, although Lady Portscatho had been as motherly as possible to Mrs. Dusherman, so motherly indeed that if they had not been unable to observe anything they might have recognised the Portscathos as backers rather than spies upon themselves. It was no doubt, however, Brownlee who had upset them. He wasn't very civil to McMaster, whom he knew as a friend of Tietjens. He had dashed up from London in his motor to consult his uncle, who was dashing down from the west of Scotland, about the policy of the bank in that moment of crisis. McMaster, anyhow, did not spend the night in the hotel, but went to Jedburgh or Melrose or some such place, turning up again almost before it was light to have a frightful interview about 5 in the morning with Mrs. Dusherman, who, towards 3, had come to a disastrous conclusion as to her condition. They had lost their nerves for the first time in their association, and they had lost them very badly indeed, the things that Mrs. Dusherman said to McMaster seeming almost to have passed belief. Thus, when McMaster turned up at Tietjens' breakfast, he was almost out of his mind. He wanted Tietjens to go over in the motor he had brought, pay the bill at the hotel, and travel down to town with Mrs. Dusherman, who was certainly in no condition to travel alone. Tietjens was also to make up the quarrel with Mrs. Dusherman and to lend McMaster £50 in cash, as it was then impossible to change cheques anywhere. Tietjens got the money from his old nurse, who, because she distrusted banks, carried great sums in £5 notes in a pocket under her under-petticoat. McMaster, pocketing the money, had said, "That makes exactly 2,000 guineas that I owe you. I'm making arrangements to repay you next week." Tietjens remembered that he had rather stiffened and had said, "For God's sake don't, I beg you not to. Have Dusherman properly put under trustees in lunacy and leave his capital alone. I really beg you. You don't know what you'll be letting yourselves in for. You don't owe me anything and you can always draw on me." Tietjens never knew what Mrs. Dusherman had done about her husband's estate, over which he had at that date had a power of attorney. But he had imagined that from that time on McMaster had felt a certain coldness for himself, and that Mrs. Dusherman had hated him. During several years McMaster had been borrowing hundreds at a time from Tietjens. The affair with Mrs. Dusherman had cost her lover a good deal. He had week-ended almost continuously in Rye at the expensive hostel. Moreover, the famous Friday parties for geniuses had been going on for several years now, and these had meant new furnishings, bindings, carpets, and loans to geniuses, at any rate before McMaster had had the year of the royal bounty. So the sum had grown to £2,000, and now to guineas. And from that date the McMasters had not offered any repayment. McMaster had said that he dare not travel with Mrs. Dusherman because all London would be going south by that train. All London had. It pushed in at every conceivable and inconceivable station all down the line. It was the great rout of the 3-8-14. Tietjens had got on board at Berwick, where they were adding extra coaches, and by giving a £5 note to the guard, who hadn't been able to promise isolation for any distance, had got a locked carriage. It hadn't remained locked for long enough to let Mrs. Dusherman have her cry out, but it had apparently served to make some mischief. The sandbark party had got on, no doubt, at Wooler, the Port Scatho party somewhere else. Their petrol had run out somewhere and sales were stopped, even to bankers. McMaster, who after all had travelled by the same train, hidden beneath 2 blue jackets, had picked up Mrs. Duchemin at King's Cross, and that had seemed the end of it. Tietjens, back in his dining room, felt relief and also anger. He said, "Port Scatho, time's getting short. I'd like to deal with this letter, if you don't mind." Port Scatho came as if up out of a dream. He had found the process of attempting to convert Mrs. Tietjens to divorce law reform very pleasant, as he always did. He said, "Yes, oh yes." Tietjens said slowly, "If you can listen. McMaster has been married to Mrs. Duchemin exactly 9 months. Have you got that? Mrs. Tietjens did not know this till this afternoon. The period Mrs. Tietjens complained of in her letter is 9 months. She did perfectly right to write the letter. As such, I approve of it. If she had known that the McMasters were married, she would not have written it. I didn't know she was going to write it. If I had known she was going to write it, I should have requested her not to. If I had requested her not to, she would no doubt not have done so. I did know of the letter at the moment of your coming in. I had heard of it at lunch only 10 minutes before. I should no doubt have heard of it before, but this is the first time I have lunched at home in 4 months. I have today had a day's leave as being warned for foreign service. I have been doing duty at Ealing. Today is the first opportunity I have had for serious business conversation with Mrs. Tietjens. Have you got all that?" Port Scatho was running towards Tietjens, his hand extended, and over his whole shining personage the air of an enraptured bridegroom. Tietjens moved his right hand a little to the right, thus eluding the pink, well-fleshed hand of Port Scatho. He went on frigidly, "You had better, in addition, know as follows. The late Mr. Duchemin was a scathological, afterwards a homicidal, lunatic. He had recurrent fits, usually on a Saturday morning. That was because he fasted, not abstained merely, on Fridays. On Fridays he also drank. He had acquired the craving for drink when fasting, from finishing the sacramental wine after communion services. That is a not unknown occurrence. He behaved latterly with great physical violence to Mrs. Duchemin. Mrs. Duchemin, on the other hand, treated him with the utmost consideration and concern. She might have had him certified much earlier, but considering the pain that confinement must cause him during his lucid intervals, she refrained. I have been an eye-witness of the most excruciating heroisms on her part. As for the behaviour of McMaster and Mrs. Duchemin, I am ready to certify, and I believe society accepts, that it has been most circumspect and right. There has been no secret of their attachment to each other. I believe that their determination to behave with decency during their period of waiting has not been questioned." Lord Port Scatho said, "No, never. Most, as you say, circumspect, and yes, right." "Mrs. Duchemin," Tietjens continued, "has presided at McMaster's Literary Fridays for a long time. Of course, since long before they were married. But as you know, McMaster's Fridays have been perfectly open. You might almost call them celebrated." Lord Port Scatho said, Yes, indeed. I should be only too glad to have a ticket for Lady Port Scatho." "She's only got to walk in," Tietjens said. "I'll warn them. They'll be pleased. If perhaps you would look in tonight. They have a special party." But Mrs. McMaster was always attended by a young lady who saw her off by the last train to Rye. Or I very frequently saw her off myself, McMaster being occupied by the weekly article that he wrote for one of the papers on Friday nights. They were married on the day after Mr. Duchemin's funeral. "You can't blame 'em," Lord Port Scatho proclaimed. "I don't propose to," Tietjens said. The really frightful tortures Mrs. Duchemin had suffered justified and indeed necessitated her finding protection and sympathy at the earliest possible moment. They have deferred this announcement of their union partly out of respect for the usual period of mourning, partly because Mrs. Duchemin feels very strongly that, with all the suffering that is now abroad, wedding feasts and signs of rejoicing on the part of non-participants are eminently to be deprecated. Still, the little party of tonight is by way of being an announcement that they are married." He paused to reflect for a moment. "I perfectly understand," Lord Port Scatho exclaimed. "I perfectly approve. Believe me, I and Lady Port Scatho will do everything. Most admirable people. Tietjens, my dear fellow, your behaviour, most handsome." Tietjens said, "Wait a minute. There was an occasion in August, 14, in a place on the border. I can't remember the name." Lord Portscatho burst out, "My dear fellow, I beg you won't. I beseech you not to." Tietjens went on. "Just before then, Mr. Duchemin had made an attack of an unparalleled violence on his wife. It was that caused his final incarceration. She was not only temporarily disfigured, but she suffered serious internal injuries and, of course, great mental disturbance. It was absolutely necessary that she should have change of scene, but I think you will bear me out that in that case too their behaviour was, again, circumspect and right." Portscatho said, I know. Lady Portscatho and I agreed, even without knowing what you have just told me, that the poor things almost exaggerated it. He slept, of course, at Jedburgh?" Tietjens said, "Yes, they almost exaggerated it. I had to be called in to take Mrs. Duchemin home. It caused, apparently, misunderstandings." Portscatho, full of enthusiasm at the thought that at least 2 unhappy victims of the hateful divorce laws had, with decency and circumspectness, found the haven of their desires, burst out, "By God, Tietjens, if I ever hear a man say a word against you, your splendid championship of your friend, your unswerving devotion—" Tietjens said, "Wait a minute, Portscatho, will you?" He was unbuttoning the flap of his breast pocket. "A man who can act so splendidly in one instance," Portscatho said, "and you're going to France, if anyone dares—" At the sight of a vellum-cornered, green-edged book in Tietjens' hand, Sylvia suddenly stood up. As Tietjens took from an inner flap a cheque that had lost its freshness, she made 3 great strides over the carpet to him. "Oh, Chrissy," she cried out, "he hasn't! That beast hasn't!" Tietjens answered, "He has." He handed the soiled cheque to the banker. Portscatho looked at it with slow bewilderment. "Account overdrawn," he read. "Brown is my nephew's handwriting. To the club. It's—" "You aren't going to take it lying down," Sylvia said. "Oh, thank goodness you aren't going to take it lying down." "No, I'm not going to take it lying down," Tietjens said. "Why should I?" A look of hard suspicion came over the banker's face. "You appear," he said, "to have been overdrawing your account. People should not overdraw their accounts. For what sum are you overdrawn?" Tietjens handed his pass-book to Portscatho. "I don't understand on what principle you work," Sylvia said to Tietjens. "There are things you take lying down. This you don't." Tietjens said, "It doesn't matter really, except for the child." Sylvia said, "I guaranteed an overdraft for you up to £1,000 last Thursday. You can't be overdrawn over £1,000. "I'm not overdrawn at all," Tietjens said. "I was for about £15 yesterday. I didn't know it." Portscatho was turning over the pages of the pass-book, his face completely blank. "I simply don't understand," he said. "You appear to be in credit. You appear always to have been in credit, except for a small sum now and then, for a day or 2. "I was overdrawn," Tietjens said, "for £15 yesterday. I should say for 3 or 4 hours, the course of a post from my army agent to your head office. During those 2 or 3 hours your bank selected 2 out of 6 of my cheques to dishonour, both being under £2. The other one was sent back to my mess at Ealing, who won't, of course, give it back to me. That also is marked account overdrawn and in the same handwriting." "But good God," the banker said, "that means your ruin." "It certainly means my ruin," Tietjens said. "It was meant to." "But," the banker said, a look of relief came into his face, which had begun to assume the aspect of a broken man's, "you must have other accounts with the bank, a speculative one perhaps, on which you are heavily down. I don't myself attend to clients' accounts except the very huge ones which affect the bank's policy." "You ought to," Tietjens said. "It's the very little ones you ought to attend to, as a gentleman making his fortune out of them. I have no other account with you. I have never speculated in anything in my life. I have lost a great deal in Russian securities, a great deal for me, but so no doubt have you." "Then betting," Portscatho said. "I never put a penny on a horse in my life," Tietjens said. "I know too much about them." Portscatho looked at the faces first of Sylvia, then of Tietjens. Sylvia, at least, was his very old friend. She said, "Christopher never bets and never speculates. His personal expenses are smaller than those of any man in town. You could say he has no personal expenses." Again the swift look of suspicion came into Portscatho's open face. "Oh," Sylvia said, "you couldn't suspect Christopher and me of being in a plot to blackmail you." "No, I couldn't suspect that," the banker said, "but the other explanation is just as extraordinary. To suspect the bank! The bank! How do you account?" He was addressing Tietjens. His round head seemed to become square below. Emotion worked on his jaws. "I'll tell you simply this," Tietjens said. "You can then repair the matter as you think fit. 10 days ago I got my marching orders. As soon as I had handed over to the officer who relieved me, I drew cheques for everything I owed, to my military tailor, the mess, for £1 12s. I had also to buy a compass and a revolver, the Red Cross orderlies having annexed mine when I was in hospital." Portscatho said, "Good God!" "Don't you know they annex things?" Tietjens asked. He went on. "The total, in fact, amounted to an overdraft of £15, but I did not think of it as such because my army agents ought to have paid my month's army pay over to you on the 1st. As you perceive, they have only paid it over this morning, the 13th. But as you will see from my passbook, they have always paid about the 13th, not the 1st. 2 days ago I lunched at the club and drew that cheque for £1 14s and sixpence, 110 for personal expenses and the 4 and 6 for lunch." "You were, however, actually overdrawn," the banker said sharply. Tietjens said, "Yesterday, for 2 hours." "But then," Portscatho said, "what do you want done?" "We'll do what we can." Tietjens said, "I don't know. Do what you like. You'd better make what explanation you can to the military authority. If they court-martialed me, it would hurt you more than me, I assure you of that. There is an explanation." Portscatho began suddenly to tremble. What explanation?" he said. Damn it, you draw this out. Do you dare to say my bank—" He stopped, drew his hand down his face and said, "But yes, you're a sensible, sound man. I've heard things against you, but I don't believe them. Your father always spoke very highly of you. I remember he said if you wanted money, you could always draw on him through us for 300 or 400. That's what makes it so incomprehensible. It's... His agitation grew on him. "It seems to strike at the very heart." Tietjens said, "Look here, Portscatho. I've always had a respect for you. Settle it how you like. Fix the mess up for both our sakes with any formula that's not humiliating for your bank. I've already resigned from the club." Sylvia said, "Oh no, Christopher, not from the club." Portscatho started back from beside the table. "But if you're in the right," he said, "you couldn't not resign from the club. I'm on the committee. I'll explain to them in the fullest, in the most generous—" "You couldn't explain," Tietjens said. "You can't get ahead of rumour. It's half over London at this moment. You know what the toothless old fellows of your committee are. Anderson, Folliot, and my brother's friend Ruggles." Portscatho said, "Your brother's friend Ruggles? But look here, he's something about the court, isn't he? But look here—" His mind stopped. He said, "People shouldn't overdraw. But if your father said you could draw on him, I'm really much concerned. You're a first-rate fellow, I can tell that from your passbook alone. Nothing but cheques drawn to first-class tradesmen for reasonable amounts, the sort of passbook I liked to see when I was a junior clerk in the bank." At that early reminiscence, feelings of pathos overcame him, and his mind once more stopped. Sylvia came back into the room. They had not perceived her going. She in turn held in her hand a letter. Tietjens said, "Look here, Portscatho, don't get into this state. Give me your word to do what you can when you've assured yourself the facts are as I say. I wouldn't bother you at all. It's not my line, except for Mrs. Tietjens. A man alone can live that sort of thing down or die. But there's no reason why Mrs. Tietjens should live tied to a bad hat while he's living it down or dying." "But that's not right," Portscatho said. "It's not the right way to look at it. You can't pocket—" "I'm simply bewildered." "You've no right to be bewildered," Sylvia said. "You're worrying your mind for expedients to save the reputation of your bank. We know your bank is more to you than a baby. You should look after it better then." Portscatho, who had already fallen 2 paces away from the table, now fell 2 paces back, almost on top of it. Sylvia's nostrils were dilated. she said. "Tietjens shall not resign from your beastly club. He shall not. Your committee will request him formally to withdraw his resignation. You understand? He will withdraw it. Then he will resign for good. He is too good to mix with people like you." She paused, her chest working fast. "Do you understand what you've got to do?" she asked. An appalling shadow of a thought went through Tietjens' mind. He would not let it come into words. "I don't know," the banker said. "I don't know what I can get the committee." "You've got to," Sylvia answered. "I'll tell you why. Christopher was never overdrawn. Last Thursday I instructed your people to pay £1,000 to my husband's account. I repeated the instruction by letter, and I kept a copy of the letter, witnessed by my confidential maid. I also registered the letter and have the receipt for it. You can see them." Portscatho mumbled over the letter. "Is to Brownie. Yes, a receipt for a letter to Brownie." She examined the little green slip on both sides. He said, "Last Thursday. Today's Monday. An instruction to sell Northwestern stock to the amount of £1,000 and placed to the account of—" "Then," Sylvia said, "that'll do. You can't angle for time any more. Your nephew has been in an affair of this sort before. I'll tell you. Last Thursday at lunch your nephew told me that Christopher's brother's solicitors had withdrawn all the permissions for overdrafts on the books of the Groby estate. There were several to members of the family. Your nephew said that he intended to catch Christopher on the hop. That's his own expression, and dishonour the next cheque of his that came in. He said that he'd been waiting for the chance ever since the war, and the brother's withdrawal had given it to him. I begged him not to." "But good God," the banker said, "this is unheard of." "It isn't," Sylvia said. "Christopher has had 5 snotty little miserable subalterns to defend at court-martials for exactly similar cases. One was an exact reproduction of this." "But good God," the banker exclaimed again, "men giving their lives for their country! Do you mean to say Brownie did this out of revenge for Tietjens defending at court-martials? And then your £1,000 is not shown in your husband's passbook?" "Of course it's not," Sylvia said. "It has never been paid in. On Friday I had a formal letter from your people pointing out that Northwesterns were likely to rise and asking me to reconsider my position. The same day I sent an express telling them explicitly to do as I said. Ever since then your nephew has been on the phone begging me not to save my husband. He was there just now when I went out of the room. He was also beseeching me to fly with him." Tietjens said, "Isn't that enough, Sylvia? It's rather torturing." "Let them be tortured," Sylvia said, "but it appears to be enough." Portscatho had covered his face with both his pink hands. He had exclaimed, "Oh my God, Brownie again!" Tietjens' brother Mark was in the room. He was smaller, browner and harder than Tietjens, and his blue eyes protruded more. He had in one hand a bowler hat, in the other an umbrella, wore a pepper and salt suit, and had race glasses slung across him. He disliked Portscatho, who detested him. He had lately been knighted. He said, "Hello, Portscatho," neglecting to salute his sister-in-law. His eyes, whilst he stood motionless, rolled a look around the room and rested on a miniature bureau that stood on a writing-table in a recess, under and between bookshelves. "I see you've still got that cabinet," he said to Tietjens. Tietjens said, "I haven't. I've sold it to Sir John Robertson. He's waiting to take it away till he has room in his collection." Portscatho walked rather unsteadily round the lunch-table and stood looking down from one of the long windows. Sylvia sat down on her chair beside the fireplace. The two brothers stood facing each other, Christopher suggesting wheat sacks, Mark carved wood. All round them, except for the mirror that reflected bluenesses, the gilt backs of books. Hullo Central was clearing the table. "I hear you're going out again tomorrow," Mark said. "I want to settle some things with you." "I'm going at 9 from Waterloo," Christopher said. "I've not much time. You can walk with me to the War Office if you like." Mark's eyes followed the black and white of the maid round the table. She went out with the tray. Christopher suddenly was reminded of Valentine Wannop clearing the table in her mother's cottage. Hullo Central was no faster about it. Mark said, "Portscatho, as you're there, we may as well finish one point. I've cancelled my father's security for my brother's overdraft." Portscatho said to the window, but loud enough, "We all know. to our cost. I wish you, however, Mark Tietjens went on, to make over from my own account 1,000 a year to my brother as he needs it, not more than 1,000 in any 1 year. Portscatho said, "Write a letter to the bank. I don't look after clients' accounts on social occasions." "I don't see why you don't," Mark Tietjens said. "It's the way you make your bread and butter, isn't it?" Tietjens said, "You may save yourself all this trouble, Mark. I am closing my account in any case." Portscatho spun round on his heel. "I beg that you won't," he exclaimed. "I beg that we may have the honour of continuing to have you draw upon us." He had the trick of convulsively working jaws. His head against the light was like the top of a rounded gate-post. He said to Mark Tietjens, "You may tell your friend Mr. Ruggles that your brother is empowered by me to draw on my private account, on my personal and private account, up to any amount he needs. I say that to show my estimate of your brother, because I know he will incur no obligations he cannot discharge." Mark Tietjens stood motionless, leaning slightly on the crook of his umbrella on the one side, on the other displaying at arm's length the white silk lining of his bowler hat, the lining being the brightest object in the room. "That's your affair," he said to Portscatho. "All I'm concerned with is to have 1,000 a year paid to my brother's account till further notice." Christopher Tietjens said, with what he knew was a sentimental voice, to Portscatho. He was very touched, it appeared to him, that with the spontaneous appearance of several names in his memory, and with this estimate of himself from the banker, his tide was turning, and that this day might indeed be marked by a red stone. "Of course, Portscatho, I won't withdraw my wretched little account from you if you want to keep it. It flatters me that you should." He stopped and added, "I only wanted to avoid these family complications, but I suppose you can stop my brother's money being paid into my account. I don't want his money." He said to Sylvia, "You had better settle the other matter with Portscatho." To Portscatho, "I'm intensely obliged to you, Portscatho. You'll get Lady Portscatho round to McMaster's this evening, if only for a minute, before 11. And to his brother, "Come along, Mark. I'm going down to the War Office. We can talk as we walk." Sylvia said, very nearly with timidity, and again a dark thought went over Tietjens' mind, "Do we meet again, then? I know you're very busy." Tietjens said, "Yes, I'll come and pick you out from Lady Job's if they don't keep me too long at the War Office. I'm dining, as you know, at McMaster's. I don't suppose I shall stop late." "I'd come," Sylvia said, "to McMaster's if you thought it was appropriate. I'd bring Claudine Sandbach and General Wade. We're only going to the Russian dances. We'd cut off early." Tietjens could settle that sort of thought very quickly. "Yes, do," he said hurriedly. "It would be appreciated." He got to the door. He came back. His brother was nearly through. He said to Sylvia, and for him the occasion was a very joyful one, "I've worried out some of the words of that song. It runs, 'Somewhere or other there must surely be the face not seen, the voice not heard.' Probably it's the voice not even heard to make up the metre. I don't know the writer's name, but I hope I'll worry it all out during the day." Sylvia had gone absolutely white. "Don't," she said. "Oh, don't." She added coldly, "Don't take the trouble," and wiped her tiny handkerchief across her lips as Tietjens went away. She had heard the song at a charity concert and had cried as she had heard it. She had read afterwards the words in the programme and had almost cried again. But she had lost the programme and had never come across the words again. The echo of them remained with her like something terrible and alluring, like a knife she would some day take out and with which she would stab herself. End of Part 2, Chapter 2, Section 2. Part 2, Chapter 3, Section 1 of Some Do Not by Ford Madox Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Part 2, Chapter 3, Section 1. The two brothers walked 20 steps from the door along the empty inn pavements without speaking. Each was completely expressionless. To Christopher it seemed like Yorkshire. He had a vision of Mark standing on the lawn at Groby in his bowler hat and with his umbrella, whilst the shooters walked over the lawn and up the hill to the butts. Mark probably never had done that, but it was so that his image always presented itself to his brother. Mark was considering that one of the folds of his umbrella was disarranged. He seriously debated with himself whether he should unfold it at once and refold it, which was a great deal of trouble to take, or whether he should leave it till he got to his club, where he would tell the porter to have it done at once. That would mean that he would have to walk for 1.25 miles through London with a disarranged umbrella, which was disagreeable. He said, "If I were you, I wouldn't let that banker fellow go about giving you testimonials of that sort." Christopher said, He considered that, with a third of his brain in action, he was over a match for Mark, but he was tired of discussions. He supposed that some unpleasant construction would be put by his brother's friend Ruggles on the friendship of Port Scatho for himself. But he had no curiosity. Mark felt a vague discomfort. He said, "You had a cheque dishonoured at the club this morning?" Christopher said yes. Mark waited for explanations. Christopher was pleased at the speed with which the news had travelled. It confirmed what he had said to Port Scatho. He viewed his case from outside. It was like looking at the smooth working of a mechanical model. Mark was more troubled. Used as he had been for 30 years to the vociferous south, he had forgotten that there were taciturnities still. If at his ministry he laconically accused a transport clerk of remissness, or if he accused his French mistress, just as laconically, of putting too many condiments on his nightly mutton chop, or too much salt in the water in which he boiled his potatoes, he was used to hearing a great many excuses or negations, uttered with energy and continued for long. So he had got into the habit of considering himself almost the only laconic being in the world. He suddenly remembered with discomfort, but also with satisfaction, that his brother was his brother. He knew nothing about Christopher for himself. He had seemed to look at his little brother down avenues from a distance, the child misbehaving himself. Not a true Tietjens, born very late, a mother's child, therefore, rather than a father's. The mother, an admirable woman, but from the South Riding, soft, therefore, and ample. The elder Tietjens' children, when they had experienced failures, had been wont to blame their father for not marrying a woman of their own riding. So, for himself, he knew nothing of this boy. He was said to be brilliant, an un-Tietjens-like quality, akin to talkativeness. Well, he wasn't talkative. Mark said, "What have you done with all the brass our mother left you? 20,000, wasn't it?" They were just passing through a narrow way between Georgian houses. In the next quadrangle, Tietjens stopped and looked at his brother. Mark stood still to be looked at. Christopher said to himself, "This man has the right to ask these questions." It was as if a queer slip had taken place in a moving picture. This fellow had become the head of the house. He, Christopher, was the heir. At that moment their father, in the grave 4 months now, was for the first time dead. Christopher remembered a queer incident. After the funeral, when they had come back from the churchyard and had lunched, Mark, and Tietjens could now see the wooden gesture, had taken out his cigar case and, selecting one cigar for himself, had passed the rest round the table. It was as if people's hearts had stopped beating. Groby had never till that day been smoked in. The father had had his 12 pipes filled and put in the rose bushes in the drive. It had been regarded merely as a disagreeable incident, a piece of bad taste. Christopher himself, only just back from France, would not even have known it as such, his mind was so blank, only the parson had whispered to him, and Groby never smoked in till this day. But now it appeared a symbol, and an absolutely right symbol. Whether they liked it or not, here were the head of the house and the heir. The head of the house must make his arrangements, the heir agree or disagree. But the elder brother had the right to have his inquiries answered. Christopher said, "Half the money was settled at once on my child. I lost 7,000 in Russian securities. The rest I spent." Mark said, "Ah." They had just passed under the arch that leads into Holborn. Mark in turn stopped and looked at his brother, and Christopher stood still to be inspected, looking into his brother's eyes. Mark said to himself, the fellow isn't at least afraid to look at you. He had been convinced that Christopher would be. He said, "You spent it on women? Or where do you get the money that you spend on women?" Christopher said, "I never spent a penny on a woman in my life." Mark said, "Ah." They crossed Holborn and went by the back ways towards Fleet Street. Christopher said, "When I say woman, I'm using the word in the ordinary sense. Of course, I've given women of our own class tea or lunch and paid for their cabs. Perhaps I'd better put it that I've never, either before or after marriage, had connection with any woman other than my wife." Mark said, "Ah." He said to himself, "Then Ruggles must be a liar." This neither distressed nor astonished him. For 20 years he and Ruggles had shared a floor of a large and rather gloomy building in Mayfair. They were accustomed to converse whilst shaving in a joint toilet room, otherwise they did not often meet except at the club. Ruggles was attached to the Royal Court in some capacity, possibly as sub-deputy gold stick-in-waiting, or he might have been promoted in the 20 years. Mark Tietjens had never taken the trouble to inquire. Enormously proud and shut in on himself, he was without curiosity of any sort. He lived in London because it was immense, solitary, administrative, and apparently without curiosity as to its own citizens. If he could have found in the north a city as vast and as distinguished by the other characteristics, he would have preferred it. Of Ruggles he thought little or nothing. He had once heard the phrase agreeable rattle, and he regarded Ruggles as an agreeable rattle, though he did not know what the phrase meant. Whilst they shaved, Ruggles gave out the scandal of the day. He never, that is to say, mentioned a woman whose virtue was not purchasable, or a man who would not sell his wife for advancement. This matched with Mark's ideas of the South. When Ruggles aspersed the fame of a man of family from the north, Mark would stop him with, "Oh no, that's not true. He's a craister of Wantley Fells," or another name, as the case might be. Half Scotchman, half Jew, Ruggles was very tall and resembled a magpie, having his head almost always on one side. Had he been English, Mark would never have shared his rooms with him. He knew, indeed, few Englishmen of sufficient birth and position to have that privilege, and, on the other hand, few Englishmen of birth and position would have consented to share rooms so grim and uncomfortable, so furnished with horsehair-seated mahogany, or so lit with ground-glass skylights. Coming up to town at the age of 25, Mark had taken these rooms with a man called Peebles, long since dead, and had never troubled to make any change, though Ruggles had taken the place of Peebles. The remote similarity of the names had been less disturbing to Mark Tietjens than would have been the case had the names been more different. It would have been very disagreeable, Mark often thought, to share with a man called, say, Granger. As it was, he still often called Ruggles Peebles, and no harm was done. Mark knew nothing of Ruggles' origins then, so that, in a remote way, their union resembled that of Christopher with McMaster. But whereas Christopher would have given his satellite the shirt off his back, Mark would not have lent Ruggles more than a £5 note, and would have turned him out of their rooms if it had not been returned by the end of the quarter. But since Ruggles never had asked to borrow anything at all, Mark considered him an entirely honourable man. Occasionally Ruggles would talk of his determination to marry some widow or other with money, or of his influence with people in exalted stations. But when he talked like that, Mark would not listen to him, and he soon returned to stories of purchasable women and venial men. About 5 months ago, Mark had said one morning to Ruggles, "You might pick up what you can about my youngest brother Christopher and let me know." The evening before that, Mark's father had called Mark to him from over the other side of the smoking room, and had said, "You might find out what you can about Christopher. He may be in want of money. Has it occurred to you that he's the heir to the estate? After you, of course." Mr. Tietjens had aged a good deal after the deaths of his children. He said, "I suppose you won't marry?" And Mark had answered, "No, I shan't marry, but I suppose I'm a better life than Christopher. He appears to have been a good deal knocked about out there." Armed then with this commission, Mr. Ruggles appears to have displayed extraordinary activity in preparing a Christopher Tietjens dossier. It is not often that an inveterate gossip gets a chance at a man whilst being at the same time practically shielded against the law of libel, and Ruggles disliked Christopher Tietjens with the inveterate dislike of the man who revels in gossip for the man who never gossips. And Christopher Tietjens had displayed more than his usual insolence to Ruggles. So Ruggles' coat-tails flashed around an unusual number of doors, and his top hat gleamed before an unusual number of tall portals during the next week. Amongst others he had visited the lady known as Glorvina. There is said to be a book kept in a holy of holies in which bad marks are set down against men of family and position in England. In this book, Mark Tietjens and his father, in common with a great number of hard-headed Englishmen of county rank, implicitly believed. Christopher Tietjens didn't. He imagined that the activities of gentlemen like Ruggles were sufficient to stop the careers of people whom they disliked. On the other hand, Mark and his father looked abroad upon English society and saw fellows, apparently with every qualification for successful careers in one service or the other, and these fellows got no advancements, orders, titles, or preferments of any kind. Just rather mysteriously they didn't make their marks. This they put down to the workings of the book. Ruggles, too, not only believed in the existence of that compilation of the suspect and doomed, but believed that his hand had a considerable influence over the inscriptions in its pages. He believed that if, with more moderation and with more grounds than usual, he uttered denegations of certain men before certain personages, it would at least do those men a great deal of harm. And quite steadily, and with indeed real belief in much of what he said, Ruggles had denigrated Tietjens before these personages. Ruggles could not see why Christopher had taken Sylvia back after her elopement with Perrone. He could not see why Christopher had indeed married Sylvia at all when she was with child by a man called Drake, just as he wasn't going to believe that Christopher could get a testimonial out of Lord Portscatho except by the sale of Sylvia to the banker. He couldn't see anything but money or jobs at the bottom of these things. He couldn't see how Tietjens otherwise got the money to support Mrs. Wannop, Miss Wannop and her child, and to maintain Mrs. Duchemin and McMaster in the style they affected, Mrs. Duchemin being the mistress of Christopher. He simply could see no other solution. It is in fact asking for trouble if you are more altruist than the society that surrounds you. Ruggles, however, hadn't any pointers as to whether or no, or to what degree, he had really damaged his roommate's brother. He had talked in what he considered to be the right quarters, but he hadn't any evidence that what he had said had got through. It was to ascertain that he had called on the great lady, for if anybody knew, she would. He hadn't definitely ascertained anything, for the great lady was, and he knew it, a great deal cleverer than himself. The great lady, he was allowed to discover, had a real affection for Sylvia, her daughter's close friend, and she expressed real concern to hear that Christopher Tietjens wasn't getting on. Ruggles had gone to visit her quite openly to ask whether something better couldn't be done for the brother of the man with whom he lived. Christopher had, it was admitted, great abilities, yet neither in his office, in which he would surely have remained had he been satisfied with his prospects, nor in the army did he occupy anything but a very subordinate position. Couldn't, he asked, Glorvina do anything for him? And he added, it's almost as if he had a bad mark against him. The great lady had said, with a great deal of energy, that she could not do anything at all. The energy was meant to show how absolutely her party had been downed, outed and jumped on by the party in power, so that she had no influence of any sort anywhere. That was an exaggeration, but it did Christopher Tietjens no good, since Ruggles chose to take it to mean that Glorvina said she could do nothing because there was a black mark against Tietjens in the book of the inner circle to which, if anyone had, the great lady must have had access. Glorvina, on the other hand, had been awakened to concern for Tietjens. In the existence of a book she didn't believe, she had never seen it. But that a black mark of a metaphorical nature might have been scored against him she was perfectly ready to believe, and when occasion served during the next 5 months she made inquiries about Tietjens. She came upon a Major Drake, an intelligence officer, who had access to the central depot of confidential reports upon officers, and Major Drake showed her, with a great deal of readiness, as a specimen, the report on Tietjens. It was of a most discouraging sort, and peppered over with hieroglyphics, the main point being Tietjens' impecuniosity and his predilection for the French, and apparently for the French royalists. There being at that date, and with that government, a great deal of friction with our allies, this characteristic, which earlier had earned him a certain number of soft jobs, had latterly done him a good deal of harm. Glorvina carried away the definite information that Tietjens had been seconded to the French artillery as a liaison officer, and had remained with them for some time, but having been shell-shocked, had been sent back. After that a mark had been added against him, not to be employed as liaison officer again. On the other hand, Sylvia's visits to Austrian officer prisoners had also been noted to Tietjens' account, and a final note added, not to be entrusted with any confidential work. To what extent Major Drake himself compiled these records the great lady didn't know, and didn't want to know. She was acquainted with the relationships of the parties, and was aware that in certain dark, full-blooded men the passion for sexual revenge is very lasting, and she let it go at that. She discovered, however, from Mr. Waterhouse, now also in retreat, that he had a very high opinion of Tietjens' character and abilities, and that just before Waterhouse's retirement he had especially recommended Tietjens for very high promotion. That alone, in the then state of ministerial friendships and enmities, Glorvina knew to be sufficient to ruin any man within range of governmental influence. She had therefore sent for Sylvia, and had put all these matters before her, for she had too much wisdom to believe that, even supposing there should be differences between the young people of which she had no evidence at all, Sylvia could wish to do anything but promote her husband's material interests. Moreover, sincerely benevolent as the great lady was towards this couple, she also saw that here was a possibility of damaging, at least, individuals of the party in power. A person in a relatively unimportant official position can sometimes make a very nasty stink if he is unjustly used, has determination, and a small amount of powerful backing. This Sylvia, at least, certainly had. And Sylvia had received the great lady's news with so much emotion that no one could have doubted that she was utterly devoted to her husband, and would tell him all about it. This Sylvia had not, as yet, managed to do. Ruggles, in the meantime, had collected a very full budget of news and inferences to present to Mark Tietjens whilst shaving. Mark had been neither surprised nor indignant. He had been accustomed to call all his father's children, except the brother immediately next to him, the whelps, and their concerns had been no concern of his. They would marry, beget unimportant children who would form collateral lines of Tietjens, and disappear as is the fate of sons of younger sons. And the deaths of the intermediate brothers had been so recent that Mark was not yet used to thinking of Christopher as anything but a whelp, a person whose action might be disagreeable but couldn't matter. He said to Ruggles, "You'd better talk to my father about this. I don't know that I could keep all these particulars accurately in my head." Ruggles had been only too pleased to, and, with, to give him weight, his intimacy with the eldest son, who certified to his reliability in money matters and his qualifications for amassing details as to personalities, acts and promotions, that day, at tea, at the club, in a tranquil corner, Ruggles had told Mr. Tietjens senior that Christopher's wife had been with child when he had married her, He had hushed up her elopement with Perrone, and connived at other love affairs of hers to his own dishonour, and was suspected in high places of being a French agent, thus being marked down as suspect in the great book. All this in order to obtain money for the support of Miss Wannop, by whom he had had a child, and to maintain MacMaster and Mrs. Duchemin on a scale unsuited to their means, Mrs. Duchemin being his mistress. The story that Tietjens had had a child by Miss Wannop was first suggested, and then supported, by the fact that in Yorkshire he certainly had a son who never appeared in Gray's Inn. Mr. Tietjens was a reasonable man, not reasonable enough to doubt Ruggles' circumstantial history. He believed implicitly in the great book, which has been believed in by several generations of country gentlemen. He perceived that his brilliant son had made no advancement commensurate with either his brilliance or his influence. He suspected that brilliance was synonymous with reprehensible tendencies. Moreover, his old friend, General Folliot, had definitely told him some days before that he ought to inquire into the goings-on of Christopher. On being pressed, Folliot had also definitely stated that Christopher was suspected of very dishonourable dealings, both in money and women. Ruggles' allegations came, therefore, as a definite confirmation of suspicions that appeared only too well backed up. He bitterly regretted that, knowing Christopher to be brilliant, he had turned the boy, as is the usual portion of younger sons, adrift, with what of a competence could be got together to sink or swim. He had, he said to himself, always wished to keep at home and under his own eyes this boy, for whom he had had especial promptings of tenderness. His wife, to whom he had been absolutely attached by a passionate devotion, had been unusually wrapped up in Christopher because Christopher had been her youngest son, born very late. And since his wife's death, Christopher had been especially dear to him, as if he had carried about his presence some of the radiance and illumination that had seemed to attach to his mother. Indeed, after his wife's death, Mr. Tietjens had very nearly asked Christopher and his wife to come and keep house for him at Groby, making, of course, special testamentary provisions for Christopher in order to atone for his giving up his career at the Department of Statistics. His sense of justice to his other children had prevented him doing this. What broke his heart was that Christopher should not only have seduced, but should have had a child by Valentine Wannop. Very grand seigneur in his habits, Mr. Tietjens had always believed in his duty to patronize the arts, and if he had actually done little in this direction beyond purchasing some chocolate-coloured pictures of the French Historic School, he had for long prided himself on what he had done for the widow and child of his old friend Professor Wannop. He considered, and with justice, that he had made Mrs. Wannop a novelist, and he considered her to be a very great novelist. And his conviction of the guilt of Christopher was strengthened by a slight tinge of jealousy of his son, a feeling that he would not have acknowledged to himself. For since Christopher, he didn't know how, for he had given his son no introduction, had become an intimate of the Wannop household, Mrs. Wannop had completely given up asking him, Mr. Tietjens, clamorously and constantly for advice. In return she had sung the praises of Christopher in almost extravagant terms. She had indeed said that if Christopher had not been almost daily in the house, or at any rate at the end of the phone, she would hardly have been able to keep on working at full pressure. This had not overpleased Mr. Tietjens. Mr. Tietjens entertained for Valentine Wannop an affection of the very deepest, the same qualities appealing to the father as appealed to the son. He had even, in spite of his 60-odd years, seriously entertained the idea of marrying the girl. She was a lady. She would have managed Groby very well, and although the entail of the property was very strict indeed, he would at least have been able to put her beyond the reach of want after his death. He had thus no doubt of his son's guilt, and he had to undergo the additional humiliation of thinking that not only had his son betrayed this radiant personality, but he had done it so clumsily as to give the girl a child and let it be known. That was unpardonable want of management in the son of a gentleman. and now this boy was his heir, with a misbegotten brat to follow, irrevocably. All his 4 tall sons then were down, his eldest tied for good to a quite admirable trollops, his next 2 dead, his youngest worse than dead, his wife dead of a broken heart. A soberly but deeply religious man, Mr. Tietjens' very religion made him believe in Christopher's guilt. He knew that it is as difficult for a rich man to go to heaven as it is for a camel to go through the gate in Jerusalem called the Needle's Eye. He humbly hoped that his Maker would receive him amongst the pardoned. Then, since he was rich, an enormously rich man, his sufferings on this earth must be very great. From tea-time that day until it was time to catch the midnight train for Bishop's Auckland, he had been occupied with his son Mark in the writing-room of the club. They had made many notes. He had seen his son Christopher in uniform, looking broken and rather bloated, the result, no doubt, of debauch. Christopher had passed through the other end of the room, and Mr. Tietjens had avoided his eye. He had caught the train and reached Groby, travelling alone. Towards dusk he had taken out a gun. He was found dead next morning, a couple of rabbits beside his body, just over the hedge from the little churchyard. He appeared to have crawled through the hedge, dragging his loaded gun, muzzle forwards, after him. Hundreds of men, mostly farmers, die from that cause every year in England. With these things in his mind, or as much of them as he could keep at once, Mark was now investigating his brother's affairs. He would have let things go on longer, for his father's estate was by no means wound up, but that morning Ruggles had told him that the club had had a cheque of his brother's returned, and that his brother was going out to France next day. It was 5 months exactly since the death of their father. That had happened in March. It was now August, a bright, untidy day in narrow, high courts. Mark arranged his thoughts. "How much of an income," he said, "do you need to live in comfort? If 1,000 isn't enough, how much? 2? Christopher said that he needed no money and didn't intend to live in comfort. Mark said, "I am to let you have 3,000 if you'll live abroad. I'm only carrying out our father's instructions. You could cut a hell of a splash on 3,000 in France." Christopher did not answer. Mark began again. "The remaining 3,000 then, that was over from our mother's money. Did you settle it on your girl or just spend it on her?" Christopher repeated with patience that he hadn't got a girl. Mark said, "The girl who had a child by you. I'm instructed if you haven't settled anything already, but father took it that you would have. I was to let her have enough to live in comfort. How much do you suppose she'll need to live in comfort?" "I allow Charlotte 400. Would 400 be enough?" "I suppose you want to go on keeping her. 3,000 isn't a great lot for her to live on with a child." Christopher said, "Hadn't you better mention names?" Mark said, "No, I never mention names. I mean a woman writer and her daughter. I suppose the girl is father's daughter, isn't she?" Christopher said, "No, she couldn't be. I've thought of it. She's 27. We were all in Dijon for the 2 years before she was born. Father didn't come into the estate till next year. The Wannops were also in Canada at the time. Professor Wannop was principal of a university there. I forget the name." Mark said, "So we were, in Dijon. For my French." He added, "Then she can't be father's daughter. It's a good thing. I thought as he wanted to settle money on them, they were very likely his children. There's a son, too. He's to have 1,000. What's he doing?" "The son," Tietjens said, "is a conscientious objector. He's on a minesweeper. A blue jacket. His idea is that picking up mines is saving life, not taking it." "Then he won't want the brass yet," Mark said. "It's to start him in any business. What's the full name and address of your girl? Where do you keep her?" They were in an open space, dusty, with half-timber buildings whose demolition had been interrupted. Christopher halted close to a post that had once been a cannon. Up against this he felt that his brother could lean in order to assimilate ideas. He said slowly and patiently, If you're consulting with me as to how to carry out our father's intentions, and as there's money in it, you had better make an attempt to get hold of the facts. I wouldn't bother you if it wasn't a matter of money. In the first place, no money is wanted at this end. I can live on my pay. My wife is a rich woman, relatively. Her mother is a very rich woman. She's Rugeley's mistress, isn't she? Mark asked. Christopher said, No, she isn't. I should certainly say she wasn't. Why should she be? She's his cousin. Then it's your wife who was Rugeley's mistress? Mark asked. Or why should she have the loan of his box? Sylvia is also Rugeley's cousin, of course, a degree further removed, Tietjens said. She isn't anyone's mistress, you can be certain of that. They say she is, Mark answered. They say she's a regular tart. I suppose you think I've insulted you. Christopher said, No, you haven't. It's better to get all this out. We're practically strangers, but you've a right to ask. Mark said, Then you haven't got a girl and you don't need money to keep her. You could have what you liked. There's no reason why a man shouldn't have a girl, and if he has, he ought to keep her decently. Christopher did not answer. Mark leaned against the half-buried cannon and swung his umbrella by its crook. But, he said, if you don't keep a girl, what do you do for... He was going to say, for the comforts of home, but a new idea had come into his mind. Of course, he said, one can see that your wife's soppily in love with you. He added, soppily, one can see that with half an eye. Christopher felt his jaw drop. Not a second before, that very second, he had made up his mind to ask Valentine Wannop to become his mistress that night. It was no good any more, he said to himself. She loved him, he knew, with a deep and unshakable passion, just as his passion for her was a devouring element that covered his whole mind as the atmosphere envelops the earth. Were they, then, to go down to death separated by years, with no word ever spoken? To what end? For whose benefit? The whole world conspired to force them together. To resist became a weariness. His brother Mark was talking on. I know all about women, he had announced. Perhaps he did. He had lived with exemplary fidelity to a quite unpresentable woman for a number of years. Perhaps the complete study of one woman gave you a map of all the rest. Christopher said, Look here, Mark, you had better go through all my passbooks for the last 10 years, or ever since I had an account. This discussion is no good if you don't believe what I say. Mark said, I don't want to see your passbooks. I believe you. He added a second later, Why the devil shouldn't I believe you? It's either believing you're a gentleman or Ruggles a liar. It's only common sense to believe Ruggles a liar in that case. I didn't before because I had no grounds to. Christopher said, I doubt if liar is the right word. He picked up things that were said against me. No doubt he reported them faithfully enough. Things are said against me. I don't know why. Because, Mark said with emphasis, you treat these South Country swine with the contempt that they deserve. They're incapable of understanding the motives of a gentleman. If you live among dogs, they'll think you've the motives of a dog. What other motives can they give you? He added, I thought you'd been buried so long under their muck that you were as mucky as they. Tietjens looked at his brother with the respect one has to give to a man ignorant but shrewd. It was a discovery that his brother was shrewd. But of course he would be shrewd. He was the indispensable head of a great department. He had to have some qualities, not cultivated, not even instructed, a savage, but penetrating. We must move on, he said, or I shall have to take a cab. Mark detached himself from his half-buried cannon. What did you do with the other 3,000, he asked. 3,000 is a hell of a big sum to chuck away for a younger son. Except for some furniture I bought for my wife's rooms, Christopher said, it went mostly in loans. Loans, Mark exclaimed. To that fellow McMaster? Mostly to him, Christopher answered, but about 700 to Dicky Swipes of colour coats. Good God, why to him? Mark ejaculated. Oh, because he was Swipes of colour coats, Christopher said, and asked for it. He'd have had more, only that was enough for him to drink himself to death on. Mark said, I suppose you don't give money to every fellow that asks for it? Christopher said, I do. It's a matter of principle. It's lucky, Mark said, that a lot of fellows don't know that. You wouldn't have much brass left for long. I didn't have it for long, Christopher said. You know, Mark said, you couldn't expect to do the princely patron on a youngest son's portion. It's a matter of taste. I never gave a halfpenny to a beggar myself. But a lot of the Tietjens were princely, one generation to Adelbrass, one to keep, one to spend. That's all right. I suppose McMaster's wife is your mistress? That'll account for it not being the girl. They keep an armchair for you. Christopher said, No, I just backed McMaster for the sake of backing him. Father lent him money to begin with. So he did, Mark exclaimed. His wife, Christopher said, was the widow of Breakfast Doucheman. You knew Breakfast Doucheman? Oh, I knew Breakfast Doucheman, Mark said. I suppose McMaster's a pretty warm man now. Done himself proud with Doucheman's money. Pretty proud, Christopher said. They won't be knowing me long now. But damn it all, Mark said, you've Groby to all intents and purposes. I'm not going to marry and beget children to hinder you. Christopher said, Thanks, I don't want it. Got your knife into me? Mark asked. Yes, I've got my knife into you, Christopher answered, into the whole bloody lot of you, and Ruggles and Folliouts and our father. Mark said, Ah. You don't suppose I wouldn't have? Christopher asked. Oh, I don't suppose you wouldn't have, Mark answered. I thought you were a soft sort of bloke. I see you aren't. I'm as North Riding as yourself, Christopher answered. They were in the tide of Fleet Street, pushed apart by foot passengers and separated by traffic. With some of the imperiousness of the officer of those days, Christopher barged across through motor buses and paper lorries. With the imperiousness of the head of a department, Mark said, Here, policeman, stop these damn things and let me get over. But Christopher was over much the sooner and waited for his brother in the gateway of the Middle Temple. His mind was completely swallowed up in the endeavour to imagine the embraces of Valentine Wannop. He said to himself that he had burnt his boats. Mark, coming alongside him, said, You'd better know what our father wanted. Christopher said, Be quick then, I must get off. He had to rush through his War Office interview to get to Valentine Wannop. They would have only a few hours in which to recount the loves of 2 lifetimes. He saw her golden head and her enraptured face. He wondered how her face would look enraptured. He had seen on it humour, dismay, tenderness in the eyes, and fierce anger and contempt for his, Christopher's, political opinions, his militarism. Nevertheless, they halted by the temple fountain. That respect was due to their dead father. Mark had been explaining. Christopher had caught some of his words and divined the links. Mr. Tietjens had left no will, confident that his desires as to the disposal of his immense fortune would be carried out meticulously by his eldest son. He would have left a will, but there was the vague case of Christopher to be considered. Whilst Christopher had been a youngest son, you arranged that he had a good lump sum and went with it to the devil how he liked. He was no longer a youngest son, by the will of God. Our father's idea, Mark said by the fountain, was that no settled sum could keep you straight. His idea was that if you were a bloody pimp living on women, you don't mind. I don't mind your putting it straightforwardly, Christopher said. He considered the base of the fountain that was half full of leaves. This civilization had contrived a state of things in which leaves rotted by August. Well, it was doomed. If you were a pimp living on women, Mark repeated, it was no good making a will. You might need uncounted thousands to keep you straight. You were to have 'em. You were to be as debauched as you wanted, but on clean money. I was to see how much in all probability that would be and arrange the other legacies to scale. Father had crowds of pensioners. How much did Father cut up for? Christopher asked. Mark said, God knows. You saw we proved the estate at $1.25 million as far as ascertained, but it might be twice that, or 5 times. With steel prices what they have been for the last 3 years, it's impossible to say what the Middlesbrough district property won't produce. The death duties even can't catch it up, and there are all the ways of getting round them. Christopher inspected his brother with curiosity. This brown-complexioned fellow with bulging eyes, shabby on the whole, tightly buttoned into a rather old pepper-and-salt suit, with a badly rolled umbrella, old race glasses, and his bowler hat, the only neat thing about him, was indeed a prince. with a rigid outline. All real princes must look like that. He said, "Well, you won't be a penny the poorer by me." Mark was beginning to believe this. He said, "You won't forgive father?" Christopher said, "I won't forgive father for not making a will. I won't forgive him for calling in Ruggles. I saw him and you in the writing room the night before he died. He never spoke to me. He could have. It was clumsy stupidity. That's unforgivable." "The fellow shot himself," Mark said. "You usually forgive a fellow who shoots himself." "I don't," Christopher said. "Besides, he's probably in heaven and don't need my forgiveness. 10 to 1 he's in heaven. He was a good man." "One of the best," Mark said. "It was I that called in Ruggles, though." "I don't forgive you either," Christopher said. "But you must," Mark said, and it was a tremendous concession to sentimentality. "Take enough to make you comfortable." "By God," Christopher exclaimed, "I loathe your whole beastly buttered toast, mutton-chopped, carpet-slippered, rum-negus comfort as much as I loathe your beastly Riviera-palaced, chauffeured, hydraulic-lifted, hothouse-aired beastliness of fornication." He was carried away, as he seldom let himself be, by the idea of his amours with Valentine Wannop, which should take place on the empty boards of a cottage, without draperies, fat meats, gummy aphrodisiacs. "You won't," he repeated, "be a penny the poorer by me." Mark said, "Well, you needn't get shirty about it. If you won't, you won't. We'd better move on. You've only just time. We'll say that settles it. Are you or aren't you overdrawn at your bank? I'll make that up, whatever you damn well do to stop it." "I'm not overdrawn," Christopher said. "I'm over £30 in credit, and I've an immense overdraft guaranteed by Sylvia. It was a mistake of the bank's." Mark hesitated for a moment. It was to him almost unbelievable that a bank could make a mistake. One of the great banks, the props of England. They were walking down towards the embankment. With his precious umbrella, Mark aimed a violent blow at the railings above the tennis lawns, where whitish figures, bedrabbled in the dim atmosphere, moved like marionettes practising crucifixions. "By God," he said, "this is the last of England. There's only my department where they never make mistakes. I tell you, if there were any mistakes made there would be some backs broken." He added, "But don't you think that I'm going to give up comfort? I'm not. My Charlotte makes better buttered toast than they can at the club, and she's got a tap of French rum that saved my life over and over again after a beastly wet day's racing. And she does it all on the 500 I give her, and keeps herself clean and tidy on top of it. Nothing like a French woman for managing. By God, I'd marry the doxy if she wasn't a papist. It would please her and it wouldn't hurt me. But I couldn't stomach marrying a papist. They're not to be trusted." "You'll have to stomach a papist coming into Groby," Christopher said. "My son's to be brought up as a papist." Mark stopped and dug his umbrella into the ground. "Eh, but that's a bitter one," he said. "Whatever made you do that?" "I suppose the mother made you do it. She tricked you into it before you married her." He added, "I'd not like to sleep with that wife of yours. She's too athletic. It'd be like sleeping with a bundle of faggots. I suppose, though, you're a pair of turtle doves. Eh, but I'd not have thought you would have been so weak." "I only decided this morning," Christopher said, "when my cheque was returned from the bank. You won't have to read Spelden on sacrilege about Groby." "I can't say I have," Mark answered. "It's no good trying to explain that side of it, then," Christopher said. "There isn't time. But you're wrong in thinking Sylvia made it a condition of our marriage. Nothing would have made me consent then. It has made her a happy woman that I have. The poor thing thought our house was under a curse for want of a papist heir." "What made you consent now?" Mark asked. "I've told you," Christopher said. "It was getting my cheque returned to the club. That on the top of the rest of it. A fellow who can't do better than that had better let the mother bring up the child. Besides, it won't hurt a papist boy to have a father with dishonoured cheques as much as it would a Protestant. They're not quite English." "That's true too," Mark said. He stood still by the railings of the public garden near the Temple station. Then he said, "If I'd let the lawyers write and tell you the guarantee for your overdraft from the estate was stopped as they wanted to, the boy wouldn't be a papist. You wouldn't have overdrawn." "I didn't overdraw," Christopher said, "but if you had warned me I should have made inquiries at the bank and the mistake wouldn't have occurred. Why didn't you?" "I meant to," Mark said. "I meant to do it myself, but I hate writing letters. I put it off. I didn't much like having dealings with the fellow I thought you were. I suppose that's another thing you won't forgive me for." "No, I shan't forgive you for not writing to me," Christopher said. "You ought to write business letters." "I hate writing 'em," Mark said. Christopher was moving on. "There's one thing more," Mark said. "I suppose the boy is your son?" "Yes, he's my son," Christopher said. "Then that's all," Mark said. "I suppose if you're killed you won't mind my keeping an eye on the youngster?" "I'll be glad," Christopher said. They strolled along the embankment side by side, walking rather slowly, their backs erected and their shoulders squared because of their satisfaction of walking together, desiring to lengthen the walk by going slow. Once or twice they stopped to look at the dirty silver of the river, for both liked grim effects of landscape. They felt very strong, as if they owned the land. Once Mark chuckled and said, "It's too damn funny to think of our both being, monogamists? Well, it's a good thing to stick to one woman. You can't say it isn't. It saves trouble, and you know where you are." Under the lugubrious arch that leads into the War Office quadrangle, Christopher halted. "No, I'm coming in," Mark said. "I want to speak to Hogarth. I haven't spoken to Hogarth for some time. About the transport wagon parks in Regent's Park. I manage all those beastly things and a lot more." "They say you do it damn well," Christopher said. "They say you're indispensable." He was aware that his brother desired to stay with him as long as possible. He desired it himself. "I damn well am," Mark said. He added, "I suppose you couldn't do that sort of job in France, look after transport and horses?" "I could," Christopher said, "but I suppose I shall go back to liaison work." "I don't think you will," Mark said. "I could put in a word for you with the transport people." "I wish you could," Christopher said. "I'm not fit to go back into the front line. Besides, I'm no beastly hero, and I'm a rotten infantry officer. No Tietjens was ever a soldier worth talking of." They turned the corner of the arch. Like something fitting in, exact and expected, Valentine Wannop stood looking at the lists of casualties that hung beneath a cheaply green-stained deal shelter against the wall, a tribute at once to the weaker art movements of the day and the desire to save the ratepayers' money. With the same air of finding Christopher Tietjens fit in exactly to an expected landscape, she turned on him. Her face was blue-white and distorted. She ran upon him and exclaimed, "Look at this horror, and you in that foul uniform can support it." The sheets of paper beneath the green roof were laterally striped with little serrated lines. Each line meant the death of a man for the day. Tietjens had fallen a step back off the curb of the pavement that ran round the quadrangle. He said, "I support it because I have to, just as you decry it because you have to. They're two different patterns that we see." He added, "This is my brother, Mark." She turned her head stiffly upon Mark. Her face was perfectly waxen. It was as if the head of a shopkeeper's lay figure had been turned. She said to Mark, "I didn't know Mr. Tietjens had a brother, or hardly. I'd never heard him speak of you." Mark grinned feebly, exhibiting to the lady the brilliant lining of his hat. "I don't suppose anyone has heard me speak of him," he said, "but he's my brother all right." She stepped onto the asphalt carriageway and caught between her fingers and thumb a fold of Christopher's khaki sleeve. "I must speak to you," she said. "I'm going then." She drew Christopher into the centre of the enclosed, hard and ungracious space, holding him still by the stuff of his tunic. She pushed him round until he was facing her. She swallowed hard. It was as if the motion of her throat took an immense time. Christopher looked round the skyline of the buildings of sordid and besmirched stone. He had often wondered what would happen if an air bomb of some size dropped into the mean, grey stoniness of that cold heart of an embattled world. The girl was devouring his face with her eyes, to see him flinch. Her voice was hard between her little teeth. She said, "Were you the father of the child Ethel was going to have? Your wife says you were." Christopher considered the dimensions of the quadrangle. He said vaguely, "Ethel? Who's she?" In pursuance of the habits of the painter-poet, Mr. and Mrs. McMaster called each other always Googums. Christopher had in all probability never heard Mrs. Duchemin's Christian name since his disaster had swept all names out of his head. He came to the conclusion that the quadrangle was not a space sufficiently confined to afford much bursting resistance to a bomb. The girl said Edith Ethel Duchemin, Mrs. McMaster, that is. She was obviously waiting intensely. Christopher said with vagueness, "No, certainly not. What was said?" Mark Tietjens was leaning forward over the curb in front of the green-stained shelter, like a child over a brookside. He was obviously waiting, quite patient, swinging his umbrella by the hook. He appeared to have no other means of self-expression. The girl was saying that when she had rung up Christopher that morning, a voice had said, without any preparation at all, the girl repeated, without any preparation at all, "You'd better keep off the grass if you're the Wannop girl. Mrs. Duchemin is my husband's mistress already. You keep off." Christopher said, "She said that, did she?" He was wondering how Mark kept his balance, really. The girl said nothing more. She was waiting. With an insistence that seemed to draw him, a sort of sucking in of his personality. It was unbearable. He made his last effort of that afternoon. He said, "Damn it all, how could you ask such a tomfool question? You, I took you to be an intelligent person, the only intelligent person I know. Don't you know me?" She made an effort to retain her stiffening. "Isn't Mrs. Tietjens a truthful person?" she asked. "I thought she looked truthful when I saw her at Vincent and Ethel's." He said, "What she says she believes, but she only believes what she wants to for the moment. If you call that truthful, she's truthful. I've nothing against her." He said to himself, "I'm not going to appeal to her by damning my wife." She seemed to go all of a piece, as the hard outline goes suddenly out of a piece of lump sugar upon which you drop water. "Oh," she said, "it isn't true. I knew it wasn't true." She began to cry. Christopher said, "Come along. I've been answering tomfool questions all day. I've got another tomfool to see here, then I'm through." She said, "I can't come with you crying like this." He answered, "Oh, yes, you can. This is the place where women cry." He added, "Besides, there's Mark. He's a comforting ass." He delivered her over to Mark. "Here, look after Miss Wannop," he said. "You want to talk to her anyhow, don't you?" And he hurried ahead of them like a fussy shop-walker into the lugubrious hall. He felt that if he didn't come soon to an unemotional ass in red, green, blue or pink tabs who would have fish-like eyes and would ask the sort of questions that fishes ask in tanks, he too must break down and cry, with relief. However, that was a place where men cried too. End of Part 2, Chapter 3, Section 1. Part 2, Chapter 3, Section 2, of Some Do Not, by Ford Madox Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Part 2, Chapter 3, Section 2. He got through at once by sheer weight of personality, down miles of corridors into the presence of a quite intelligent, thin, dark person with scarlet tabs. That meant a superior staff affair, not dustbins. The dark man said to him at once, "Look here, what's the matter with the command depots? You've been lecturing a lot of them. In economy, what are all these damned mutinies about? Is it the rotten old colonels in command?" Tietjens said amiably, "Look here, I'm not a beastly spy, you know. I've had hospitality from the rotten old colonels." The dark man said, "I dare say you have, but that's what you were sent round for. General Campion said you were the brainiest chap in his command. He's gone out now, worse luck. What's the matter with the command depots? Is it the men, or is it the officers? You needn't mention names." Tietjens said, "Kind of, Campion. It isn't the officers and it isn't the men, it's the foul system. You get men who think they've deserved well of their country, and they damn well have, and you crop their heads. That's the MOs, the dark man said. They don't want lice." "If they prefer mutinies," Tietjens said. "A man wants to walk with his girl and have a properly oiled quiff. They don't like being regarded as convicts. That's how they are regarded." The dark man said, "All right, go on. Why don't you sit down?" "I'm a little in a hurry," Tietjens said. "I'm going out tomorrow, and I've got a brother and people waiting below." The dark man said, "Oh, I'm sorry. But damn, you're the sort of man we want at home. Do you want to go? We can, no doubt, get you stopped if you don't." Tietjens hesitated for a moment. "Yes," he said eventually. "Yes, I want to go." For the moment he had felt temptation to stay, but it came into his discouraged mind that Mark had said that Sylvia was in love with him. It had been underneath his thoughts all the while. It had struck him at the time like a kick from a hind leg of a mule in his subliminal consciousness. It was the impossible complication. It might not be true, but whether or no, the best thing for him was to go and get wiped out as soon as possible. He meant, nevertheless, fiercely, to have his night with the girl who was crying downstairs. He heard in his ear perfectly distinctly the lines, "The voice that never yet made answer to my word." He said to himself, "That was what Sylvia wanted. I've got that much." The dark man had said something. Tietjens repeated, "I take it very unkindly if you stopped my going. I want to go." The dark man said, "Some do, some do not. I'll make a note of your name in case you come back. You won't mind going on with your cinder sifting if you do? Get on with your story as quick as you can, and get what fun you can before you go. They say it's rotten out there, damn awful. There's a hell of a strafe on, that's why they want all you." For a moment Tietjens saw the grey dawn at railhead with the distant sound of a ceaselessly boiling pot from miles away. The army feeling redescended upon him. He began to talk about command depots at great length and with enthusiasm. He snorted with rage at the way men were treated in these gloomy places, with ingenious stupidity. Every now and then the dark man interrupted him with, "Don't forget that a command depot is a place where sick and wounded go to get made fit. We've got to get 'em back as soon as we can." "And do you?" Tietjens would ask. "No, we don't," the other would answer. "That's what this inquiry is about." "You've got," Tietjens would continue, "on the north side of a beastly clay hill 9 miles from Southampton, 3,000 men from the Highlands, North Wales, Cumberland, God knows where, as long as it's 300 miles from home, to make them rather mad with nostalgia. You allow 'em out for an hour a day during the pub's closing time. You share their heads to prevent 'em appealing to the local young women who don't exist, and you don't let 'em carry the swagger canes. God knows why. To prevent their poking their eyes out if they fall down, I suppose. 9 miles from anywhere, with chalked-down roads to walk on, and not a bush for shelter or shade. And damn it, if you get 2 men, chums from the Seaforths or the Argylls, you don't let 'em sleep in the same hut, but shove 'em in with a lot of fat buffs or Welshmen who stink of leeks and can't speak English. That's the infernal medical's orders, to stop 'em talking all night." "To make 'em conspire all night not to turn out for parade," Tietjens said. "And there's a beastly mutiny begun, and damn it, they're fine men, they're first-class fellows. Why don't you, as this is a Christian land, let 'em go home to convalesce with their girls and pubs and friends and a little bit of swank for heroes? Why in God's name don't you? Isn't there suffering enough?" "I wish you wouldn't say that," the dark man said. "It isn't me. The only ACI I've drafted was to give every command depot a cinema and a theatre, but the beastly medicals got it stopped for fear of infection. And, of course, the parsons and nonconformist magistrates." "Well, you'll have to change it all," Tietjens said, "or you'll just have to say, 'Thank God we've got a navy. You won't have an army.' The other day 3 fellows, Warwicks, asked me at question time after a lecture why they were shut up there in Wiltshire whilst Belgian refugees were getting bastards on their wives in Birmingham, and when I asked how many men made that complaint, over 50 stood up, all from Birmingham." The dark man said, "I'll make a note of that. Go on." Tietjens went on. For as long as he stayed there, he felt himself a man, doing work that befitted a man, with the bitter contempt for fools that a man should have and express. It was a letting up, a real last leave. End of Part 2, Chapter 3, Section 2. Part 2, Chapter 4, Section 1 of Some Do Not by Madox. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Part 2, Chapter 4, Section 1. Mark Tietjens, his umbrella swinging sheepishly, his bowler hat pushed firmly down onto his ears to give him a sense of stability, walked beside the weeping girl in the quadrangle. "I say," he said, "don't give it to old Christopher too beastly hard about his militarist opinions. Remember, he's going out tomorrow, and he's one of the best." She looked at him quickly, tears remaining upon her cheeks, and then away. "One of the best," Mark said, "a fellow who never told a lie or did a dishonourable thing in his life. Let him down easy, there's a good girl. You ought to, you know." The girl, her face turned away, said, "I'd lay down my life for him." Mark said, "I know you would. I know a good woman when I see one. And think, he probably considers that he is offering his life, you know, for you. And me too, of course. It's a different way of looking at things." He gripped her awkwardly but irresistibly by the upper arm. It was very thin under her blue cloth coat. He said to himself, "By Jove, Christopher likes them skinny. It's the athletic sort that attracts him. This girl is as clean run as—" He couldn't think of anything as clean run as Miss Wannop, but he felt a warm satisfaction at having achieved an intimacy with her and his brother. He said, "You aren't going away, not without a kinder word to him? You think he might be killed. Besides, probably he's never killed a German. He was a liaison officer. Since then he's been in charge of a dump where they sift army dustbins to see how they can give the men less to eat. That means that the civilians get more. You don't object to his giving civilians more meat. It isn't even helping to kill Germans." He felt her arm press his hand against her warm side. "What's he going to do now?" she asked. Her voice wavered. "That's what I'm here about," Mark said. "I'm going in to see old Hogarth. You don't know Hogarth? Old General Hogarth? I think I can get him to give Christopher a job with the transport. A safe job. Safe-ish. No beastly glory business about it. No killing beastly Germans either. I beg your pardon, if you like Germans." She drew her arm from his hand in order to look him in the face. "Oh," she said, "you don't want him to have any beastly military glory." The colour came back into her face. She looked at him open-eyed. He said, "No, why the devil should he?" He said to himself, "She's got enormous eyes. A good neck, good shoulders, good breasts, clean hips, small hands. She isn't knock-kneed, neat ankles. She stands well on her feet not too large. 5'4", say, a real good filly." He went on aloud, "Why in the world should he want to be a beastly soldier? He's the heir to Groby. That ought to be enough for one man." Having stood still sufficiently long for what she knew to be his critical inspection, she put her hand in turn precipitately under his arm and moved him towards the entrance steps. "Let's be quick then," she said. "Let's get him into your transport at once, before he goes tomorrow. Then we'll know he's safe." He was puzzled by her dress. It was very businesslike, dark blue and very short. A white blouse with a black silk man's tie, a wide-awake with, on the front of the band, a cipher. "You're in uniform yourself," he said. "Does your conscience let you do war work?" She said, "No, we're hard up. I'm taking the gym classes in a great big school to turn an honest penny. Do be quick." Her pressure on his elbow flattered him. He resisted it a little, hanging back, to make her more insistent. He liked being pleaded with by a pretty woman, Christopher's girl at that. He said, "Oh, it's not a matter of minutes. They keep 'em weeks at the base before they send him up. We'll fix him up all right, I've no doubt. We'll wait in the hall till he comes down." He told the benevolent commissionaire, one of two in a pulpit in a crowded grim hall, that he was going up to see General Hogarth in a minute or two, but not to send a bellboy. He might be some time yet. He sat himself beside Miss Wannop, clumsily, on a wooden bench, humanity surging over their toes as if they had been on a beach. She moved a little to make room for him, and that too made him feel good. He said, "You said just now we are hard up. Does we mean you and Christopher?" She said, "I and Mr. Tietjens. "Oh no, I and Mother. The paper she used to write for stopped. When your father died, I believe. He found money for it, I think, and Mother isn't suited to freelancing. She's worked too hard in her life." He looked at her, his round eyes protruding. "I don't know what that is, freelancing," he said, "but you've got to be comfortable. How much do you and your mother need to keep you comfortable? And put in a bit more so that Christopher could have a mutton chop now and then." She hadn't really been listening. He said with some insistence, "Look here, I'm here on business, not like an elderly admirer forcing himself on you, though by God I do admire you too. But my father wanted your mother to be comfortable." Her face, turned to him, became rigid. "You don't mean," she began. He said, "You won't get it any quicker by interrupting. I have to tell my stories in my own way. My father wanted your mother to be comfortable. He said so that she could write books, not papers. I don't know what the difference is. That's what he said. He wants you to be comfortable too. You've not got any encumbrances? No? Oh, say, a business, a hat shop that doesn't pay? Some girls have." She said, "No, I just teach. Oh, do be quick." For the first time in his life he dislocated the course of his thoughts to satisfy a longing in someone else. "You may take it to go on with," he said, "as if my father had left your mother a nice little plum." He cast about to find his scattered thoughts. He has, after all," the girl said. "Oh, thank God." "There'll be a bit for you, if you like," Mark said, "or perhaps Christopher won't let you. He's ratty with me. And something for your brother to buy a doctor's business with." He asked, "You haven't fainted, have you?" She said, "No, I don't faint. I cry." "That'll be all right," he answered. He went on, "That's your side of it. Now for mine. I want Christopher to have a place where he'll be sure of a mutton chop and an armchair by the fire, and someone to be good for him. You're good for him, I can see that. I know women." The girl was crying, softly and continuously. It was the first moment of the lifting of strain that she had known since the day before the Germans crossed the Belgian frontier near a place called Gemmenich. It had begun with the return of Mrs. Duchemin from Scotland. She had sent at once for Miss Wannop to the rectory late at night. By the light of candles in tall silver stocks, against oak panelling, she had seemed like a mad block of marble with staring dark eyes and mad hair. She had exclaimed in a voice as hard as a machine's, "How do you get rid of a baby? You've been a servant, you ought to know." That had been the great shock, the turning point of Valentine Wannop's life. Her last years before that had been of great tranquillity, tinged, of course, with melancholy because she loved Christopher Tietjens. But she had early learned to do without, and the world as she saw it was a place of renunciations, of high endeavour and sacrifice. Tietjens had to be a man who came to see her mother and talked wonderfully. She had been happy when he had been in the house, she in the housemaid's pantry getting the tea things. She had, besides, been very hard worked for her mother. The weather had been, on the whole, good. The corner of the country in which they lived had continued to seem fresh and agreeable. She had had excellent health, got an occasional ride on the key tamer with which Tietjens had replaced Joel's rig, and her brother had done admirably at Eton, taking such a number of exhibitions and things that once at Magdalen he had been nearly off his mother's hands. An admirable, gay boy, not unlikely to run for, as well as being a credit to, his university if he didn't get sent down for his political extravagances. He was a communist. And at the rectory there had been the Duchemins, or rather Mrs. Duchemin, and during most weekends McMaster's somewhere about. The passion of McMaster for Edith Ethel, and of Edith Ethel for McMaster, had seemed to her one of the beautiful things of life. They seemed to swim in a sea of renunciations, of beautiful quotations, and of steadfast waiting. McMaster did not interest her personally much, but she took him on trust because of Edith Ethel's romantic passion and because he was Christopher Tietjens' friend. She had never heard him say anything original. When he used quotations they would be apt rather than striking. But she took it for granted that he was the right man, much as you take it for granted that the engine of an express train in which you are is reliable. The right people have chosen it for you. With Mrs. Dusherman mad before her, she had the first intimation that her idolised friend, in whom she had believed as she had believed in the firmness of the great sunny earth, had been the mistress of her lover, almost since the first day she had seen him, and that Mrs. Dusherman had, stored somewhere, a character of an extreme harshness and great vulgarity of language. She raged up and down in the candlelight before the dark oak panelling, screaming coarse phrases of the deepest hatred for her lover. Didn't the oaf know his business better than to... the dirty little Port of Leith fish-handler. What then were tall candles in silver sticks for, and polished panelling in galleries? Valentine Wannop couldn't have been a little ash-cat in worn cotton dresses sleeping under the stairs in an Ealing household with a drunken cook, an invalid mistress and 3 overfed men, without acquiring a considerable knowledge of the sexual necessities and excesses of humanity. But as all the poorer helots of the great cities hearten their lives by dreaming of material beauties, elegance and suave wealth, she had always considered that, far from the world of Ealing and its county councillors who overate and neighed like stallions, there were bright colonies of beings, chaste, beautiful in thought, altruist and circumspect. And till that moment she had imagined herself on the skirts of such a colony. She presupposed a society of beautiful intellect centring in London round her friends. Ealing she just put out of her mind. She considered, she had indeed once heard Tietjens say that humanity was made up of exact and constructive intellects on the one hand, and on the other of stuff to fill graveyards. Now what had become of the exact and constructive intellects? Worst of all, what became of her beautiful inclination towards Tietjens, for she couldn't regard it as anything more. Couldn't her heart sing any more whilst she was in the housemaid's pantry and he in her mother's study? And what became still more of what she knew to be Tietjens' beautiful inclination towards her? She asked herself the eternal question, and she knew it to be the eternal question, whether no man and woman can ever leave it at the beautiful inclination. And looking at Mrs. Dusherman rushing backwards and forwards in the light of candles, blue-white of face and her hair flying, Valentine Wannop said, "No, no, the tiger lying in the reeds will always raise its head." But tiger, it was more like a peacock. Tietjens, raising his head from the other side of the tea-table and looking at her with his long, meditative glance from beside her mother, ought he then, instead of blue and protruding, to have eyes divided longitudinally in the blacks of them, that should divide, closing or dilating, on a yellow ground with green glowings of furtive light? She was aware that Edith Ethel had done her an irreparable wrong, for you cannot suffer a great sexual shock and ever be the same, or not for years. Nevertheless, she stayed with Mrs. Dusherman until far into the small hours, when that lady fell, a mere parcel of bones in a peacock-blue wrapper, into a deep chair and refused to move or speak, nor did she afterwards slacken in her faithful waiting on her friend. On the next day came the war. That was a nightmare of pure suffering, with never a let-up day or night. It began on the morning of the 4th with the arrival of her brother from some sort of Oxford communist summer school on the Broads. He was wearing a German coarse student's cap and was very drunk. He had been seeing German friends off from Harwich. It was the first time she had ever seen a drunken man, so that was a good present to her. Next day, and sober, he was almost worse. A handsome, dark boy like his father, he had his mother's hooked nose and was always a little imbalanced, not mad, but always over-violent in any views he happened for the moment to hold. At the summer school he had been under very vitriolic teachers of all sorts of notions. That hadn't hitherto mattered. Her mother had written for a Tory paper. Her brother, when he had been at home, had edited some sort of Oxford organ of disruption. But her mother had only chuckled. The war changed that. Both seemed to be filled with a desire for blood and to torture. Neither paid the least attention to the other. It was as if, so for the rest of those years the remembrance of that time lived with her, in one corner of the room her mother, aging and on her knees, from which she only with difficulty rose, shouted hoarse prayers to God to let her with her own hands strangle, torture, and flay off all his skin, a being called the Kaiser, and as if in the other corner of the room her brother, erect, dark, scowling and vitriolic, one hand clenched above his head, called down the curse of heaven on the British soldier, so that in thousands he might die in agony, the blood spouting from his scalded lungs. It appeared that the communist leader whom Edward Wannop affected had had ill success in his attempts to cause disaffection among some units or other of the British army, and had failed rather gallingly, being laughed at or ignored rather than being ducked in a horse pond, shot or otherwise martyrized. That made it obvious that the British man in the ranks was responsible for the war. If those ignoble hirelings had refused to fight, all the other embattled and terrorized millions would have thrown down their arms. Across that dreadful phantasmagoria went the figure of Tietjens. He was in doubt. She heard him several times voice his doubts to her mother, who grew every day more vacant. One day Mrs. Wannop had said, "What does your wife think about it?" Tietjens had answered, "Oh, Mrs. Tietjens is a pro-German." "Oh no, that isn't exact. She has German prisoner friends and looks after them. But she spends nearly all her time in retreat in a convent reading novels of before the war. She can't bear the thought of physical suffering. I can't blame her." Mrs. Wannop was no longer listening. Her daughter was. For Valentine Wannop, the war had turned Tietjens into far more than a man and far less of an inclination, the war and Mrs. Duchemin between them. He had seemed to grow less infallible. A man with doubts is more of a man, with eyes, hands, the need for food, and for buttons to be sewn on. She had actually tightened up a loose glove button for him. One Friday afternoon at McMaster's she had had a long talk with him, the first she had had since the drive and the accident. Ever since McMaster had instituted his Friday afternoons, and that had been some time before the war, Valentine Wannop had accompanied Mrs. Duchemin to town by the morning train and back at night to the rectory. Valentine poured out the tea, Mrs. Duchemin drifting about the large book-lined room amongst the geniuses and superior journalists. On this occasion, a November day of very chilly, wet, there had been next to nobody present, the preceding Friday having been unusually full. McMaster and Mrs. Duchemin had taken a Mr. Spong, an architect, into the dining-room to inspect an unusually fine set of Piranesi's views of Rome that Tietjens had picked up somewhere and had given to McMaster. A Mr. Jegg and a Mrs. Haviland were sitting close together in the far window seat. They were talking in low tones. From time to time Mr. Jegg used the word inhibition. Tietjens rose from the fire-seat on which he had been sitting and came to her. He ordered her to bring her cup of tea over by the fire and talk to him. She obeyed. They sat side by side on the leather fire-seat that stood on polished brass rails, the fire warming their backs. He said, "Well, Miss Wannop, what have you been doing?" And they drifted into talking of the war. You couldn't not. She was astonished not to find him so loathsome as she had expected, for just at that time, with the facts that were always being driven into her mind by the pacifist friends of her brother, and with continual brooding over the morals of Mrs. Duchemin, she had an automatic feeling that all manly men were lust-filled devils, desiring nothing better than to stride over battlefields, stabbing the wounded with long daggers in frenzies of sadism. She knew that this view of Tietjens was wrong, but she cherished it. She found him, as subconsciously she knew he was, astonishingly mild. She had too often watched him whilst he listened to her mother's tirades against the Kaiser, not to know that. He did not raise his voice, he showed no emotion. He said at last, "You and I are like two people." He paused and began again more quickly. "Do you know these soap advertisement signs that read differently from several angles? As you come up to them you read, 'Monkey's Soap,' and if you look back when you've passed, it's 'Needs no rinsing.' You and I are standing at different angles, and though we both look at the same thing, we read different messages. Perhaps if we stood side by side, we should see yet a third. But I hope we respect each other. We're both honest. I at least tremendously respect you, and I hope you respect me." She kept silent. Behind their backs the fire rustled. Mr. Jegg, across the room, said, "The failure to coordinate," and then dropped his voice. Tietjens looked at her attentively. "You don't respect me?" he asked. She kept obstinately silent. "I'd have liked you to have said it," he repeated. "Oh," she cried out, "how can I respect you when there is all this suffering, so much pain, such torture? I can't sleep. Never. I haven't slept a whole night since. Think of the immense spaces stretching out under the night. I believe pain and fear must be worse at night." She knew she was crying out like that because her dread had come true. When he had said, "I'd have liked you to have said it," using the past, he had said his valedictory. Her man, too, was going. And she knew, too. She had always known under her mind, and now she confessed it. Her agony had been, half of it, because one day he would say farewell to her like that, with the inflection of a verb, as just occasionally using the word "we," and perhaps without intention, he had let her know that he loved her. Mr. Jegg drifted across from the window. Mrs. Haviland was already at the door. "We'll leave you to have your war talk out," Mr. Jegg said. He added, "For myself, I believe it's one's sole duty to preserve the beauty of things that's preservable. I can't help saying that." End of Part 2, Chapter 4, Section 1. Part 2, Chapter 4, Section 2 of Some Do Not by Madox Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Part 2, Chapter 4, Section 2. She was alone with Tietjens and the quiet day. She said to herself, "Now he must take me in his arms. He must, he must." The deepest of her instincts came to the surface from beneath layers of thought hardly known to her. She could feel his arms round her. She had in her nostrils the peculiar scent of his hair, like the scent of the skin of an apple, but very faint. You must," she said to herself. There came back to her, overpoweringly, the memory of their drive together and the moment, the overwhelming moment, when, climbing out of the white fog into the blinding air, she had felt the impulse of his whole body towards her and the impulse of her whole body towards him. A sudden lapse, like the momentary dream when you fall. She saw the white disk of the sun over the silver mist, and behind them was the long warm night. Tietjens sat, huddled rather together, dejectedly, the firelight playing on the silver places of his hair. It had grown nearly dark outside. They had a sense of the large room that, almost week by week, had grown, for its gleams of gilding and hand-polished dark woods, more like the great dining-room at the Duchermans. He got down from the fire-seat with a weary movement, as if the fire-seat had been very high. He said, with a little bitterness, but as if with more fatigue, "Well, I've got the business of telling McMaster that I'm leaving the office. That too won't be an agreeable affair. Not that what poor Vinnie thinks matters." He added, "It's queer, dear." In the tumult of her emotion she was almost certain that he had said dear. "Not 3 hours ago my wife used to me almost the exact words you have just used. Almost the exact words. She talked of her inability to sleep at night for thinking of immense spaces full of pain that was worse at night. And she too said that she could not respect me." She sprang up. "Oh," she said, "she didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Almost every man who is a man must do as you are doing. But don't you see it's a desperate attempt to get you to stay, an attempt on moral lines. How can we leave any stone unturned that could keep us from losing our men?" She added, and it was another stone that she didn't leave unturned, Besides, how can you reconcile it with your sense of duty, even from your point of view? You're more useful, you know you're more useful to your country here than... He stood over her, stooping a little, somehow suggesting great gentleness and concern. I can't reconcile it with my conscience, he said. In this affair there is nothing that any man can reconcile with his conscience. I don't mean that we oughtn't to be in this affair and on the side we're on. We ought. But I'll put to you things I have put to no other soul. The simplicity of his revelation seemed to her to put to shame any of the glibnesses she had heard. It appeared to her as if a child were speaking. He described the disillusionment it had cost him personally as soon as this country had come into the war. He even described the sunlit heather landscape of the north, where naively he had made his tranquil resolution to join the French Foreign Legion as a common soldier, and his conviction that that would give him, as he called it, clean bones again. That, he said, had been straightforward. Now there was nothing straightforward, for him or for any man. One could have fought with a clean heart for a civilization, if you like, for the 18th century against the 20th, since that was what fighting for France against the enemy countries meant. But our coming in had changed the aspect at once. It was one part of the 20th century using the 18th as a cat's paw to bash the other half of the 20th. It was true there was nothing else for it. And as long as we did it in a decent spirit, it was just bearable. One could keep at one's job, which was faking statistics against the other fellow, until you were sick and tired of faking and your brain reeled, and then some. It was probably impolitic to fake, to overstate a case against enemy nations. The chickens would come home to roost in one way or another, probably. Perhaps they wouldn't. That was a matter for one's superiors, obviously. And the first gang had been simple, honest fellows, stupid but relatively disinterested. But now, what was one to do? He went on, almost mumbling. She had suddenly a clear view of him as a man extraordinarily clear-sighted in the affairs of others, in great affairs, but in his own so simple as to be almost a baby, and gentle, and extraordinarily unselfish. He didn't betray one thought of self-interest, not one. He was saying, but now, with this crowd of boodlers, supposing one's asked to manipulate the figures of millions of pairs of boots in order to force someone else to send some miserable general and his troops to, say, Salonika, when they and you and common sense and everyone and everything else know it's disastrous. And from that to monkeying with our own forces, starving particular units for political... He was talking to himself, not to her. And indeed, he said, I can't, you see, talk really before you. For all I know, your sympathies, perhaps your activities, are with the enemy nations. She said passionately, They're not. How dare you say such a thing? He answered, It doesn't matter. No, I'm sure you're not. But anyhow, these things are official. One can't, if one's scrupulous, even talk about them. And then... You see, it means such infinite deaths of men, such an infinite prolongation, all this interference for side ends. I seem to see these fellows with clouds of blood over their heads, and then I'm to carry out their orders because they're my superiors. But helping them means unnumbered deaths. He looked at her with a faint, almost humorous smile. You see, he said, we're perhaps not so very far apart. You mustn't think you're the only one that sees all the deaths and all the sufferings. All, you see. I, too, am a conscientious objector. My conscience won't let me continue any longer with these fellows. She said, But isn't there any other? He interrupted. No, there's no other course. One is either a body or a brain in these affairs. I suppose I'm more brain than body. I suppose so. Perhaps I'm not. But my conscience won't let me use my brain in this service, so I've a great hulking body. I'll admit I'm probably not much good, but I've nothing to live for. What I stand for isn't any more in this world. What I want, as you know, I can't have. So, she exclaimed bitterly, Oh, say it, say it. Say that your large hulking body will stop 2 bullets in front of 2 small anemic fellows. And how can you say you'll have nothing to live for? You'll come back. You'll do your good work again. You know you did good work. He said, Yes, I believe I did. I used to despise it, but I've come to believe I did. But no, they'll never let me back. They've got me out with all sorts of bad marks against me. They'll pursue me systematically. You see, in such a world as this, an idealist, or perhaps it's only a sentimentalist, must be stoned to death. He makes the others so uncomfortable. He haunts them at their golf. No, they'll get me one way or the other, and some fellow, McMaster here, will do my jobs. He won't do them so well, but he'll do them more dishonestly. Or no, I oughtn't to say dishonestly. He'll do them with enthusiasm and righteousness. He'll fulfil the orders of his superiors with an immense docility and unction. He'll fake figures against our allies with the black enthusiasm of a Calvin, and when that war comes he'll do the requisite faking with the righteous wrath of Jehovah smiting the priests of Baal. And he'll be right. It's all we're fitted for. We ought never to have come into this war. We ought to have snaffled other people's colonies as the price of neutrality. Oh, Valentine Wannop said, how can you so hate your country? He said with great earnestness, don't say it, don't believe it, don't even for a moment think it. I love every inch of its fields and every plant in the hedgerows, comfrey, mullein, pagels, long red purples that liberal shepherds give a grosser name, and all the rest of the rubbish. You remember the field between the Duchemans and your mother's? And we have always been boodlers and robbers and reivers and pirates and cattle thieves, and so we've built up the great tradition that we love. But for the moment it's painful. Our present crowd is not more corrupt than Walpole's, but one's too near them. One sees of Walpole that he consolidated the nation by building up the national debt. One doesn't see his methods. My son or his son will only see the glory of the boodle we make out of this show, or rather out of the next. He won't know about the methods. They'll teach him at school that across the counties went the sound of bugles that his father knew, though that was another discreditable affair. But you, Valentine Wannop exclaimed, you, what will you do after the war? I, he said rather bewilderedly, I shall go into the old furniture business. I've been offered a job. She didn't believe he was serious. He hadn't, she knew, ever thought about his future. But suddenly she had a vision of his white head and pale face in the black glooms of a shop full of dusty things. He would come out, get heavily onto a dusty bicycle and ride off to a cottage sale. She cried out, why don't you do it at once? Why don't you take the job at once? For in the back of the dark shop he would at least be safe. He said, oh no, not at this time. Beside, the old furniture trade's probably not itself for the minute. He was obviously thinking of something else. I've probably been a low cad, he said, wringing your heart with my doubts. But I wanted to see where our similarities come in. We've always been, or we've seemed always to me, so alike in our thoughts. I dare say I wanted you to respect me. Oh, I respect you, she said. You're as innocent as a child. He went on, and I wanted to get some thinking done. It hasn't been often of late that one has had a quiet room and a fire and you to think in front of. You do make one collect one's thoughts. I've been very muddled till today, till 5 minutes ago. Do you remember our drive? You analysed my character. I'd never have let another soul. But you see, don't you see? She said, no, what am I to see? I remember, he said, that I'm certainly not an English country gentleman now, picking up the gossip of the horse markets and saying, let the country go to hell, for me. She said, did I say that? Yes, I said that. The deep waves of emotion came over her. She trembled. She stretched out her arms. She thought she stretched out her arms. He was hardly visible in the firelight. But she could see nothing. She was blind for tears. She could hardly be stretching out her arms, for she had both hands to a handkerchief on her eyes. He said something. It was no word of love, or she would have held it. It began with, well, I must be... He was silent for a long time. She imagined herself to feel great waves coming from him to her. But he wasn't in the room. The rest, till that moment at the War Office, had been pure agony and unrelenting. Her mother's paper cut down her money. No orders for cereals came in. Her mother, obviously, was failing. The eternal diatribes of her brother were like lashes upon her skin. He seemed to be praying Tietjens to death. Of Tietjens she saw and heard nothing. At the McMaster's she heard once that he had just gone out. It added to her desire to scream when she saw a newspaper. Poverty invaded them. The police raided the house in search of her brother and his friends. Then her brother went to prison somewhere in the Midlands. The friendliness of their former neighbours turned to surly suspicion. They could get no milk. Food became almost unprocurable without going to long distances. For 3 days Mrs. Wannop was clean out of her mind. Then she grew better and began to write a new book. It promised to be rather good, but there was no publisher. Edward came out of prison, full of good humour and boisterousness. They seemed to have had a great deal to drink in prison. But hearing that his mother had gone mad over that disgrace, after a terrible scene with Valentine, in which he accused her of being the mistress of Tietjens and therefore militarist, he consented to let his mother use her influence, of which she still had some, to get him appointed as an A.B. on a minesweeper. Great winds became an agony to Valentine Wannop, in addition to the unbearable sounds of firing that came continuously over the sea. Her mother grew much better. She took pride in having a son in a service. She was then the more able to appreciate the fact that her paper stopped payment altogether. A small mob on the 5th of November burned Mrs. Wannop in effigy in front of their cottage and broke their lower windows. Mrs. Wannop ran out and, in the illumination of the fire, knocked down 2 farm labourer hobbledehoys. It was terrible to see Mrs. Wannop's grey hair in the firelight. After that the butcher refused them meat altogether, ration card or no ration card. It was imperative that they should move to London. The marsh horizon became obscured with giant stilts, the air above it filled with aeroplanes, the roads covered with military cars. There was then no getting away from the sounds of the war. Just as they had decided to move, Tietjens came back. It was, for a moment, heaven to have him in this country, but when, a month later, Valentine Wannop saw him for a minute, he seemed very heavy, aged and dull. It was then almost as bad as before, for it seemed to Valentine as if he hardly had his reason. On hearing that Tietjens was to be quartered, or at any rate occupied, in the neighbourhood of Ealing, Mrs. Wannop at once took a small house in Bedford Park, whilst to make ends meet, for her mother made terribly little, Valentine Wannop took a post as athletic mistress in a great school in a not very near suburb. Thus, though Tietjens came in for a cup of tea almost every afternoon with Mrs. Wannop in the dilapidated little suburban house, Valentine Wannop hardly ever saw him. The only free afternoon she had was the Friday, and on that day she still regularly chaperoned Mrs. Duchemin, meeting her at Charing Cross towards noon and taking her back to the same station in time to catch the last train to Rye. On Saturdays and Sundays she was occupied all day in typing her mother's manuscript. Of Tietjens, then, she saw almost nothing. She knew that his poor mind was empty of facts and of names, but her mother said he was a great help to her. Once provided with facts, his mind worked out sound Tory conclusions, or quite startling and attractive theories with extreme rapidity. This Mrs. Wannop found of the greatest use to her whenever, though it wasn't now very often, she had an article to write for an excitable newspaper. She still, however, contributed to her failing organ of opinion, though it paid her nothing. Mrs. Duchemin, then, Valentine Wannop still chaperoned, though there was no bond any more between them. Valentine knew, for instance, perfectly well that Mrs. Duchemin, after she had been seen off by train from Charing Cross, got out at Clapham Junction, took a taxicab back to Gray's Inn after dark, and spent the night with McMaster. And Mrs. Duchemin knew quite well that Valentine knew. It was a sort of parade of circumspection and rightness, and they kept it up even after, at a sinister registry office, the wedding had taken place, Valentine being the one witness and an obscure-looking substitute for the usual pew opener another. There seemed to be by then no very obvious reason why Valentine should support Mrs. McMaster any more on these rather dreary occasions, but Mrs. McMaster said she might just as well until they saw fit to make the marriage public. There were, Mrs. McMaster said, censorious tongues, and even if these were confuted afterwards, it is difficult, if not impossible, to outrun scandal. Besides, Mrs. McMaster was of opinion that the McMaster afternoons with these geniuses must be a liberal education for Valentine. But as Valentine sat most of the time at the tea-table near the door, it was the backs and side faces that the distinguished rather than their intellects with which she was most acquainted. Occasionally, however, Mrs. Duchemin would show Valentine, as an enormous privilege, one of the letters to herself from men of genius, usually North British, written as a rule from the continent or more distant and peaceful climates, for most of them believed it their duty in these hideous times to keep alive in the world the only glimmering spark of beauty. Couched in terms so eulogistic as to resemble those used in passionate love letters by men more profane, these epistles recounted or consulted Mrs. Duchemin as to their love affairs with foreign princesses, the progress of their ailments, or the progresses of their souls towards those higher regions of morality in which floated their so beautiful-souled correspondent. The letters entertained Valentine, and indeed she was entertained by that whole mirage. It was only the McMaster's treatment of her mother that finally decided Valentine that this friendship had died, for the friendships of women are very tenacious things, surviving astonishing disillusionments, and Valentine Wannop was a woman of more than usual loyalty. Indeed, if she couldn't respect Mrs. Duchemin on the old grounds, she could very really respect her for her tenacity of purpose, her determination to advance McMaster, and for the sorts of ruthlessness that she put into these pursuits. Valentine's affection had indeed survived even Edith Ethel's continued denegations of Tietjens, for Edith Ethel regarded Tietjens as a clog round her husband's neck, if only because he was a very unpopular man, grown personally rather unpresentable, and always extremely rude to the geniuses on Fridays. Edith Ethel, however, never made these complaints that grew more and more frequent as more and more the distinguished flocked to the Fridays before McMaster, and they ceased very suddenly and in a way that struck Valentine as odd. Mrs. Duchemin's grievance against Tietjens was that, McMaster being a weak man, Tietjens had acted as his banker until, what with interest and the rest of it, McMaster owed Tietjens a great sum, several £1,000s. And there had been no real reason. McMaster had spent most of the money either on costly furnishings for his rooms or on his costly journeys to Rye. On the one hand, Mrs. Duchemin could have found McMaster all the bric-a-brac he could possibly have wanted from amongst the things at the rectory, where no one would have missed them, and on the other hand she, Mrs. Duchemin, would have paid all McMaster's travelling expenses. She had had unlimited money from her husband, who never asked for accounts. But whilst Tietjens still had influence with McMaster, he had used it uncompromisingly against this course, giving him the delusion, it enraged Mrs. Duchemin to think, that it would have been dishonourable, so that McMaster had continued to draw upon him. And, most enraging of all, at a period when she had had a power of attorney over all Mr. Duchemin's fortune, and could perfectly easily have sold out something that no one would have missed for the couple of thousand or so that McMaster owed, Tietjens had very forcibly refused to allow McMaster to agree to anything of the sort. He had again put into McMaster's weak head that it would be dishonourable. But Mrs. Duchemin, and she closed her lips determinately after she had said it, knew perfectly well Tietjens' motive. So long as McMaster owed him money, he imagined that they couldn't close their doors upon him. And their establishment was beginning to be a place where you meet people of great influence who might well get for a person as lazy as Tietjens a sinecure that would suit him. Tietjens, in fact, knew which side his bread was buttered. For what, Mrs. Duchemin asked, could there have been dishonourable about the arrangement she had proposed? Practically the whole of Mr. Duchemin's money was to come to her. He was by then insane. It was, therefore, morally her own. But immediately after that, Mr. Duchemin having been certified, the estate had fallen into the hands of the lunacy commissioners, and there had been no further hope of taking the capital. Now, her husband being dead, it was in the hands of trustees, Mr. Duchemin having left the whole of his property to Magdalen College and merely the income to his widow. The income was very large, but where, with their expenses, with the death duties and taxation, which were by then merciless, was Mrs. Duchemin to find the money? She was to be allowed, under her husband's will, enough capital to buy a pleasant little place in Surrey, with rather a nice lot of land, enough to let McMaster know some of the leisures of a country gentleman's lot. They were going in for shorthorns, and there was enough land to give them a small golf course, and in the autumn a little, mostly rough, shooting for McMaster to bring his friends down to. It would just run to that. No ostentation, merely a nice little place. As an amusing detail, the villagers there already called McMaster Squire, and the women curtsied to him. But Valentine Wannop would understand that, with all these expenses, they couldn't find the money to pay off Tietjens. Besides, Mrs. McMaster said she wasn't going to pay off Tietjens. He had had his chance once, now he could go without, for her. McMaster would have to pay it himself, and he would never be able to, his contribution to their housekeeping being what it was. And there were going to be complications. McMaster wondered about their little place in Surrey, saying that he would consult Tietjens about this and that alteration. But over the door-sill of that place the foot of Tietjens was never going to go. Never. It would mean a good deal of unpleasantness, or rather it would mean one sharp crunch, and then napu fini. Mrs. Duchemin sometimes, and with great effect, condescended to use one of the more picturesque phrases of the day. To all these diatribes Valentine Wannop answered hardly anything. It was no particular concern of hers, even if for a moment she felt proprietarily towards Christopher as she did now and then. She felt no particular desire that his intimacy with the McMasters should be prolonged, because she knew he could have no particular desire for its prolongation. She imagined him turning them down with an unspoken and good-humoured jibe. And indeed she agreed on the whole with Edith Ethel. It was demoralizing for a weak little man like Vincent to have a friend with an ever-open purse beside him. Tietjens ought not to have been princely. It was a defect, a quality that she did not personally admire in him. As to whether it would or wouldn't have been dishonourable for Mrs. Duchemin to take her husband's money and give it to McMaster, she kept an open mind. To all intents and purposes the money was Mrs. Duchemin's, and if Mrs. Duchemin had then paid Christopher off it would have been sensible. She could see that later it had become very inconvenient. There were, however, male standards to be considered, and McMaster at least passed for a man. Tietjens, who was wise enough in the affairs of others, had in that probably been wise, for there might have been great disagreeableness with trustees and heirs at law had Mrs. Duchemin's subtraction of a couple of £1,000 from the Duchemin estate afterwards come to light. The Wannops had never been large property owners as a family, but Valentine had heard enough of collateral wranglings over small family dishonesties to know how very disagreeable these could be. So she had made little or no comment. Sometimes she had even faintly agreed as to the demoralization of McMaster, and that had sufficed. For Mrs. Duchemin had been certain of her rightness and cared nothing at all for the opinion of Valentine Wannop, or else took it for granted. And when Tietjens had been gone to France for a little time, Mrs. Duchemin seemed to forget the matter, contenting herself with saying that he might very likely not come back. He was the sort of clumsy man who generally got killed. In that case, since no IOUs or paper had passed, Mrs. Tietjens would have no claim, so that would be all right. But 2 days after the return of Christopher, and that was how Valentine knew he had come back, Mrs. Duchemin, with a lowering brow, exclaimed, "That oaf Tietjens is in England, perfectly safe and sound. And now the whole miserable business of Vincent's indebtedness. Oh!" She had stopped so suddenly and so markedly that even the stoppage of Valentine's own heart couldn't conceal the oddness from her. Indeed, it was as if there were an interval before she completely realized what the news was, and as if during that interval she said to herself, "It's very queer. It's exactly as if Edith Ethel has stopped abusing him on my account." as if she knew. But how could Edith Ethel know that she loved the man who had returned? It was impossible. She hardly knew herself. Then the great wave of relief rolled over her. He was in England. One day she would see him, there, in the great room. For these colloquies with Edith Ethel always took place in the great room where she had last seen Tietjens. It looked suddenly beautiful, and she was resigned to sitting there, waiting for the distinguished. It was, indeed, a beautiful room. It had become so during the years. It was long and high, matching the Tietjens. A great cut-glass chandelier from the rectory hung dimly coruscating in the centre, reflected and re-reflected in convex gilt mirrors topped by eagles. A great number of books had gone to make place on the white-panelled walls for the mirrors and for the fair orange and brown pictures by Turner, also from the rectory. From the rectory had come the immense scarlet and lapis lazuli carpet, the great brass fire-basket and appendages, the great curtains that, in the 3 long windows on their peacock blue Chinese silk, showed parti-coloured cranes ascending in long flights, and all the polished Chippendale armchairs. Amongst all these, gracious, trailing, stopping with a tender gesture to rearrange very slightly the crimson roses in the famous silver bowls, still in dark blue silks, with an amber necklace, and her elaborate black hair, waved exactly like that of Julia Domna of the Musée Lapidaire at Arles, moved Mrs. McMaster, also from the rectory. McMaster had achieved his desire, even to the shortbread cakes and the peculiarly scented tea that came every Friday morning from Princes Street. And if Mrs. McMaster hadn't the porky, relishing humour of the great Scots ladies of past days, she had in exchange her deep aspect of comprehension and tenderness. An astonishingly beautiful and impressive woman, dark hair, dark straight eyebrows, a straight nose, dark blue eyes and the shadows of her hair, and bowed pomegranate lips in a chin curved like the bow of a Greek boat. The etiquette of the place on Fridays was regulated as if by a royal protocol. The most distinguished and, if possible, titled person was led to a great walnut-wood fluted chair that stood askew by the fireplace, its back and seat of blue velvet, heaven knows how old. Over him would hover Mrs. Duchemin, or, if he were very distinguished, both Mr. and Mrs. McMaster. The not-so-distinguished were led up by turns to be presented to the celebrity, and would then arrange themselves in a half-circle in the beautiful armchairs, the less distinguished still in outer groups in chairs that had no arms. The almost undistinguished stood also in groups, or languished awestruck on the scarlet leather window seats. When all were there, McMaster would establish himself on the incredibly unique hearthrug and would address wise sayings to the celebrity, occasionally, however, saying a kind thing to the youngest man present to give him a chance of distinguishing himself. McMaster's hair at that date was still black, but not quite so stiff or so well brushed. His beard had in it greyish streaks, and his teeth, not being quite so white, looked less strong. He wore also a single eyeglass, the retaining of which in his right eye gave him a slightly agonized expression. It gave him, however, the privilege of putting his face very close to the face of anyone upon whom he wished to make a deep impression. He had lately become much interested in the drama, so that there were usually several large and, of course, very reputable and serious actresses in the room. On rare occasions Mrs. Duchemin would say across the room in her deep voice, "Valentine, a cup of tea for His Highness," or Sir Thomas, as the case might be. And when Valentine had threaded her way through the chairs with a cup of tea, Mrs. Duchemin, with a kind aloof smile, would say, "Your Highness, this is my little brown bird." But as a rule Valentine sat alone at the tea-table, the guests fetching from her what they wanted. Tietjens came to the Fridays twice during the 5 months of his stay at Ealing. On each occasion he accompanied Mrs. Wannop. In earlier days, during the earliest Fridays, Mrs. Wannop, if she ever came, had always been installed with her flowing black in the throne, and like an enlarged Queen Victoria had sat there whilst suppliants were led up to this great writer. But now, on the first occasion, Mrs. Wannop got a chair without arms and the outer ring, whilst a general officer commanding lately in chief somewhere in the east, whose military successes had not been considerable, but whose dispatches were considered very literary, occupied rather blazingly the throne. But Mrs. Wannop had chatted very contentedly all the afternoon with Tietjens, and it had been comforting to Valentine to see Tietjens' large, uncouth, but quite collected figure, and to observe the affection that these two had for each other. But on the second occasion the throne was occupied by a very young woman who talked a great deal and with great assurance. Valentine didn't know who she was. Mrs. Wannop, very gay and distracted, stood nearly the whole afternoon by a window. And even at that Valentine was contented, quite a number of young men crowding round the old lady and leaving the younger one's circle rather bare. There came in a very tall, clean-run and beautiful fair woman, dressed in nothing in particular. She stood with noticeable unconcern near the doorway. She let her eyes rest on Valentine, but looked away before Valentine could speak. She must have had an enormous quantity of fair, tawny hair, for it was coiled in a great surface over her ears. She had in her hand several visiting cards, which she looked at with a puzzled expression and then laid on a card table. She was no one who had ever been there before. Edith Ethel, it was for the second time, had just broken up the ring that surrounded Mrs. Wannop, bearing the young men tributary to the young woman in the walnut chair, and leaving Tietjens and the older woman high and dry in a window. Thus Tietjens saw the stranger, and there was no doubt left in Valentine's mind. He came diagonally right down the room to his wife, and marched her straight up to Edith Ethel. His face was perfectly without expression. McMaster, perched on the centre of the hearthrug, had an emotion that was extraordinarily comic to witness, but that Valentine was quite unable to analyse. He jumped 2 paces forward to meet Mrs. Tietjens, held out a little hand, half withdrew it, retreated half a step. The eyeglass fell from his perturbed eye. This gave him actually an expression less perturbed, but in revenge the hairs on the back of his scalp grew suddenly untidy. Sylvia, wavering along beside her husband, held out her long arm and careless hand. McMaster winced almost at the contact, as if his fingers had been pinched in a vice. Sylvia wavered desultorily towards Edith Ethel, who was suddenly small, insignificant, and relatively coarse. As for the young woman celebrity in the armchair, she appeared to be about the size of a white rabbit. A complete silence had fallen on the room. Every woman in it was counting the pleats of Sylvia's skirt and the amount of material in it. Valentine Wannop knew that because she was doing it herself. If one had that amount of material and that number of pleats, one's skirt might hang like that. For it was extraordinary. It fitted close round the hips and gave an effect of length and swing, yet it did not descend as low as the ankles. It was no doubt the amount of material that did that, like the Highlander's kilt that takes 12 yards to make. And from the silence Valentine could tell that every woman, and most of the men, if they didn't know that this was Mrs. Christopher Tietjens, knew that this was a personage of illustrated weekly, as who should say, of county family, rank. Little Mrs. Swan, lately married, actually got up, crossed the room, and sat down beside her bridegroom. It was a movement with which Valentine could sympathise. And Sylvia, having just faintly greeted Mrs. Duchemin and completely ignored the celebrity in the armchair, in spite of the fact that Mrs. Duchemin had tried half-heartedly to effect an introduction, stood still, looking round her. She gave the effect of a lady in a nurseryman's hothouse considering what flower should interest her, collectedly ignoring the nurserymen who bowed round her. She had just dropped her eyelashes twice, in recognition of 2 staff officers with a good deal of scarlet streak about them who were tentatively rising from their chairs. The staff officers who came to the McMasters were not of the first vintages, still They had the labels and passed as such. Valentine was by that time beside her mother, who had been standing all alone between two windows. She had dispossessed, in hot indignation, a stout musical critic of his chair, and had sat her mother in it. And just as Mrs. Duchemin's deep voice sounded, yet a little waveringly, "Valentine, a cup of tea for—" Valentine was carrying a cup of tea to her mother. Her indignation had conquered her despairing jealousy, if you could call it jealousy. For what was the good of living or loving when Tietjens had beside him forever the radiant, kind and gracious perfection? On the other hand, of her two deep passions, the second was for her mother. Rightly or wrongly, Valentine regarded Mrs. Wannop as a great and august figure, a great brain, a high and generous intelligence. She had written at least one great book, and if the rest of her time had been frittered away in the desperate struggle to live that had taken both their lives, that could not detract from that one achievement that should last and forever take her mother's name down time. That this greatness should not weigh with the McMasters had hitherto neither astonished nor irritated Valentine. The McMasters had their game to play, and for the matter of that they had their predilections. Their game kept them amongst the officially influential, the semi-official and the officially accredited. They moved with such CBs, knights, presidents and the rest as dabbled in writing or the arts. They went upwards with such reviewers, art critics, musical writers and archaeologists as had posts in, if possible, first-class public offices or permanent positions on the more august periodicals. If an imaginative author seemed assured of position and lasting popularity, McMaster would send out feelers towards him, would make himself humbly useful, and sooner or later either Mrs. Duchemin would be carrying on with him one of her high-souled correspondences, or she wouldn't. Mrs. Wannop they had formally accepted as permanent leader-writer and chief critic of a great organ, but the great organ having dwindled and now disappeared, the McMasters no longer wanted her at their parties. That was the game, and Valentine accepted it. But that it should have been done with such insolence, so obviously meant to be noted, for in twice breaking up Mrs. Wannop's little circle, Mrs. Duchemin had not even once so much as said, "How do you do?" to the elder lady. That was almost more than Valentine could for the moment bear, and she would have taken her mother away at once and would never have re-entered the house but for the compensations. Her mother had lately written and even found a publisher for a book, and the book had showed no signs of failing powers. On the contrary, having been perforce stopped off the perpetual journalism that had dissipated her energies, Mrs. Wannop had turned out something that Valentine knew was sound, sane and well done. Abstractions caused by failing attention to the outside world are not necessarily in a writer signs of failing as a writer. It may mean merely that she is giving so much thought to her work that her other contacts suffer. If that is the case, her work will gain. That this might be the case with her mother was Valentine's great and secret hope. Her mother was barely 60. Many great works had been written by writers aged between 60 and 70. And the crowding of youngish men round the old lady had given Valentine a little confirmation of that hope. The book, naturally, in the maelstrom flux and reflux of the time, had attracted little attention, and poor Mrs. Wannop had not succeeded in extracting a penny for it from her adamantine publisher. She hadn't, indeed, made a penny for several months, and they existed almost at starvation point in their little den of a villa on Valentine's earnings as athletic teacher. But that little bit of attention in that semi-public place had seemed, at least, as a confirmation to Valentine. There probably was something sound, sane and well done in her mother's work. That was almost all she asked of life. And indeed, whilst she stood by her mother's chair, thinking with a little bitter pathos that if Edith Ethel had left the 3 or 4 young men to her mother, the 3 or 4 might have done her poor mother a little good, with innocent puffs and the like, and heaven knew they needed that little good badly enough. A very thin and untidy young man did drift back to Mrs. Wannop and asked precisely if he might make a note or two for publication as to what Mrs. Wannop was doing. Her book, he said, had attracted so much attention. They hadn't known that they had still writers among them. A singular, triangular drive had begun through the chairs from the fireplace. That was how it had seemed to Valentine. Mrs. Tietjens had looked at them, had asked Christopher a question, and immediately, as if she were coming through waist-high surf, had borne down McMaster and Mrs. Duchemin, flanking her obsequiously, setting aside chairs and their occupants, Tietjens and the two rather bashfully following staff officers broadening out the wedge. Sylvia, her long arm held out from a yard or so away, was giving her hand to Valentine's mother. With her clear, high, unembarrassed voice, she exclaimed, also from a yard or so away, so as to be heard by everyone in the room, "You're Mrs. Wannop, the great writer. I'm Christopher Tietjens' wife." End of Part 2, Chapter 4, Section 2. Part 2, Chapter 4, Section 3 of Some Do Not by Madox. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Part 2, Chapter 4, Section 3. The old lady, with her dim eyes, looked up at the younger woman towering above her. "You're Christopher's wife," she said. "I must kiss you for all the kindness he has shown me." Valentine felt her eyes filling with tears. She saw her mother stand up, place both her hands on the other woman's shoulders. She heard her mother say, "You're a most beautiful creature. I'm sure you're good." Sylvia stood, smiling faintly, bending a little to accept the embrace. Behind the McMasters, Tietjens, and the staff officers, a little crowd of goggle eyes had ranged itself. Valentine was crying. She slipped back behind the tea-urns, though she could hardly feel the way. Beautiful. The most beautiful woman she had ever seen, and good, kind. You could see it in the lovely way she had given her cheek to that poor old woman's lips. And to live all day, forever, beside him. She, Valentine, ought to be ready to lay down her life for Sylvia Tietjens. The voice of Tietjens said just above her head, "Your mother seems to be having a regular triumph." And with his good-natured cynicism he added, "It seems to have upset some apple carts." They were confronted with the spectacle of McMaster conducting the young celebrity from her deserted armchair across the room to be lost in the horseshoe of crowd that surrounded Mrs. Wannop. Valentine said, "You're quite gay today. Your voice is different. I suppose you're better?" She did not look at him. His voice came, "Yes, I'm relatively gay." It went on, "I thought you might like to know. A little of my mathematical brain seems to have come to life again. I've worked out 2 or 3 silly problems." She said, "Mrs. Tietjens will be pleased." "Oh," the answer came, "mathematics doesn't interest her any more than cockfighting." With immense swiftness, between word and word, Valentine read into that a hope. This splendid creature did not sympathize with her husband's activities. But he crushed it heavily by saying, "Why should she? She's so many occupations of her own that she's unrivalled at." He began to tell her rather minutely of a calculation he had made only that day at lunch. He had gone into the Department of Statistics and had had rather a row with Lord Ingleby of Lincoln. A pretty title the fellow had taken. They had wanted him to ask to be seconded to his old department for a certain job, but he said he'd be damned if he would. He detested and despised the work they were doing. Valentine, for the first time in her life, hardly listened to what he said. Did the fact that Sylvia Tietjens had so many occupations of her own mean that Tietjens found her unsympathetic? Of their relationship she knew nothing. Sylvia had been so much of a mystery as hardly to exist as a problem hitherto. McMaster, Valentine knew, hated her. She knew that through Mrs. Duchemin. She had heard it ages ago, but she didn't know why Sylvia had never come to the McMaster afternoons. But that was natural. McMaster passed for a bachelor, and it was excusable for a young woman of the highest fashion not to come to bachelor teas of literary and artistic people. On the other hand, McMaster dined at the Tietjens quite often enough to make it public that he was a friend of that family. Sylvia, too, had never come down to see Mrs. Wannop. But then it would in the old days have been a long way to come for a lady of fashion with no especial literary interests. And no one in Mercy could have been expected to call on poor them in their dog kennel in an outer suburb. They had had to sell almost all their pretty things. Tietjens was saying that after his tempestuous interview with Lord Ingleby of Lincoln, she wished he would not be so rude to powerful people, he had dropped in on McMaster in his private room, and finding him puzzled over a lot of figures, had, in the merest spirit of bravado, taken McMaster and his papers out to lunch. And, he said, chancing to look, without any hope at all, at the figures, he had suddenly worked out an ingenious mystification. It had just come. His voice had been so gay and triumphant that she hadn't been able to resist looking up at him. His cheeks were fresh-coloured, his hair shining, his blue eyes had a little of their old arrogance and tenderness. Her heart seemed to sing with joy. He was, she felt, her man. She imagined the arms of his mind stretching out to enfold her. He went on explaining. He had, rather, in his recovered self-confidence, jibed at McMaster. Between themselves, wasn't it easy to do what the department under orders wanted done? They had wanted to rub into our allies that their losses by devastation had been nothing to write home about, so as to avoid sending reinforcements to their lines. Well, if you took just the bricks and mortar of the devastated districts, you could prove that the loss in bricks, tiles, woodwork and the rest didn't, and the figures, with a little manipulation, would prove it, amount to more than a normal year's dilapidations spread over the whole country in peacetime. House repairs in a normal year had cost several millions sterling. The enemy had only destroyed just about so many millions sterling in bricks and mortar, and what was a mere year's dilapidations in house property? You just neglected to do them and did them next year. So, if you ignored the lost harvests of 3 years, the lost industrial output of the richest industrial region of the country, the smashed machinery, the barked fruit trees, the 3 years' loss of 4.5 of the coal output for 3 years, and the loss of life, we could go to our allies and say, all your yappings about losses are the merest bulls. You can perfectly well afford to reinforce the weak places of your own lines. We intend to send our new troops to the Near East, where lies our true interest. And though they might sooner or later point out the fallacy, you would, by so much, have put off the abhorrent expedient of a single command. Valentine, though it took her away from her own thoughts, couldn't help saying, "But weren't you arguing against your own convictions?" He said, "Yes, of course I was, in the lightness of my heart. It's always a good thing to formulate the other fellow's objections." She had turned half round in her chair. They were gazing into each other's eyes, he from above, she from below. She had no doubt of his love. He, she knew, could have no doubt of hers. She said, "But isn't it dangerous to show these people how to do it?" He said, "Oh, no, no, no. You don't know what a good soul little Vinny is. I don't think you've ever been quite just to Vincent McMaster. He'd as soon think of picking my pocket as of picking my brains. The soul of honour." Valentine had felt a queer sensation. She was not sure afterwards whether she had felt it before she had realized that Sylvia Tietjens was looking at them. She stood there very erect, a queer smile on her face. Valentine could not be sure whether it was kind, cruel, or merely distantly ironic, but she was perfectly sure it showed, whatever was behind it, that its wearer knew all that there was to know of her, Valentine's feelings for Tietjens and for Tietjens' feelings for her. It was like being a woman and man in adultery in Trafalgar Square. Behind Sylvia's back, their mouths agape, were the two staff officers. Their dark hairs were too untidy for them to amount to much, but such as they were the two most presentable males of the assembly, and Sylvia had snaffled them. Mrs. Tietjens said, "Oh, Christopher, I'm going on to Basil's." Tietjens said, "All right, I'll pop Mrs. Wannop into the tube as soon as she's had enough of it and come along and pick you up." Sylvia had just drooped her long eyelashes, a sign of salutation to Valentine Wannop, and had drifted through the door, followed by her rather unmilitary military escort in khaki and scarlet. From that moment Valentine Wannop never had any doubt. She knew that Sylvia Tietjens knew that her husband loved her, Valentine Wannop, and that she, Valentine Wannop, loved her husband with a passion absolute and ineffable. The one thing she, Valentine, didn't know, the one mystery that remained impenetrable, was whether Sylvia Tietjens was good to her husband. A long time afterwards, Edith Ethel had come to her beside the teacups and had apologised for not having known, earlier than Sylvia's demonstration, that Mrs. Wannop was in the room. She hoped that they might see Mrs. Wannop much more often. She added, after a moment, that she hoped Mrs. Wannop wouldn't in future find it necessary to come under the escort of Mr. Tietjens. They were too old friends for that, surely. Valentine said, "Look here, Ethel, if you think that you can keep friends with Mother and turn on Mrs. Tietjens after all he's done for you, you're mistaken. You are, really. And Mother's a great deal of influence. I don't want to see you making any mistakes just at this juncture. It's a mistake to make nasty rows, and you'd make a very nasty one if you said anything against Mr. Tietjens to Mother. She knows a great deal. Remember, she lived next door to the rectory for a number of years, and she's got a dreadfully incisive tongue." Edith Ethel coiled back on her feet as if her whole body were threaded by a steel spring. Her mouth opened, but she bit her lower lip and then wiped it with a very white handkerchief. She said, "I hate that man. I detest that man. I shudder when he comes near me." "I know you do," Valentine Wannop answered, "but I wouldn't let other people know it if I were you. It doesn't do you any real credit. He's a good man." Edith Ethel looked at her with a long, calculating glance. Then she went to stand before the fireplace. That had been 5 or at most 6 Fridays before Valentine sat with Mark Tietjens in the War Office waiting hall, and on the Friday immediately before that again, all the guests being gone, Edith Ethel had come to the tea-table and, with her velvet kindness, had placed her right hand on Valentine's left. Admiring the gesture with a deep fervour, Valentine knew that that was the end. 3 days before, on the Monday, Valentine, in her school uniform, in a great store to which she had gone to buy athletic paraphernalia, had run into Mrs. Duchemin, who was buying flowers. Mrs. Duchemin had been horribly distressed to observe the costume. She had said, "But do you go about in that? It's really dreadful." Valentine had answered, "Oh yes, when I'm doing business for the school in school hours I'm expected to wear it. And I wear it if I'm going anywhere in a hurry after school hours. It saves my dresses. I haven't got too many." "But anyone might meet you," Edith Ethel said in a note of agony. "It's very inconsiderate. Don't you think you've been very inconsiderate? You might meet any of the people who come to our Fridays." "I frequently do," Valentine said, "but they don't seem to mind. Perhaps they think I'm a whack officer. That would be quite respectable." Mrs. Duchemin drifted away, her arms full of flowers and real agony upon her face. Now, beside the tea-table, she said very softly, "My dear, we've decided not to have our usual Friday afternoon next week." Valentine wondered whether this was merely a lie to get rid of her. But Edith Ethel went on, "We've decided to have a little evening festivity. After a great deal of thought, we've come to the conclusion that we ought now to make our union public." She paused to await comment, but Valentine making none, she went on, "It coincides very happily, I can't help feeling it coincides very happily, with another event. Not that we set much store by these things, but it has been whispered to Vincent that next Friday, perhaps, my dear Valentine, you too will have heard." Valentine said, "No, I haven't. I suppose he's got the OBE. I'm very glad." "The Sovereign," Mrs. Duchemin said, "is seeing fit to confer the honour of knighthood on him." "Well," Valentine said, "he's had a quick career. I've no doubt he deserves it. He's worked very hard. I do sincerely congratulate you. It'll be a great help to you." "It's," Mrs. Duchemin said, "not for mere plodding. That's what makes it so gratifying. It's for a special piece of brilliance that has marked him out. It's, of course, a secret, but—" "Oh, I know," Valentine said. "He's worked out some calculations to prove that losses in the devastated districts, if you ignore machinery, coal output, orchard trees, harvest, industrial products and so on, don't amount to more than a year's household dilapidations for the—" Mrs. Duchemin said with real horror, "But how did you know? How on earth did you know?" She paused. "It's such a dead secret. That fellow must have told you. But how on earth could he know?" "I haven't seen Mr. Tietjens to speak to since the last time he was here," Valentine said. She saw, from Edith Ethel's bewilderment, the whole situation. The miserable McMaster hadn't even confided to his wife that the practically stolen figures weren't his own. He desired to have a little prestige in the family circle. For once, a little prestige. Well, why shouldn't he have it? Tietjens, she knew, would wish him to have all he could get. She said, therefore, "Oh, it's probably in the air. It's known the government want to break their claims to the higher command, and anyone who could help them to that would get a knighthood." Mrs. Duchemin was more calm. "It's certainly," she said, "burked, as you call it, those beastly people." She reflected for a moment. "It's probably that," she went on. "It's in the air. Anything that can help to influence public opinion against those horrible people is to be welcomed. That's known pretty widely. No, it could hardly be Christopher Tietjens who thought of it and told you. It wouldn't enter his head. He's their friend. He wouldn't be. He's certainly," Valentine said, "not a friend of his country's enemies. I'm not myself." Mrs. Duchemin exclaimed sharply, her eyes dilated. "What do you mean? What on earth do you dare to mean? I thought you were a pro-German." Valentine said, I'm not. I hate men's deaths. I hate any men's deaths. Any men." She calmed herself by main force. "Mr. Tietjens says that the more we hinder our allies, the more we drag the war on and the more lives are lost. More lives, do you understand?" Mrs. Duchemin assumed her most aloof, tender and high air. "My poor child," she said, "what possible concern can the opinions of that broken fellow cause anyone? You can warn him from me that he does himself no good by going on uttering these discredited opinions. He's a marked man. Finished. It's no good Guggums, my husband, trying to stand up for him." "He does stand up for him?" Valentine asked. "Though I don't see why it's needed. Mr. Tietjens is surely able to take care of himself." "My good child," Edith Ethel said, "you may as well know the worst. There's not a more discredited man in London than Christopher Tietjens, and my husband does himself infinite harm in standing up for him. It's our one quarrel." She went on again. "It was all very well whilst that fellow had brains. He was said to have some intellect, though I could never see it. But now that with his drunkenness and debaucheries he's got himself into the state he is in, for there's no other way of accounting for his condition, they're striking him, I don't mind telling you, off the roll of his office." It was there that for the first time the thought went through Valentine Wannop's mind like a mad inspiration. This woman must at some time have been in love with Tietjens. It was possible, men being what they were, that she had even once been Tietjens' mistress. For it was impossible otherwise to account for this spite, which to Valentine seemed almost meaningless. She had, on the other hand, no impulse to defend Tietjens against accusations that could not have any possible ground. Mrs. Dusherman was going on with her kind loftiness. Of course, a fellow like that, in that condition, could not understand matters of high policy. It is imperative that these fellows should not have the higher command. It would pander to their insane spirit of militarism. They must be hindered. I'm talking, of course, between ourselves, but my husband says that that is the conviction in the very highest circles. To let them have their way, even if it led to earlier success, would be to establish a precedent, so my husband says, compared with which the loss of a few lives— Valentine sprang up, her face distorted. "For the sake of Christ," she cried out, "as you believe that Christ died for you, try to understand that millions of men's lives are at stake." Mrs. Dusherman smiled. "My poor child," she said, "if you moved in the higher circles, you would look at these things with more aloofness." Valentine leant on the back of a high chair for support. "You don't move in the higher circles," she said. "For heaven's sake, for your own, remember that you are a woman, not for ever and for always a snob. You were a good woman once. You stuck to your husband for quite a long time." Mrs. Dusherman in her chair had thrown herself back. "My good girl," she said, "have you gone mad?" Valentine said, "Yes, very nearly. I've got a brother at sea. I've had a man I loved out there for an infinite time. You can understand that, I suppose, even if you can't understand how one can go mad merely at the thought of suffering at all. And I know, Edith Ethel, that you are afraid of my opinion of you, or you wouldn't have put up all the subterfuges and concealments of all these years." Mrs. Dusherman said quickly, "Oh, my good girl, if you've got personal interests at stake, you can't be expected to take abstract views of the higher matters. We had better change the subject." Valentine said, "Yes, do. Get on with your excuses for not asking me and Mother to your knighthood party." Mrs. Dusherman, too, rose at that. She felt at her amber beads with long fingers that turned very slightly at the tips. She had behind her all her mirrors, the drops of her lustres, shining points of gilt, and the polish of dark woods. Valentine thought that she had never seen anyone so absolutely impersonate kindness, tenderness, and dignity. She said, "My dear, I was going to suggest that it was the sort of party to which you might not care to come. The people will be stiff and formal, and you probably haven't got a frock." Valentine said, "Oh, I've got a frock all right, but there's a Jacob's ladder in my party stockings, and that's the sort of ladder you can't kick down." She couldn't help saying that. Mrs. Dusherman stood motionless, and very slowly redness mounted into her face. It was most curious to see against that scarlet background the vivid white of the eyes and the dark straight eyebrows that nearly met. And slowly again her face went perfectly white, then her dark blue eyes became marked. She seemed to wipe her long white hands, one in the other, inserting her right hand into her left and drawing it out again. "I'm sorry," she said in a dead voice. "We had hoped that if that man went to France, or if other things happened, we might have continued on the old friendly footing. But you yourself must see that, with our official position, we can't be expected to connive." Valentine said, "I don't understand." "Perhaps you'd rather I didn't go on," Mrs. Dusherman retorted. "I'd much rather not go on." "You'd probably better," Valentine answered. "We had meant," the elder woman said, "to have a quiet little dinner, we two and you, before the party, for auld lang syne. But that fellow has forced himself in, and you see for yourself that we can't have you as well." Valentine said, "I don't see why not. I always like to see Mr. Tietjens." Mrs. Duchemin looked hard at her. "I don't see the use," she said, "of your keeping on that mask. It is surely bad enough that your mother should go about with that man, and that terrible scenes like that of the other Friday should occur. Mrs. Tietjens was heroic, nothing less than heroic, but you have no right to subject us, your friends, to such ordeals." Valentine said, "You mean Mrs. Christopher Tietjens?" Mrs. Duchemin went on, "My husband insists that I should ask you, but I will not. I simply will not. I invented for you the excuse of the frock. Of course we could have given you a frock if that man is so mean or so penniless as not to keep you decent. But I repeat, with our official position we cannot, it would be madness, connive at this intrigue. And all the more as the wife appears likely to be friendly with us. She has been once, she may well come again." She paused and went on solemnly, "And I warn you, if the split comes, as it must, for what woman could stand it, it is Mrs. Tietjens we shall support. She will always find a home here." An extraordinary picture of Sylvia Tietjens standing beside Edith Ethel and dwarfing her as a giraffe dwarfs an emu came into Valentine's head. She said, "Ethel, have I gone mad, or is it you? Upon my word, I can't understand." Mrs. Duchemin exclaimed, "For God's sake, hold your tongue, you shameless thing. You've had a child by the man, haven't you?" Valentine saw suddenly the tall silver candlesticks, the dark polished panels of the rectory, and Edith Ethel's mad face and mad hair whirling before them. She said, "No, I certainly haven't. Can you get that into your head? I certainly haven't." She made a further effort over immense fatigue. "I assure you, I beg you to believe it, if it will give you any ease, that Mr. Tietjens has never addressed a word of love to me in his life, nor have I to him. We have hardly talked to each other in all the time we have known each other." Mrs. Duchemin said in a harsh voice, "7 people in the last 5 weeks have told me you have had a child by that brute beast. He's ruined because he has to keep you and your mother and the child. You won't deny that he has a child somewhere hidden away." Valentine exclaimed suddenly, "Oh, Ethel, you mustn't be jealous of me. If you only knew, you wouldn't be jealous of me. I suppose the child you were going to have was by Christopher? Men are like that, but not of me. You need never. I've been the best friend you can ever have had." Mrs. Duchemin exclaimed harshly, as if she were being strangled, "A sort of blackmail! I knew it would come to that. It always does with your sort. Then do your damnedest, you harlot. You never set foot in this house again. Go you and rot." Her face suddenly expressed extreme fear, and with great swiftness she ran up the room. Immediately afterwards she was tenderly bending over a great bowl of roses beneath the lustre. The voice of Vincent McMaster from the door had said, "Come in, old man. Of course I've got 10 minutes. The book's in here somewhere." McMaster was beside her, rubbing his hands, bending with his curious, rather abject manner, and surveying her agonizedly with his eyeglass, which enormously magnified his lashes, his red lower lid, and the veins of his cornea. "Valentine," he said, "my dear Valentine, you've heard? We've decided to make it public. Guggums will have invited you to our little feast, and there will be a surprise, I believe." Edith Ethel looked as she bent lamentably and sharply over her shoulder at Valentine. "Yes," she said bravely, aiming her voice at Edith Ethel. "Ethel has invited me. I'll try to come." "Oh, but you must," McMaster said. "Just you and Christopher, who've been so kind to us, for old time's sake. You could not—" Christopher Tietjens was ballooning slowly from the door, his hand tentatively held out to her. As they practically never shook hands at home, it was easy to avoid his hand. She said to herself, "Oh, how is it possible? How could he have?" And the terrible situation poured itself over her mind. The miserable little husband, the desperately nonchalant lover, and Edith Ethel mad with jealousy. A doomed household. She hoped Edith Ethel had seen her refuse her hand to Christopher. But Edith Ethel, bent over her rose bowl, was burying her beautiful face in flower after flower. She was accustomed to do this for many minutes on end. She thought that so she resembled a picture by the subject of her husband's first little monograph. And so Valentine thought she did. She was trying to tell McMaster that Friday evenings were difficult times for her to get away, but her throat ached too much. That, she knew, was her last sight of Edith Ethel, whom she had loved very much. That also, she hoped, would be her last sight of Christopher Tietjens, whom also she had loved very much. He was browsing along a bookshelf, very big and very clumsy. McMaster pursued her into the stony hall with clamorous repetitions of his invitation. She couldn't speak. At the great iron-lined door he held her hand for an eternity, gazing lamentably, his face close up against hers. He exclaimed in accents of great fear, "Has Guggums?" "She hasn't." His face, which when you saw it so closely was a little blotched, distorted itself with anxiety. He glanced aside with panic at the drawing-room door. Valentine burst a voice through her agonized throat. "Ethel," she said, "has told me she's to be Lady McMaster. I'm so glad. I'm so truly glad for you. You've got what you wanted, haven't you?" His relief let him get out distractedly, yet as if he were too tired to be any more agitated. Yes, it's of course a secret. I don't want him told till Friday next, so as to be a sort of bonne bouche. He's practically certain to go out again on Saturday. They're sending out a great batch of them for the big push." At that she tried to draw her hand from his. She missed what he was saying. It was something to the effect that he would give it all for a happy little party. She caught the rather astonishing words, "Wie de alten Schönen seid." She couldn't tell whether it was his or her eyes that were full of tears. She said, I believe you're a kind man." In the great stone hall, hung with long Japanese paintings on silk, the electric light suddenly jumped. It was, at best, a sad, brown place. He exclaimed, "I, too, beg you to believe that I will never abandon—" He glanced again at the inner door and added, "You both, I will never abandon you both," he repeated. He let go her hand. She was on the stone stairs in the damp air. The great door closed irresistibly behind her, sending a whisper of air downwards. End of Part 2, Chapter 4, Section 3. Part 2, Chapter 5 of Some Do Not by Ford Madox Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Part 2, Chapter 5. Mark Tietjens' announcement that his father had, after all, carried out his long-standing promise to provide for Mrs. Wannop in such a way as to allow her to write for the rest of her life only the more lasting kind of work, delivered Valentine Wannop of all her problems except one. That one loomed, naturally and immediately, immensely large. She had passed a queer, unnatural week, the feeling dominating its numbness having been, oddly, that she would have nothing to do on Friday. This feeling recurred to her whilst she was casting her eyes over 100 girls, all in their cloth jumpers and men's black ties, aligned upon asphalt, whilst she was jumping on trams, whilst she was purchasing the tinned or dried fish that formed the staple diet of herself and her mother, whilst she was washing up the dinner things, upbraiding the house agent for the state of the bath, or bending closely over the large but merciless handwriting of the novel of her mother's that she was typing. It came, half as a joy, half mournfully, across her familiar businesses. She felt as a man might feel who, luxuriating in the anticipation of leisure, knew that it was obtained by being compulsorily retired from some laborious but engrossing job. There would be nothing to do on Fridays. It was, too, as if a novel had been snatched out of her hand, so that she would never know the end. Of the fairy tale she knew the end. The fortunate and adventurous tailor had married his beautiful and beprincessed goose-girl, and was well on the way to burial in Westminster Abbey, or at any rate to a memorial service, the squire being actually buried amongst his faithful villagers. But she would never know whether they, in the end, got together all the blue Dutch tiles they wanted to line their bathroom. She would never know. Yet witnessing similar ambitions had made up a great deal of her life. And she said to herself, there was another tale ended. On the surface, the story of her love for Tietjens had been static enough. It had begun in nothing, and in nothing it had ended. But deep down in her being, it had progressed enough. Through the agency of two women. Before the scene with Mrs. Duchemin, there could, she thought, have been few young women less preoccupied than she with the sexual substrata, either of passion or of life. Her months as a domestic servant had accounted for that, sex, as she had seen it from a back kitchen, having been a repulsive affair, whilst the knowledge of its manifestations that she had thus attained had robbed it of the mystery which caused most of the young women whom she knew to brood upon these subjects. Her convictions as to the moral incidents of sex were, she knew, quite opportunist. Brought up amongst rather advanced young people, had she been publicly challenged to pronounce her view, she would probably, out of loyalty to her comrades, have declared that neither morality nor any ethical aspects were concerned in the matter. Like most of her young friends, influenced by the advanced teachers and tendential novelists of the day, she would have stated herself to advocate an, of course enlightened, promiscuity. That before the revelations of Mrs. Duchemin. Actually, she had thought very little about the matter. Nevertheless, even before that date, had her deeper feelings been questioned, she would have reacted with the idea that sexual incontinence was extremely ugly, and chastity to be prized in the egg and spoon race that life was. She had been brought up by her father, who perhaps was wiser than appeared on the surface, to admire athleticism, and she was aware that proficiency of the body calls for chastity, sobriety, cleanliness, and the various qualities that group themselves under the heading of abnegation. She couldn't have lived amongst the Ealing servant class. The eldest son of the house in which she had been employed had been the defendant in a peculiarly scabrous breach of promise case, and the comments of the drunken cook on this and similar affairs had run the whole gamut from the sentimentally reticent to the extreme of coarseness, according to the state of her alcoholic barometer. She couldn't then have lived among the Ealing servant class and come to any other subliminal conclusion. So that, dividing the world into bright beings on the one hand, and on the other hand into the mere stuff to fill graveyards whose actions during life couldn't matter, she had considered that the bright beings must be people whose public advocating of enlightened promiscuity went along with an absolute continence. She was aware that enlightened beings occasionally fell away from these standards in order to become portentous Egerias, but the Mary Wollstonecrafts, the Mrs. Taylors, and the George Eliots of the last century she had regarded humorously as rather priggish nuisances. Indeed, being very healthy and very hard-worked, she had been in the habit of regarding the whole matter, if not humorously, then at least good-humouredly, as a nuisance. But being brought right up against the sexual necessities of a first-class Egeria had been for her a horrible affair. For Mrs. Duchemin had revealed the fact that her circumspect, continent and suavely aesthetic personality was doubled by another at least as coarse as, and infinitely more incisive in expression than, that of the drunken cook. The language that she had used about her lover, calling him always that oaf or that beast, had seemed literally to pain the girl internally, as if it had caused so many fallings away of internal supports at each 2 or 3 words. She had hardly been able to walk home through the darkness from the rectory. And she had never heard what had become of Mrs. Duchemin's baby. Next day Mrs. Duchemin had been as suave, as circumspect, and as collected as ever. Never a word more had passed between them on the subject. This left in Valentine Wannop's mind a dark patch, as it were, of murder, at which she must never look. And across the darkened world of her sexual tumult there flitted continually the quick suspicion that Tietjens might have been the lover of her friend. It was a matter of the simplest analogy. Mrs. Duchemin had appeared a bright being, so had Tietjens. But Mrs. Duchemin was a foul whore. How much more, then, must Tietjens, who was a man with the larger sexual necessities of the male? Her mind always refused to complete the thought. Its suggestion wasn't to be combated by the idea of Vincent McMaster himself. He was, she felt, the sort of man that it was almost a necessity for either mistress or comrade to betray. He seemed to ask for it. Besides, she once put it to herself, how could any woman, given the choice and the opportunity, and God knows there was opportunity enough, choose that shadowy dried leaf if there were the splendid masculinity of Tietjens in whose arms to lie? She so regarded these two men. And that shadowy conviction was at once fortified and appeased when, a little later, Mrs. Duchemin herself began to apply to Tietjens the epithets of oaf and beast, the very ones that she had used to designate the father of her putative child. But then Tietjens must have abandoned Mrs. Duchemin, and if he had abandoned Mrs. Duchemin, he must be available for her, Valentine Wannop. The feeling, she considered, made her ignoble, but it came from depths of her being that she could not control, and existing, it soothed her. Then, with the coming of the war, the whole problem died out, and between the opening of hostilities and what she had known to be the inevitable departure of her lover, she had surrendered herself to what she thought to be the pure physical desire for him. Amongst the terrible, crashing anguishes of that time, there had been nothing for it but surrender. With the unceasing, the never-ceasing thought of suffering, with the never-ceasing idea that her lover too must soon be so suffering, there was in the world no other refuge, no other. She surrendered. She waited for him to speak the word or look the look that should unite them. She was finished. Chastity, napu fini, like everything else. Of the physical side of love she had neither image nor conception. In the old days when she had been with him, if he had come into the room in which she was, or if he had merely been known to be coming down to the village, she had hummed all day under her breath and had felt warmer, little currents passing along her skin. She had read somewhere that to take alcohol was to send the blood into the surface vessels of the body, thus engendering a feeling of warmth. She had never taken alcohol, or not enough to produce recognisably that effect, but she imagined that it was thus love worked upon the body, and that it would stop forever at that. But in these later days much greater convulsions had overwhelmed her. It sufficed for Tietjens to approach her to make her feel as if her whole body was drawn towards him, as, being near a terrible height, you are drawn towards it. Great waves of blood rushed across her being, as if physical forces as yet undiscovered or invented attracted the very fluid itself. The moon so draws the tides. Once before, for a fraction of a second, after the long, warm night of their drive, she had felt that impulsion. Now, years after, she was to know it all the time, waking or half-waking, and it would drive her from her bed. She would stand all night at the open window till the stars paled above a world turned grey. It could convulse her with joy, it could shake her with sobs and cut through her breast like a knife. The day of her long interview with Tietjens, amongst the amassed beauties of McMaster furnishings, she marked in the calendar of her mind as her great love scene. That had been 2 years ago. He had been going into the army. Now he was going out again. From that she knew what a love scene was. It passed without any mention of the word love. It passed in impulses, warmths, rigours of the skin. Yet with every word they had said to each other they had confessed their love. In that way, when you listen to the nightingale, you hear the expressed craving of your lover beating upon your heart. Every word that he had spoken amongst the amassed beauties of the McMaster furnishings had been a link in a love speech. It was not merely that he had confessed to her, as he would have to no other soul in the world. To no other soul in the world, he had said, his doubts, his misgivings, and his fears. It was that every word he uttered and that came to her during the lasting of that magic had sung of passion. If he had uttered the word "come," she would have followed him to the bitter ends of the earth. If he had said, "there is no hope," she would have known the finality of despair. Having said neither, he said, she knew, "This is our condition, so we must continue." And she knew, too, that he was telling her that he, like her, was, say on the side of the angels. She was then, she knew, so nicely balanced that had he said, "Will you tonight be my mistress?" she would have said yes, for it was as if they had been really at the end of the world. But his abstention not only strengthened her in her predilection for chastity, it restored to her her image of the world as a place of virtues and endeavours. For a time at least she again hummed beneath her breath upon occasion, for it seemed as if her heart sang within her. And there was restored to her her image of her lover as a beautiful spirit. She had been able to look at him across the tea-table of their dog kennel in Bedford Park during the last months, almost as she had looked across the more shining table of the cottage near the rectory. The deterioration that she knew Mrs. Duchemin to have worked in her mind was assuaged. It could even occur to her that Mrs. Duchemin's madness had been no more than a scare to be followed by no necessary crime. Valentine Wannop had re-become her confident self in a world of at least straight problems. But Mrs. Duchemin's outbreak of a week ago had driven the old phantoms across her mind. For Mrs. Duchemin she had still had a great respect. She could not regard her Edith Ethel as merely a hypocrite, or indeed as a hypocrite at all. There was her great achievement of making something like a man of that miserable little creature, as there had been her other great achievement of keeping her unfortunate husband for so long out of a lunatic asylum. That had been no mean feat. Neither feat had been mean. And Valentine knew that Edith Ethel really loved beauty, circumspection, urbanity. It was no hypocrisy that made her advocate the Atalanta race of chastity. But also, as Valentine Wannop saw it, humanity had these doublings of strong natures. Just as the urbane and grave Spanish nation must find its outlet in the shrieking lusts of the bull-ring, or the circumspect, laborious and admirable city typist must find her derivative in the cruder lusts of certain novelists, so Edith Ethel must break down into physical sexualities and into shrieked coarseness of fishwives. How else indeed do we have saints? Surely alone by the ultimate victory of the one tendency over the other. But now, after her farewell scene with Edith Ethel, a simple rearrangement of the pattern had brought many of the old doubts at least temporarily back. Valentine said to herself that just because of the very strength of her character, Edith Ethel couldn't have been brought down to uttering her fantastic denunciation of Tietjens, the merely mad charges of debauchery and excesses, and finally the sexually lunatic charge against herself, except under the sting of some such passion as jealousy. She, Valentine, couldn't arrive at any other conclusion. And viewing the matter as she believed she did now, more composedly, she considered with seriousness that, men being what they are, her lover, respecting or despairing of, herself, had relieved the grosser necessities of his being at the expense of Mrs. Duchemin, who had, no doubt, been only too ready. And in certain moods during the past week she had accepted this suspicion. In certain other moods she had put it from her. Towards the Thursday it had no longer seemed to matter. Her lover was going from her. The long pull of the war was on, the hard necessities of life stretched out. What could an infidelity more or less matter in the long, hard thing that life is? and on the Thursday 2 minor or major worries came to disturb her level. Her brother announced himself as coming home for several days' leave, and she had the trouble of thinking that she would have forced upon her a companionship and a point of view that would be coarsely and uproariously opposed to anything that Tietjens stood for, or for which he was ready to sacrifice himself. Moreover, she would have to accompany her brother to a number of riotous festivities, whilst all the time she would have to think of Tietjens as getting hour by hour nearer to the horrible circumstance of troops in contact with enemy forces. In addition, her mother had received an enviably paid-for commission from one of the more excitable Sunday papers to write a series of articles on extravagant matters connected with the hostilities. They had wanted the money so dreadfully, more particularly as Edward was coming home, that Valentine Wannop had conquered her natural aversion from the waste of time of her mother. It would have meant very little waste of time, and the £60 that it would have brought in would have made all the difference to them for months and months. But Tietjens, whom Mrs. Wannop had come to rely on as her right-hand man in these matters, had, it appeared, shown an unexpected recalcitrancy. He had, Mrs. Wannop said, hardly seemed himself, and had jibed at the first two subjects proposed, that of war babies and the fact that the Germans were reduced to eating their own corpses, as being below the treatment of any decent pen. The illegitimacy rate, he had said, had shown very little increase. The French-derived German word cadaver meant bodies of horses or cattle, Leichnam being the German for the word corpse. He had practically refused to have anything to do with the affair. As to the cadaver business, Valentine agreed with him. As to the war babies, she kept a more open mind. If there weren't any war babies, it couldn't, as far as she could see, matter whether one wrote about them. It couldn't certainly matter as much as to write about them, supposing the poor little things to exist. She was aware that this was immoral, but her mother needed the money desperately, and her mother came first. There was nothing for it, therefore, but to plead with Tietjens, for Valentine knew that without so much of moral support from him as would be implied by a good-natured or an enforced sanction of the article, Mrs. Wannop would drop the matter, and so would lose her connection with the excitable paper, which paid well. It happened that on the Friday morning Mrs. Wannop received a request that she would write for a Swiss Review a propaganda article about some historical matter connected with the peace after Waterloo. The pay would be practically nothing, but the employment was at least relatively dignified, and Mrs. Wannop, which was quite in the ordinary course of things, told Valentine to ring Tietjens up and ask him for some details about the Congress of Vienna at which, before and after Waterloo, the peace terms had been wrangled out. Valentine rang up, as she had done hundreds of times. It was to her a great satisfaction that she was going to hear Tietjens speak once more at least. The telephone was answered from the other end, and Valentine gave her two messages, the one as to the Congress of Vienna, the other as to war babies. The appalling speech came back. "Young woman, you'd better keep off the grass. Mrs. Duchemin is already my husband's mistress. You keep off." There was about the voice no human quality. It was as if from an immense darkness the immense machine had spoken words that dealt blows. She answered, and it was as if a substratum of her mind, of which she knew nothing, must have been prepared for that very speech, so that it was not her own she that answered levelly and coolly. "You have probably mistaken the person you are speaking to. Perhaps you will ask Mr. Tietjens to ring up Mrs. Wannop when he is at liberty." The voice said, "My husband will be at the War Office at 4:15. He will speak to you there about your war babies. But I'd keep off the grass if I were you." The receiver at the other end was hung up. She went about her daily duties. She had heard of a kind of pine kernel that was very cheap and very nourishing, or at least very filling. They had come to it that it was a matter of pennies balanced against the feeling of satiety, and she visited several shops in search of this food. When she had found it, she returned to the dog kennel. Her brother Edward had arrived. He was rather subdued. He brought with him a piece of meat which was part of his leave ration. He occupied himself with polishing up his sailor's uniform for a ragtime party to which they were to go that evening. They were to meet plenty of conchies, he said. Valentine put the meat, it was a godsend, though very stringy, on to stew with a number of chopped vegetables. She went up to her room to do some typing for her mother. The nature of Tietjens' wife occupied her mind. Before, she had barely thought about her. She had seemed unreal, so mysterious as to be a myth, radiant and high-stepping like a great stag. But she must be cruel. She must be vindictively cruel to Tietjens himself, or she could not have revealed his private affairs. Just broadcast, for she could not, bluff it how she might, have been certain of to whom she was speaking. A thing that wasn't done, but she had delivered her cheek to Mrs. Wannop, a thing too that wasn't done, yet so kindly. The telephone bell rang several times during the morning. She let her mother answer it. She had to get the dinner, which took 3/4 of an hour. It was a pleasure to see her mother eat so well, a good stew, rich and heavy with haricot beans. She herself couldn't eat, but no one noticed, which was a good thing. Her mother said the Tietjens had not yet telephoned, which was very inconsiderate. Edward said, "What, the Huns haven't killed the old feather bolster yet? But of course he's been found a safe job." The telephone on the sideboard became a terror to Valentine. At any moment his voice might... Edward went on telling anecdotes of how they bamboozled petty officers on minesweepers. Mrs. Wannop listened to him with the courteous, distant interest of the great listening to commercial travellers. Edward desired draught ale and produced a 2-shilling piece. He seemed very much coarsened. It was no doubt only on the surface. In these days everyone was very much coarsened on the surface. She went with a quart jug to the jug and bottle department of the nearest public house, a thing she had never done before. Even at Ealing the mistress hadn't allowed her to be sent to a public house. The cook had had to fetch her dinner beer herself or have it sent in. Perhaps the Ealing mistress had exercised more surveillance than Valentine had believed, a kind woman, but an invalid. Nearly all day in bed. Blind passion overcame Valentine at the thought of Edith Ethel in Tietjens' arms. Hadn't she got her own eunuch? Mrs. Tietjens had said, "Mrs. Duchemin is his mistress." Is. Then he might be there now. In the contemplation of that image she missed the thrills of buying beer in a bottle and jug department. Apparently it was like buying anything else except for the smell of beer on the sawdust. You said a quart of the best bitter, and a fat, quite polite man with an oily head and a white apron took your money and filled your jug. But Edith Ethel had abused Tietjens so foully. The more foully, the more certain it made it. Draught beer in a jug had little marblings of burst foam on its brown surface. It mustn't be spilt at the curbs of crossings. The more certain it made it. Some women did so abuse their lovers after sleeping with them, and the more violent the transports, the more frantic the abuse. It was the post-tristus of the Reverend Duchemin. Poor devil, Tristus. Terra tribus scopulus vastum, not longum. Brother Edward began communing with himself long and unintelligibly as to where he should meet his sister at 19:30 and give her a blowout. The names of restaurants fell from his lips into her panic. He decided hilariously and not quite steadily. A quart is a lot to a fellow from a minesweeper carrying no booze at all. On meeting her at 7:20 at High Street and going to a pub he knew, they would go on to the dance afterwards. In a studio. Oh God, her heart said, if Tietjens should want her then. To be his on his last night. He might. Everybody was coarsened then, on the surface. Her brother rolled out of the house, slamming the door so that every tile on the jerry-built dog kennel rose and sat down again. She went upstairs and began to look over her frocks. She couldn't tell what frocks she looked over. They lay like aligned rags on the bed, the telephone bell ringing madly. She heard her mother's voice, suddenly assuaged. Oh, it's you." She shut her door and began to pull open and to close drawer after drawer. As soon as she ceased that exercise, her mother's voice became half audible, quite audible when she raised it to ask a question. She heard her say, "Not get her into trouble, of course." Then it died away into mere high sounds. She heard her mother calling, "Valentine, Valentine, come down. Don't you want to speak to Christopher? Valentine, Valentine." And then another burst, "Valentine, Valentine, Valentine," as if she had been a puppy dog. Mrs. Wannop, thank God, was on the lowest step of the creaky stairs. She had left the telephone. She called up, "Come down, I want to tell you. The dear boy has saved me. He always saves me. What shall I do now he's gone?" "He saved others, himself he could not save," Valentine quoted bitterly. She caught up her wide-awake. She wasn't going to prink herself for him. He must take her as she was. Himself he could not save. But he did himself proud with women, coarsened, but perhaps only on the surface. She herself. She was running downstairs. Her mother had retreated into the little parlour, 9 feet by 9. In consequence, at 10 feet it was too tall for its size. But there was in it a sofa with cushions, with her head upon those cushions, perhaps, if he came home with her, late. Her mother was saying, "He's a splendid fellow, a root idea for a war baby article. If a Tommy was a decent fellow, he abstained because he didn't want to leave his girl in trouble. If he wasn't, he chanced it because it might be his last chance." A message to me, Valentine said to herself, but which sentence? She moved absently all the cushions to one end of the sofa. Her mother exclaimed, "He sent his love. His mother was lucky to have such a son," and turned into her tiny hole of a study. Valentine ran down over the broken tiles of the garden path, pulling her wide-awake firmly on. She had looked at her wristwatch. It was 2 and 12, 14:45. If she was to walk to the War Office by 4:15, 16:15, a sensible innovation, she must step out. 5 miles to Whitehall. God knows what then. 5 miles back, 2.5 diagonally to High Street Station by 19:30. 12.5 miles in 5 hours or less, and 3 hours dancing on the top of it, and to dress. She needed to be fit, and with violent bitterness she said, "Well, I'm fit." She had an image of the aligned 100 of girls in blue jumpers and men's ties keeping whom fit had kept her super-fit. She wondered how many of them would be men's mistresses before the year was out. It was August then, but perhaps none. Perhaps she had kept them fit. "Ah," she said, "if I had been a loose woman with flaccid breasts and a soft body, all perfumed." But neither Sylvia Tietjens nor Ethel Duchemin was soft. They might be scented on occasion, but they could not contemplate with equanimity doing a 12-mile walk to save a few pence and dancing all night on top of it. She could. And perhaps the price she paid was just that. She was in such a hard condition she hadn't moved him to. She perhaps exhaled such an aura of sobriety, chastity and abstinence as to suggest to him that a decent fellow didn't get his girl into trouble before going to be killed. Yet if he were such a town bull, she wondered how she knew such phrases. The sordid and aligned houses seemed to rush past her in the mean August sunshine. That was because if you thought hard, time went quicker, or because after you noticed the paper shop at this corner, you would be up to the boxes of onions outside the shop of the next corner before you noticed anything else. She was in Kensington Gardens on the north side. She had left the poor shops behind. In sham country with sham lawns, sham avenues, sham streams, sham people pursuing their ways across the sham grass. Or no, not sham, in a vacuum. No, pasteurized was the word, like dead milk, robbed of their vitamins. If she saved a few coppers by walking, it would make a large pile to put into the leering or compassionate taxi-cab man's hand after he had helped her support her brother into the dog kennel door. Edward would be dead drunk. She had 15 shillings for the taxi. If she gave a few coppers more, it seemed generous. What a day to look forward to still. Some days were lifetimes. She would rather die than let Tietjens pay for the cab. Why? Once a taxi man had refused payment for driving her and Edward all the way to Chiswick, and she hadn't felt insulted. She had paid him, but she hadn't felt insulted. A sentimental fellow, touched at the heart by the pretty sister, or perhaps he didn't really believe it was a sister, and her incapable blue-jacket brother. Tietjens was a sentimental fellow too. What was the difference? And then, the mother a dead heavy sleeper, the brother dead drunk. 1 in the morning. He couldn't refuse her. Blackness, cushions. She had arranged the cushions, she remembered, arranged them subconsciously. Blackness, heavy sleep, dead drunkenness. Horrible. A disgusting affair, an affair of Ealing. It shall make her one with all the stuff to fill graveyards. Well, what else was she? Valentine Wannop, daughter of her father. And of her mother? Yes, but she herself, just a little nobody. They were no doubt wirelessing from the Admiralty, but her brother was at home or getting a little more intoxicated and talking treason. At any rate, the flickering intermittences over the bitter seas couldn't for the moment concern him. That bus touched her skirt as she ran for the island. It might have been better, but one hadn't the courage. She was looking at patterned deaths under a little green roof, such as they put over bird shelters. Her heart stopped. Before she had been breathless. She was going mad. She was dying. All these deaths. And not merely the deaths, the waiting for the approach of death, the contemplation of the parting from life. This minute you were that, and you weren't. What was it like? Oh, heavens, she knew. She stood there contemplating parting from... 1 minute you were, the next... Her breath fluttered in her chest. Perhaps he wouldn't come. He was immediately framed by the sordid stones. She ran up to him and said something, with a mad hatred. All these deaths, and he and his like responsible. He had apparently a brother, a responsible one too, browner complexioned. But he, completely calm, with direct eyes. It wasn't possible. Holde Lippen, klare Augen, helle Sinn. Oh, a little bit wilted, the clear intellect. And the lips? No doubt too. But he couldn't look at you so unless... She caught him fiercely by the arm. For the moment he belonged, more than to any browner, mere civilian brother, to her. She was going to ask him. If he answered, yes, I am such a man, she was going to say, then you must take me too. If them, why not me? I must have a child, I too. She desired a child. She would overwhelm these hateful lodestones with a flood of argument. She imagined, she felt the words going between her lips. She imagined her fainting mind, her consenting limbs. His looks were wandering round the corners of these stone buildings. Immediately she was Valentine Wannop again. It needed no word from him. Words passed, but words could no more prove an established innocence than words can enhance a love that exists. He might as well have recited the names of railway stations. His eyes, his unconcerned face, his tranquil shoulders, they were what acquitted him. The greatest love speech he had ever and could ever make her was when, harshly and angrily, he said something like, "Certainly not. I imagined you knew me better," brushing her aside as if she had been a midge. And thank God he had hardly listened to her. She was Valentine Wannop again. In the sunlight the chaffinches said pink, pink. The seed heads of the tall grasses were brushing against her skirt. She was clean-limbed, clear-headed. It was just a problem whether Sylvia Tietjens was good to him. Good for him was perhaps the more exact way of putting it. Her mind cleared like water that goes off the boil. Water stilled at even. Nonsense. It was sunlight, and he had an adorable brother. He could save his brother. Transport. There was another meaning to the word. A warm feeling settled down upon her. This was her brother, the next to the best ever. It was as if you had matched a piece of stuff so nearly with another piece of stuff as to make no odds. Yet just not the real stuff. She must be grateful to this relative for all he did for her. Yet, never so grateful as to the other, who had done nothing. Providence is kind in great batches. She heard, mounting the steps, the blessed word transport. They, so Mark said, he and she, the family feeling again, were going to get Christopher into the transport. By the kindness of God, the first-line transport was the only branch of the services of which Valentine knew anything. Their charwoman, who could not read and write, had a son, a sergeant in a line regiment. "Hooray," he had written to his mother. "I've been off my feed, recommended for the DCM too, so they're putting me senior NCO of first-line transport for a rest. The safest soft job of the whole bally front-line caboodle." Valentine had had to read this letter in the scullery amongst black beetles, aloud. She had hated reading it, as she had hated reading anything that gave details of the front line, but charity begins surely with the char. She had had to. Now she could thank God. The sergeant, in direct, perfectly sincere language, to comfort his mother, had described his daily work, detailing horses and GS limber wagons for jobs and superintending the horse standings. "Why," one sentence ran, "our OC transport is one of those fishing lunatics. Wherever he go, he has a space of grass cleared out and pegged, and blank hell to the man who walks across it." There the OC practised casting with trout and salmon rods by the hour together. "That'll show you what a soft job it is," the sergeant had finished triumphantly. So that there she, Valentine Wannop, sat on a hard bench against a wall, downright healthy middle class, or perhaps upper middle class, for the Wannops were, if impoverished, yet of ancient family. Over her sensible moccasined shoes the tide of humanity flowed before her hard bench. There were two commissionaires, the one always benevolent, the other perpetually querulous, in a pulpit on one side of her. On the other a brown-visaged sort of brother-in-law with bulging eyes, who in his shy efforts to conciliate her was continually trying to thrust into his mouth the crook of his umbrella, as if it had been a knob. She could not at the moment imagine why he should want to conciliate her, but she knew she would know in a minute. For just then she was occupied with a curious pattern, almost mathematically symmetrical. Now she was an English middle-class girl whose mother had a sufficient income, in blue cloth, a wide-awake hat, a black silk tie, without a thought in her head that she shouldn't have, and with a man who loved her, of crystal purity. Not 10, not 5 minutes ago she had been. She could not even remember what she had been, and he had assuredly appeared a town... No, she could not think the words. A raging stallion, then. If now he should approach her, by the mere movement of a hand along the table she would retreat. It was a godsend, yet it was absurd. Like the weather machine of the old man and the old woman on opposite ends of the stick. When the old man came out, the old woman went in, and it would rain. When the old woman came out, it was exactly like that. She hadn't time to work out the analogy, but it was like that. In rainy weather the whole world altered, darkened. The catgut that turned them slackened. But always they remained at opposite ends of the stick. Mark was saying, the umbrella crook hindering his utterance, "We buy then an annuity of 500 for your mother." It was astonishing, though it spread tranquillity through her, how little this astonished her. It was the merely retarded expected. Mr. Tietjens Senior, an honourable man, had promised as much years ago. Her mother, an august genius, was to wear herself out putting, Mr. Tietjens alive, his political views in his paper. He was to make it up to her. He was making it up, in no princely fashion, but adequately, as a gentleman. Mark Tietjens, bending over, held a piece of paper. A bellboy came up to him and said, "Mr. Ricardo." Mark Tietjens said, "No, he's gone." He continued, "Your brother, shelved for the moment, but enough to buy a practice, a good practice, when he's a full-fledged sawbones." He stopped. He directed upon her his atrabilarian eyes, biting his umbrella handle. He was extremely nervous. "Now you," he said, 200 or 300, a year, of course, the capital absolutely your own." He paused. "But I warn you, Christopher won't like it. He's got his knife into me. I wouldn't grudge you, any sum." He waved his hand to indicate an amount boundless in its figures. "I know you keep Christopher straight," he said, "the only person that could." He added, "Poor devil." She said, "He's got his knife into you? Why?" He answered vaguely. "Oh, there's been all this talk. Untrue, of course." She said, "People have been saying things against you, to him. Perhaps because there's been delay in settling the estate." He said, "Oh no, the other way round, in fact." "Then they've been saying," she exclaimed, "things against me and him?" He exclaimed in anguish, "Oh, but I ask you to believe, I beg you to believe that I believe you, Miss Wannop," he added grotesquely, "as pure as dew that lies within Aurora's sun-tipped—" His eyes stuck out like those of a suffocating fish. He said, "I beg you not on that account to hand the giddy mitten to—" He writhed in his tight double collar. "His wife," he said, "she's no good for him. She's soppily in love with him, but no good." He very nearly sobbed. "You're the only—" he said, "I know." It came into her head that she was losing too much time in this salle des pas perdus. She would have to take the train home. 5 pence. But what did it matter? Her mother had 500 a year. 240 times 5. Mark said brightly, "If now we bought your mother an annuity of 500, you say that's ample to give Christopher his chop, and settled on her 3, 4, I like to be exact, 100 a year, the capital of it, with the remainder to you." His interrogative face beamed. She saw now the whole situation with perfect plainness. She understood Mrs. Duchemin's "You couldn't expect us, with our official position, to connive." Edith Ethel had been perfectly right. She couldn't be expected. She had worked too hard to appear circumspect and right. You can't ask people to lay down their whole lives for their friends. It was only of Tietjens you could ask that. She said to Mark, "It's as if the whole world had conspired like a carpenter's vice to force us—" She was going to say together, but he burst in astonishingly. "He must have his buttered toast and his mutton chop and rum St. James." He said, "Damn it all, you were made for him. You can't blame people for coupling you. They're forced to it. If you hadn't existed, they'd have had to invent you, like Dante for— who was it? Beatrice. There are couples like that." She said, "Like a carpenter's vice, pushed together, irresistibly. Haven't we resisted?" His face became panic-stricken, his bulging eyes pushed away towards the pulpit of the 2 commissionaires. He whispered, "You won't, because of my ox's hoof, desert." She said she heard McMaster whispering it hoarsely, "I ask you to believe that I will never abandon." It was what McMaster had said. He must have got it from Mrs. Micawber. Christopher Tietjens, in his shabby khaki, for his wife had spoilt his best uniform, spoke suddenly from behind her back. He had approached her from beyond the pulpit of the 2 commissionaires, and she had been turned towards Mark on his bench. "Come along, let's get out of this." He was, she asked herself, getting out of this? Towards what? Like mutes from a funeral, or as if she had been, between the brothers, a prisoner under escort, they walked down steps, half righted towards the exit arch, 1½ righted to face Whitehall. The brothers grunted inaudible but satisfied sounds over her head. They crossed by the island's Whitehall, where the bus had brushed her skirt, under an archway. In a stony, gravelled, majestic space, the brothers faced each other. Mark said, "I suppose you won't shake hands?" Christopher said, "No, why should I?" She herself had cried out to Christopher, "Oh, do!" The wireless squares overhead no longer concerned her. Her brother was, no doubt, getting drunk in a bar in Piccadilly. A service coarseness. Mark said, "Hadn't you better? You might get killed. A fellow just getting killed would not like to think he had refused to shake his brother by the hand." Christopher had said, "Oh, well." During her happiness over this hyperborean sentimentality, he had gripped her thin upper arm. He had led her past swans, or possibly huts, she never remembered which, to a seat that had over it or near it a weeping willow. He had said, gasping too like a fish, "Will you be my mistress tonight? I'm going out tomorrow at 8:30 from Waterloo." She had answered, "Yes, Be at such and such a studio just before 12. I have to see my brother home. He will be drunk. She meant to say, oh, my darling, I have wanted you so much. She said instead, I have to arrange the cushions. She said to herself, now whatever made me say that? It's as if I had said, you'll find the ham in the larder under a plate. No tenderness about it. She went away up a cockle-shelled path between ankle-high railings, crying bitterly. An old tramp with red weeping eyes and a thin white beard regarded her curiously from where he lay on the grass. He imagined himself the monarch of that landscape. That's women, he said, with the apparently imbecile enigmaticality of the old and the hardened. Some do, he spat into the grass, said, ah, and then added, some do not. End of Part 2, Chapter 5. Part 2, Chapter 6 of Some Do Not by Madox Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Part 2, Chapter 6. He let himself in at the heavy door. When he closed it behind him in the darkness, the heaviness of the door sent long, surreptitious whisperings up the great stone stairs. These sounds irritated him. If you shut a heavy door on an enclosed space, it will push air in front of it, and there will be whisperings. The atmosphere of mystery was absurd. He was just a man returning after a night out. 2/3, say, of a night out. It must be 3:30. But what the night had lacked in length it had made up in fantastic aspects. He laid his cane down on the invisible oak chest, and through the tangible and velvety darkness that had always in it the chill of the stone of walls and stairs, he felt for the handle of the breakfast-room door. 3 long parallelograms existed, pale glimmerings above, cut 2/3 of the way down by the serrations of chimney-pot and roof shadows. 9 full paces across the heavy piled carpet, then he ought to reach his round-backed chair by the left-hand window. He reached his round-backed chair by the left-hand window. He sank into it. It fitted exactly his back. He imagined that no man had ever been so tired and that no man had ever been so alone. A small, alive sound existed at the other end of the room. In front of him existed 1.5 pale parallelograms. They were the reflection of the windows of the mirror. The sound was no doubt Colton the cat. Something alive, at any rate. Possibly Sylvia at the other end of the room waiting for him to see what he looked like. Most likely. It didn't matter. His mind stopped. Sheer weariness. When it went on again, it was saying, naked shingles and surges drear, and on these debatable borders of the world. He said sharply, nonsense. The one was either Calais Beach or Dover Sands of the whiskered man, Arnold. He would be seeing them both within the 24 hours. But no, he was going from Waterloo, Southampton, Havre, therefore. The other was by that detestable fellow, the subject of our little monograph. What a long time ago. He saw a pile of shining dispatch cases, the inscription, this rack is reserved for, a coloured pink and blue photograph of Boulogne sands and the held-up squares, the proof of our little... What a long time ago. He heard his own voice saying in the new railway carriage, proudly, clearly, and with male hardness, I stand for monogamy and chastity, and for no talking about it. Of course, if a man who's a man wants to have a woman, he has her, and again no talking about it. His voice, his own voice, came to him as if from the other end of a long-distance telephone, a damn long-distance one, 10 years. If, then, a man who's a man wants to have a woman, damn it, he doesn't. In 10 years he had learnt that a Tommy who's a decent fellow... His mind said at one and the same moment, the 2 lines running one over the other like the 2 subjects of a fugue, some beguiling virgins with the broken seals of perjury, and since when we stand side by side only hands may meet. He said, "But damn it again, the beastly fellow was wrong, our hands didn't meet. I don't believe I've shaken hands. I don't believe I've touched the girl in my life. Never once, not the handshaking sort. A nod, a meeting and parting, English, you know. But yes, she put her arm over my shoulders on the bank, on such short acquaintance. I said to myself then, well, we've made up for it since then. Or no, not made up. Atoned. As Sylvia so aptly put it, at that moment Mother was dying. He, his conscious self, said, "But it was probably the drunken brother. You don't beguile virgins with the broken seals of perjury in Kensington High Street at 2 at night, supporting, one on each side, a drunken bluejacket with intermittent legs." Intermittent was the word. Intermittently functioning. At one point the boy had broken from them and run with astonishing velocity along the dull wood paving of an immense empty street. When they had caught him up, he had been haranguing under black hanging trees with an Oxford voice, an immobile policeman. "You're the fellows," he had been exclaiming, "who make old England what she is. You keep the peace in our homes. You save us from the vile excesses." Tietjens himself he had always addressed with the voice and accent of a common seaman, with his coarsened surface voice. He had the two personalities. 2 or 3 times he had said, "Why don't you kiss the girl? She's a nice girl, isn't she? You're a poor blank Tommy, aren't you? Well, the poor blank Tommies ought to have all the nice girls they want. That's straight, isn't it?" And even at that time they hadn't known what was going to happen. There are certain cruelties. They had got a 4-wheel cab at last. The drunken boy had sat beside the driver. He had insisted. Her little pale, shrunken face had gazed straight before her. It hadn't been possible to speak. The cab, rattling all over the road, had pulled up with frightful jerks when the boy had grabbed at the reins. The old driver hadn't seemed to mind, but they had had to subscribe all the money in their pockets to pay him after they had carried the boy into the black house. Tietjens' mind said to him, now when they came to her father's house so nimbly she slipped in and said, "There is a fool without and is a maid within." He answered dully, "Perhaps that's what it really amounts to." He had stood at the hall door, she looking out at him with a pitiful face. Then from the sofa within the brother had begun to snore, enormous, grotesque sounds like the laughter of unknown races from darkness. He had turned and walked down the path, she following him. He had exclaimed, "It's perhaps too untidy." She had said, "Yes, yes, ugly too. Oh, private." He said he remembered, "But forever." She said in a great hurry, "But when you come back, permanently, and, oh, as if it were in public." "I don't know," she had added. "Oughtn't we? I'd be ready." She added, "I will be ready for anything you ask." He had said at some time, but obviously not under this roof. And he had added, "We're the sort that do not." She had answered quickly too, "Yes, that's it, we're that sort." And then she had asked, "And Ethel's party, was it a great success?" It hadn't, she knew, been an inconsequence. He had answered, "Ah, that's permanent, that's public. There was Rugeley, the Duke. Sylvia brought him. She'll be a great friend. And the president of the local government board, I think, and a Belgian, equivalent to Lord Chief Justice, and of course Claudine Sandbach. 270, all of the best, the modestly elated Guggums said as I left. And Mr. Ruggles, yes, they're established. No place for me." "Nor for me," she had answered. She added, "But I'm glad." Patches of silence ran between them. They hadn't yet got out of the habit of thinking they had to hold up the drunken brother. That had seemed to last for 1,000 painful months, long enough to acquire a habit. The brother seemed to roar, "Haw, haw, Coriash!" and after 2 minutes, "Haw, haw, Coriash!" Hungarian, no doubt. He said, "It was splendid to see Vincent standing beside the Duke." showing him a first edition, not, of course, quite the thing for a, after all, wedding party, but how was Rugeley to know that? And Vincent not in the least servile. He even corrected Cousin Rugeley over the meaning of the word colophon. The first time he ever corrected a superior. Established, you see, and practically Cousin Rugeley, dear Sylvia Tietjens' cousin, so the next to nearest thing, wife of Lady McMaster's oldest friend. Sylvia going to them in their quite modest little place in Surrey. As for us, he had concluded, they also serve who only stand and wait. She said, I suppose the rooms looked lovely. He had answered, lovely. They'd got all the pictures by that beastly fellow up from the rectory study in the dining room on dark oak panelling, a fair blaze of bosoms and nipples and lips and pomegranates. The tallest silver candlesticks, of course. You remember silver candlesticks and dark oak. She said, oh, my dear, don't. He had just touched the rim of his helmet with his folded gloves. So we just wash out, he had said. She said, would you take this bit of parchment? I got a little Jew girl to write on it in Hebrew. It's God bless you and keep you, God watch over you at your goings out and at... He tucked it into his breast pocket. The talismanic passage, he said. Of course I'll wear it. She said, if we could wash out this afternoon, it would make it easier to bear. Your poor mother, you know, she was dying when we last... He said, you remember that, and even then you... And if I hadn't gone to Lobsheet... She said, from the first moment I set eyes on you. He said, and I, from the first moment, I'll tell you. If I looked out of a door, it was all like sand, but to the half left a little bubbling up of water. That could be trusted, to keep on forever. You perhaps won't understand. She said, yes, I know. They were seeing landscapes, sand dunes, close-cropped, some negligible shipping, a stump-masted brig from Archangel. From the first moment, he repeated. She said, if we could wash out... He said, and for the first moment felt grand, tender, protective. Yes, you can, he said. You cut out from this afternoon, just before 4:58 it was, when I said that to you, and you consented. I heard the Horse Guard's clock. To now, cut it out and join time up. It can be done. You know they do it surgically for some illness. Cut out a great length of the bowel and join the tube up, for colitis, I think. She said, but I wouldn't cut it out. It was the first spoken sign. He said, no, it wasn't. From the very beginning, with every word. She exclaimed, you felt that too. We've been pushed, as in a carpenter's vice. We couldn't have got away. He said, by God, that's it. He suddenly saw a weeping willow in St. James Park, 4:59. He had just said, will you be my mistress tonight? She had gone away, half left, her hands to her face, a small fountain half left, that could be trusted to keep on forever. Along the lakeside, sauntering, swinging his crooked stick, his incredibly shiny top hat perched sideways, his claw-hammer coat-tails very long, flapping out behind in dusty sunlight, his magpie pince-nez gleaming, had come, naturally, Mr. Ruggles. He had looked at the girl, then down at Tietjens sprawled on his bench. He had just touched the brim of his shiny hat. He said, dining at the club tonight? Tietjens said, no, I've resigned. With the aspect of a long-billed bird chewing a bit of putridity, Ruggles said, oh, but we've had an emergency meeting of the committee. The committee was sitting and sent you a letter asking you to reconsider. Tietjens said, I know. I shall withdraw my resignation tonight and resign again tomorrow morning. Ruggles' muscles had relaxed for a quick second, then they stiffened. Oh, I say, he had said, not that. You couldn't do that. Not to the club. It's never been done. It's an insult. It's meant to be, Tietjens said. Gentlemen shouldn't be expected to belong to a club that has certain members on its committee. Ruggles' deepish voice suddenly grew very high. I say, you know, he squeaked. Tietjens had said. "I'm not vindictive, but I am deadly tired of all old women and their chatter." Ruggles had said, "I don't—" His face had become suddenly dark brown, scarlet, and then brownish purple. He stood droopingly looking at Tietjens' boots. "Oh, well," he said at last, "see you at McMaster's tonight. A great thing his knighthood. First-class man." That had been the first Tietjens had heard of McMaster's knighthood. He had missed looking at the honours list of that morning. Afterwards, dining alone with Sir Vincent and Lady McMaster, he had seen pinned up a back view of the Sovereign doing something to Vincent, a photo for next morning's papers. From McMaster's embarrassed hushings of Edith Ethel's explanation that the honour was for special services of a specific kind, Tietjens guessed both the nature of McMaster's service and the fact that the little man hadn't told Edith Ethel, who originally had done the work. And, just like his girl, Tietjens had let it go at that. He didn't see why poor Vincent shouldn't have that little bit of prestige at home, under all the monuments. But he hadn't, though through all the evening McMaster, with the solicitude and affection of a cringing Italian greyhound, had hastened from celebrity to hang over Tietjens, and although Tietjens knew that his friend was grieved and appalled like any woman at his Tietjens going out again to France, Tietjens hadn't been able to look McMaster again in the face. He had felt ashamed. He had felt for the first time in his life ashamed. Even when he, Tietjens, had slipped away from the party to go to his good fortune, McMaster had come panting down the stairs, running after him, through guests coming up. He had said, "Wait, you're not going, I want to—" With a miserable and appalled glance he had looked up the stairs. Lady McMaster might have come out too. His black short beard quivering and his wretched eyes turned down, he had said, "I want to explain this miserable knighthood." Tietjens patted him on the shoulder, McMaster being on the stairs above him. "It's all right, old man," he had said, and with real affection. "We've parlored up and down enough for a little thing like that not to—" "I'm very glad," McMaster had whispered. "And Valentine, she's not here tonight?" He had exclaimed. "By God, if I thought—" Tietjens had said, it's all right. She's at another party. I'm going on." McMaster had looked at him doubtingly and with misery, leaning over and clutching the clammy banisters. "Tell her," he said. "Good God, you may be killed. I beg you to believe. I will, like the apple of my eye." In the swift glance that Tietjens took of his face, he could see that McMaster's eyes were full of tears. They both stood looking down at the stone stairs for a long time. Then McMaster had said, "Well." Tietjens had said, "Well." But he hadn't been able to look at McMaster's eyes, though he had felt his friend's eyes pitiably exploring his own face. A backstairs way out of it, he had thought. A queer thing that you couldn't look in the face a man you were never going to see again. But by God, he said to himself fiercely when his mind came back again to the girl in front of him, this isn't going to be another backstairs exit. I must tell her. I'm damned if I don't make an effort. She had had her handkerchief to her face. "I'm always crying," she said, "a little bubbling spring that can be trusted to keep on." He looked to the right and to the left. Ruggles or General someone with false teeth that didn't fit must be coming along. The street with its sooty boskage was clean empty and silent. She was looking at him. He didn't know how long he had been silent. He didn't know where he had been. Intolerable waves urged him towards her. After a long time he said, "Well." She moved back. She said, "I won't watch you out of sight. It's unlucky to watch anyone out of sight. But I will never cut what you said out of my memory." She was gone, the door shut. He had wondered what she would never cut out of her memory, that he had asked her that afternoon to be his mistress. He had caught, outside the gates of his old office, a transport lorry that had given him a lift to Holborn. End of Part 2, Chapter 6. End of Some Do Not by Madox.